In the bustling city of Beijing, within the confines of a quaint CF, Meng Ning settled down and took a moment to scrutinize the man arranged for her blind date, her eyes widening in astonishment. He was exceptionally handsome, far beyond her expectations. His striking features were impeccable, exuding an innate aura of elegance and refinement. This marked her 10th blind date in the past 3 months. Reluctantly, she found herself compelled to participate. Her mother had threatened to resort to extreme measures if she did not. The man before her, in terms of appearance, was leagues ahead of the previous suitors she had encountered. Having grown accustomed to the process, Meng Ning wasted no time in getting to the point. When do you plan on getting married? She had resolved beforehand that as long as the man's qualifications were not abysmal, she would pursue marriage directly, foregoing the customary courtship. After all, the purpose of a blind date was to culminate in matrimony, wasn't it? Only through her marriage would her mother find peace and cease her incessant threats. The man appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a charming smile. "My dear miss, are we a bit hasty for a first meeting?" His laughter was particularly enchanting, akin to the gentle warmth of spring, and Meng Ning, being a connoisseur of beauty, nearly found herself entranced. Regaining her composure, she replied, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Meng Ning. The coordinator from the blind date website should have briefed you on my situation. I am 25, a freelancer selling trinkets at the night market, with an income of approximately 10,000. I live solely with my mother. I have a history of romance, but I am currently single, in good health, and possess no detrimental habits." She added, "I am ready to marry at any time." Today, she had been coerced by her mother into attending this blind date, facilitated by her mother's efforts on the dating platform. She had anticipated encountering yet another man with peculiar looks, advanced in age, perhaps with a beer belly and skewed values. Meng Ning had witnessed her fair share of unreliable suitors on the platform, so encountering a reasonably attractive man was a rare delight. Upon hearing Meng Ning's introduction, the man began to understand the situation. With a slight smirk and a warm voice, he inquired, "How did the dating website's coordinator describe me? Aren't you concerned about the possibility of encountering a fraud?" "Matrimony is, after all, a grand gamble," Meng Ning replied, pressing her lips together. "This is my 10th blind date. They inform me that you work at the publicly traded Xinyu Group, are a local, and that your parents have passed away. You are described as diligent, honest, and eager to marry. With the surname, what was it?" She had forgotten the surname in the flurry of details her mother had relayed before she left. "Fu Tingxiu," the man gently interjected. "I'm a local resident of Beijing, with no property but a car, a Chevrolet worth just over 100,000. My income is stable. I am currently single, in good health, and have no detrimental habits." Meng Ning retrieved her household registration booklet, gazing intently at Fu Tingxiu. "Mr. Fu, would you be willing to accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate right now? I am fully capable of supporting myself without relying on your finances. We can adopt a fair-sharing approach. There is no need for dowries or extravagant weddings. Let us keep it simple and just get the certificate." In any case, cohabiting was merely a means for her to placate her mother. As for the rest, she intended to take things as they came. If it turned out to be suitable, they would continue together. Meng Ning had several friends who had entered into arranged marriages, most of whom were living quite happily. It was the simplicity of life that constituted true happiness. Fu Tingxiu absently tapped his finger on the back of his hand, contemplating her words. This woman was so eager to marry, bringing along her household registration for the blind date. He was 30 this year, and his family was pressing him to marry. Fu Tingxiu inquired, "Do you mind that I do not have a house? Being with me might entail hardships." "I do not have a house either," Meng Ning replied. "It is rare for someone at 30 to be able to afford a home without parental support. I understand this. As long as one's character is upright and one is diligent, everything will eventually fall into place." Meng Ning was acutely aware of the housing prices in the capital. She was but an ordinary person without any influential background or significant means, so how could she demand that others possess a home? She kept her gaze fixed on Fu Tingxiu, and after a brief pause of several seconds, he took out his phone and made a call. "Please deliver my household registration to the Civil Affairs Bureau." An hour later, as Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding their marriage certificate, Meng Ning suddenly realized the extent of her impulsiveness. She had married a man she had only met once. Fu Tingxiu observed her expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. If you have any second thoughts, now is still the time to reconsider. Meng Ning carefully stored the marriage certificate, looked up at him, and shook her head, resolutely stating, "I do not regret it, Mr. Fu. You still need to return to work, and I must head to my stall, so I will take my leave now." Was it truly the case that they would part ways immediately after obtaining the certificate? Did this woman genuinely believe that this was merely a formality? Seeing that Meng Ning was truly about to leave, Fu Tingxiu reminded her, "Aren't you going to exchange contact information? How will I find you later?" Meng Ning felt embarrassed. It dawned on her then, and she hurriedly pulled out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. Fu Tingxiu also shared his phone number with Meng Ning, stating, "Call me if you need anything." This was Fu Tingxiu's personal number. "Okay," Meng Ning replied, catching a glimpse of Fu Tingxiu's phone as he changed the contact name to wife. The sight of the word wife stirred an unfamiliar feeling within her. Was she truly now a married woman? Initially, she had intended to simply label him by name, but upon seeing Fu Tingxiu's designation of wife, she hesitated for a moment before changing it to my Mr. Fu. After updating the contact, Fu Tingxiu was about to offer to give her a ride when his phone suddenly rang, and he altered his words to, "Please be careful on your way." Meng Ning chose not to disturb him further and hailed a taxi from the roadside. Fu Tingxiu watched her leave, and shortly thereafter, a Rolls-Royce came to a stop beside him, the driver rolling down the window. "Brother, weren't you waiting for me at the CAF? What brings you to the Civil Affairs Bureau? I've been trying to call you, but you didn't answer. You were supposed to fly to City A at 6 to sign the contract with Mr. Lin. The flight is already booked for 4 this afternoon. If you don't head to the airport soon, you'll miss it." The man speaking was none other than Fu Buishuan, the second son of Xingyu Group. "I took a moment to obtain a certificate," Fu Tingxiu replied as he opened the car door and settled inside, his voice low and serious. "Head to the airport." Fu Buishuan started the car, casually inquiring, "Brother, what certificate did you obtain?" "A marriage certificate." Fu Buishuan was momentarily speechless, nearly causing an accident. Startled, he mistakenly pressed the accelerator before hastily hitting the brakes, narrowly avoiding disaster. "Brother, are you joking? You don't even have a girlfriend. Our mother has introduced you to countless women, yet none have caught your interest. She nearly suspected you might prefer men and was ready to find a few for you to choose from. After all, the Fu family is quite open-minded, and besides, I'm here to carry on the family line. If you continue this nonsense, your allowance for the second half of the year will be halved." Fu Buishuan exclaimed, "Brother, please don't. After dropping me at the airport, help me purchase a small apartment. It doesn't need to be too large, just 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms." "Brother, why would you buy such a small place? You already own several villas. Isn't that enough for you?" Fu Tingxiu shot him a glance, and this time Fu Buishuan obediently fell silent, dismissing the matter of his brother's marriage certificate as a jest. Did Fu Tingxiu even have a girlfriend? Surely, he wouldn't randomly marry a woman off the street. Upon returning home, Meng Ning had barely crossed the threshold when her mother, brandishing a feather duster, launched into a tirade. "Meng Ning, have you grown wings? Now you've learned to lie. I told you to go on a blind date, but you didn't." She hadn't gone. Before her mother could finish, Meng Ning produced a marriage certificate. "Mom, I've gotten married," she declared, revealing the certificate to her mother. "You can rest easy now." Her mother, upon seeing the document, was rendered speechless. She dropped the feather duster and, with trembling hands, took the certificate. Upon closer inspection, the man's appearance was quite appealing, but then she noticed the name Fu Tingxiu. She recalled that the matchmaking website had introduced her to a man with the surname Fu. Had she misheard? Chapter 3. He has returned. Meng Ning, have you procured a counterfeit marriage certificate to deceive me? Meng's mother remained unconvinced, repeatedly verifying the authenticity of the marriage certificate. Meng Ning pointed to the stamped section, asserting, "Mother, it was issued by the Civil Affairs Bureau. It is genuine." "But where is the son-in-law? Why hasn't he been brought to meet me?" Meng's mother glanced towards the door and continued, "I merely suggested you go on a blind date, to spend some time with the other party. How could you have obtained the certificate without even discerning his character? Did I not ascertain everything? He works at Xingyu Group, is 30 years old, has a commendable job, and is quite handsome." Meng Ning recalled the nuances of her interactions with Fu Tingxiu, saying, "He appears rather gentle. And he is an orphan, without siblings. His family is uncomplicated, devoid of troublesome entanglements. The absence of a mother-in-law dilemma is quite favorable. Meng's mother took a considerable time to process this revelation, clutching the marriage certificate, momentarily uncertain whether coercing her daughter into marriage was the right course of action. How could she not realize that Meng Ning had succumbed to her pressure, hastily marrying to please her? She had been concealing her illness, cancer, from Meng Ning, since her previous relationship's failure, had steadfastly refused to engage with any man. Fearful that one day she might pass away, leaving Meng Ning alone and without support, she had urged her daughter to seek a dependable partner to establish a family. Now that the situation was irrevocable, further discussion was futile. Xiao Ning, please invite your husband to our home. Meng's mother settled down, stating, though you have obtained the certificate, I must still exercise my judgment. All right, I will inquire with him and arrange a dinner for tomorrow, Meng Ning replied. Mother, I must head out to my stall now. The weather is sweltering, and given your health, you should rest at home and avoid going outside. After repeatedly advising her mother, she gathered her belongings and set off. Meng Ning operated a stall at the night market on Xingla Road, selling handcrafted jewelry she had created herself. To facilitate her business, she purchased a second-hand van, setting up her stall daily at 5 o'clock and closing at 11. On good days, her earnings could reach around 10,000 yuan a month, making survival in the bustling city of Beijing entirely feasible. Having studied jewelry design, she found herself without any jewelry companies willing to employ her due to an incident from years past, prompting her to embark on her own venture. Once her stall was set up and bustling with activity, she took a moment to message Fu Tingxiu, "My mother wishes to meet you. Are you available for dinner tomorrow?" After sending the message, she received no reply. Business picked up, and Meng Ning became engrossed in her work, momentarily dismissing the matter. Fortune smiled upon her that night, as she sold over 400 yuan's worth of merchandise, closing her stall promptly at 11. While seated in her van, counting the day's earnings, her phone chimed. It was Fu Tingxiu's response. "Apologies, I am on a business trip to City A. I will return in a few days. I will arrange for dinner upon my return." Working for a large corporation, business trips were commonplace, and Meng Ning understood, replying simply, "All right." Returning home, apart from possessing an additional marriage certificate, her life remained largely unchanged. In the ensuing days, Meng Ning was so preoccupied with her early mornings and late nights that she entirely forgot about her husband. One evening, she was busy until midnight when rain began to fall, and her car broke down right outside her home. With an umbrella in hand, she alighted to inspect the vehicle, a second-hand car that had already exhibited issues on several occasions. While it had no major faults, it was plagued with numerous minor ones. Reluctant to purchase a new one, she had already invested a significant portion of her income into this used vehicle, opting to repair it each time rather than replace it. After a preliminary examination, the thought of having to take it to a repair shop again, incurring yet another expense, left her feeling a pang of dismay. With over 100 meters to the community and the rain intensifying in the dead of night, she had no choice but to park the car by the roadside and, holding her umbrella, retrieve her belongings from the trunk. She needed to take back the unsold jewelry, some of which required further processing, and also finish repairs on pieces brought in by customers. The wind howled fiercely as Meng Ning struggled to manage the large box while holding the umbrella, her clothes quickly becoming drenched, leaving her in a rather disheveled state. Unbeknownst to her, not far away, Fu Tingxiu, returning from City A in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, observed this scene unfold. Meng Ning's frail silhouette appeared as if it could be swept away by a mere gust, yet her resolve was unwavering. No storm could bend her spine. When the wind snatched her umbrella away, she became thoroughly soaked but continued to protect the box, keeping her head down as she trudged toward the community. She was but a small figure in the vast city, bearing the weight of the rain and wind alone. Moved by her resilience, Fu Tingxiu picked up an umbrella and instructed the driver, "Take us back to the old residence." He then stepped out of the car and strode purposefully towards Meng Ning. Chapter 4. Unfamiliar with the newlywed husband, Meng Ning was truly at her wit's end, struggling to manage the large box. As her strength waned and the box threatened to tumble to the ground, a pair of hands unexpectedly lifted it. A rich, resonant voice echoed above her, "I'll take it." Looking up, Meng Ning saw a man before her who took the umbrella from her grasp and effortlessly lifted the box, striding towards her residential complex. Stunned for a few moments, she quickly regained her composure and hurried to catch up, holding the umbrella over him. Fu Tingxiu had conducted his research on Meng Ning and was well aware of her residence. With ease, he transported her belongings to the entrance of her apartment building, setting them down by the elevator doors. "Thank you, sir." Meng Ning expressed her gratitude repeatedly. "I truly cannot thank you enough. Otherwise, all my things would have been ruined by the water. Perhaps I could offer you some money or treat you to a meal?" Due to her visual impairment and nearsightedness, compounded by the fact that she had forgotten her contact lenses today and her glasses were left in the car, she genuinely failed to recognize that the man before her was her husband of only a few days. Remarkably, it had been barely an hour since their last encounter, and they had not communicated at all during this time. She felt an immense sense of appreciation for his assistance. Had her belongings fallen into the water, the losses would have been considerable. Fu Tingxiu regarded her with a knowing gaze, responding, "There is no need for money or a meal. Simply invite me upstairs for a glass of water." In the dead of night, a request from a stranger to enter her home carried an implicit meaning that was undeniably clear. Meng Ning's expression shifted to one of suspicion, and her fondness for him evaporated instantly. I have a husband." Fu Tingxiu chuckled. "It seems you haven't completely forgotten. You know you have a husband." He leaned closer, adding, "Now take a good look and see if I am indeed your husband." As that handsome face loomed near, Meng Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Fu. She forgot his surname. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, "Fu Tingxiu." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked, "When did you return?" "Just got back from a business trip." Fu Tingxiu straightened up, explaining, "I've been busy these past few days, which is why I haven't contacted you." "And no worries," she stammered. He nodded, observing her closely. "Yes, it's evident. Whether I am here or not seems to make no difference." This woman likely had yet to acclimate to the notion of having a husband, almost entirely forgetting about him. Meng Ning awkwardly explained, "I am visually impaired and a bit nearsighted. I forgot to wear my glasses, and it was dark earlier, so I truly didn't recognize you. It was not intentional." Her clothes were drenched, clinging to her skin and accentuating her figure, her delicate features framed by her bright eyes and radiant smile, resembling a water lily emerging from the depths. The sight was particularly enticing, especially the subtle allure of her décolletage. Fu Tingxiu raised an eyebrow slightly, shedding his coat and draping it over her shoulders. "You should head back and change into dry clothes. Be careful not to catch a chill." As Meng Ning looked down, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thank you," she stammered, feeling an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. "Your clothes are wet too. Why don't you come upstairs and change?" Regretting her words almost immediately, she wondered if Fu Tingxiu might misconstrue her invitation. Fu Tingxiu observed her with an ambiguous smile, keenly noting the subtle shifts in her expression. This woman was quite easily flustered. Meng Ning was entirely unlike the socialites and aristocratic ladies with whom he usually interacted. She resembled an unknown wildflower growing on a cliff, flourishing against the wind. Though diminutive, she was resilient against storms, yet she retained a certain feminine shyness. She was not a delicate bloom nurtured in a greenhouse. Rather, she possessed an essence defined by fortitude. Observing his prolonged silence, Meng Ning was about to interject with a comment when he stated, "No." Rejected, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. Perceiving her thoughts, he added, "It's too late. Meeting the parents for the first time cannot be taken lightly. I shall prepare a gift and make a formal visit on another day." Meng Ning realized that her previous suggestion had indeed been inappropriate. The elevator doors opened, and Fu Tingxiu assisted in loading the large suitcase inside. "Get some rest and prepare yourself," he advised. Instinctively, she inquired, "Prepare for what?" Noticing her dazed expression, he chuckled. "As we are now legal spouses, should you consider moving in with me?" Meng Ning had genuinely forgotten this aspect. Legal spouses were expected to cohabit. When she had obtained the marriage certificate, she had not contemplated this. Her thoughts had solely centered on acquiring the certificate itself. Living together implied sharing a bed. A myriad of emotions played across Meng Ning's face. Fu Tingxiu's proposition seemed difficult to decline. She had been so agreeable when obtaining the certificate, and now she could not falter. All right. Chapter 5. The Life of Sharing Expenses Upon Returning Home. Meng Ning found that her mother had already retired for the night. She tiptoed quietly, fearful of disturbing her mother's slumber. That night, sleep eluded Meng Ning, and it was only with the approach of dawn that she finally succumbed to rest. True to her biological clock, she awoke promptly at 7 in the morning, despite the late hour of her slumber. Rising early, she prepared breakfast for her mother before heading out, as she needed to take her vehicle to the repair shop in anticipation of her evening market stall. After delivering her car to the repair facility, she recalled the necessity of procuring supplies at the market, which required her vehicle. Thus, she decided to call her close friend. Following the call, Meng Ning waited by the roadside near the repair shop. Approximately half an hour later, a red BMW pulled up beside her, and her friend Qin Huan waved enthusiastically, beckoning her to enter the car. With a smile, Meng Ning climbed in and fastened her seatbelt. Qin Huan, already aware of her destination, drove straight to the market. You ought to dispose of that dilapidated second-hand car of yours. It should have been retired long ago. Trust me, just get a new one, Qin Huan insisted. It was easy to suggest, but acquiring a new vehicle was not a matter of mere desire. Meng Ning chuckled. It's fine. A little repair will suffice. She and Qin Huan had been acquainted since high school, a friendship spanning over a decade. Qin Huan owned a flourishing beauty salon and was thriving in life. Over the years, Meng Ning had relied on her friend for various favors, and she felt immense gratitude for it. Meng Ning, why must you toil so? With your talent, it seems beneath you to peddle in the night market. You were the top student and the belle of our class, had it not been for that incident. Qin Huan suddenly caught herself, almost revealing too much. Noticing Meng Ning's reaction, she quickly shifted the conversation. You're still young. If I were to introduce you to a partner, you'd refuse. Are you truly resolved to remain a spinster? It's been so many years, and yet you haven't moved on from Gu Changming. I've heard he has returned to the country and opened a law firm. He is still single. If you truly can't let go, I can assist you in pursuing him. At the mention of Gu Changming, an indifferent sensation coursed through Meng Ning, with fleeting memories surfacing in her mind, only to fade into obscurity once more. Indeed, time has a way of dulling the sharpest pains of the heart. She shook her head. Huan, I appreciate your concern, but there is no need. I've long since moved on. If you moved on, why haven't you sought a boyfriend? I've heard from Annie that she introduced you to several suitors, yet you've declined them. All Qin Huan's words flowed like an unrelenting stream of bullets. Meng Ning gently interrupted. Huan, I'm married. What does marriage matter? I mean, you ought to take that step. Qin Huan suddenly grasped the implications of Meng Ning's words, her eyes widening in astonishment. What did you just say? Married? You don't even have a boyfriend. How could you possibly be married? Did you just pick someone off the street? It was a revelation more shocking than the sun rising in the west. Meng Ning could not help but laugh at Qin Huan's incredulous response. Yes, I am married, but it's not as casual as picking someone off the street. My mother found him for me on a matchmaking website. We've already registered our marriage. You engaged in a whirlwind marriage. Qin Huan slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road. Such explosive news warranted a thorough interrogation. Qin Huan dragged Meng Ning to a nearby beverage shop, adopting an interrogative demeanor. Confess, and you shall receive leniency. Resist, and you shall face severity. Quickly, tell me what transpired and who that man is. Meng Ning, caught between laughter and tears, replied, his name is Fu Tingxiu. He works at Xingyu Group, is a local, 30 years of age, and has no parents. She recounted the information she possessed. Noticing the credibility in Meng Ning's words, Qin Huan found herself compelled to believe. Fu Tingxiu? The name seemed vaguely familiar to Qin Huan, echoing somewhere in her memory. The Qin family, being of modest means, had little access to the upper echelons of society. Being from different circles, their information networks did not intersect. As the president of Xingyu Group, Fu Tingxiu maintained a low profile, seldom granting interviews or appearing on television. Thus, Qin Huan's recognition was fleeting, lacking deeper contemplation. Meng Ning added, well, I'll bring him to meet you when I get the chance. A meeting was indeed necessary, as he was marrying her dearest friend. Qin Huan pressed on now. The most crucial questions. Does he own a house? What is his income? Will he contribute his salary after marriage? Will you hold the wedding? How much is the bride price? Qin Huan continued to bombard her with a flurry of practical and realistic inquiries. Meng Ning shook her head. I haven't inquired about his income. He has no house or car. I have my own income and can support myself. So there is no need for him to hand over his salary. As for the wedding, it's merely a formality. It's unnecessary. We VE agreed to share our lives while maintaining an equal financial arrangement. Qin Huan was taken aback. Meng Ning, have you lost your senses? You're willing to marry without any assets? Life will be much harder for you, especially concerning child rearing. How can you manage without a house? A car holds little value, and sharing expenses is one thing. But can you truly share the burdens of parenthood? Chapter 6. His thoughtfulness and gentleness. Meng Ning had never contemplated such far-reaching matters. Fearing that Qin Huan might misunderstand, she clarified, these matters were all proposed by me. I have no intention of taking advantage of anyone. Our hasty marriage may not lead us far, and thus, these concerns are trivial. The issue of child-rearing is even more distant. Qin Huan gazed at Meng Ning in astonishment for quite some time. She understood Meng Ning well, yet the latter's unexpected actions left her truly astounded. Meng Ning, are you still attending the class reunion next Friday? I heard Gu Chaming will be there, and the venue is already booked at Minghua Tower. Gu Chaming is doing quite well for himself. He has opened a law firm. Qin Huan continued. I've also heard he purchased a villa in Nanshan, a renowned area in the capital where properties exceed 10 million. If you truly reconcile with Gu Changming, life will become much easier for you. Despite her skepticism toward blind dates, Qin Huan still hoped to facilitate a connection between the two. Meng Ning understood her intentions and shook her head with a smile. I shall not go. Now that I am married, even though there are no feelings between Fu Tingxiu and me, we are legally bound as husband and wife. And I must uphold my loyalty. Fu Tingxiu is not unkind to me. I will strive to live harmoniously with him and will not betray his trust. Gu Changming's circumstances, whether affluent or otherwise, are irrelevant to me now. Before Qin Huan could respond, Meng Ning's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she felt a flicker of anxiety. The call was from Fu Tingxiu. She answered, and his warm voice resonated through the receiver. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm out with friends, Meng Ning replied. Is there something you need? She wondered if he was eager for her to move in. There is something, Fu Tingxiu replied succinctly. Once you finish, send me your location. I will come to pick you up. Meng Ning glanced at Qin Huan, who whispered, Your newlywed husband? Meng Ning nodded in acknowledgement, and then informed Fu Tingxiu, I will finish up shortly and send you the address. She had yet to procure goods and worried that if she mentioned being busy, Fu Tingxiu might misconstrue it as an excuse to avoid him. Since they were legally wed, Meng Ning intended to foster a good relationship with Fu Tingxiu. Regardless of their emotional foundation, marriage required nurturing, as it was she who initiated the marriage license. She felt compelled to adopt a committed stance. After ending the call, Meng Ning turned to Qin Huan apologetically. I will take a day off today and one tea go to the market. You'll come to pick me up shortly. Darling, you have truly become a married woman. Qin Huan sighed, accepting reality. As your good friend, I can only wish you well. However, if that man dares to mistreat you, you must tell me. Do not endure it silently. Touched, Meng Ning replied. He is very gentle. Not long after sending the address, Fu Tingxiu arrived in a Chevrolet worth slightly over 100,000. He texted Meng Ning, I have arrived and am waiting by the roadside. Seeing his message, Meng Ning exited the beverage shop. Fu Tingxiu spotted her immediately as he stepped out of the car and approached her. Meng Ning. Fu Tingxiu donned a simple casual outfit, yet it could not conceal his innate charisma. Even the most unpretentious attire draped upon him exuded the aura of a runway model. When Qin Huan beheld Fu Tingxiu, she was immediately captivated by his striking appearance, nearly drooling in admiration. She gently tapped Meng Ning's shoulder and exclaimed, Ningbao, I finally comprehend why you hastily wed. Beauty can indeed be beguiling. It's only natural to feel a surge of emotion upon encountering such a handsome husband. However, she added, good looks alone cannot sustain one. Meng Ning understood Qin Huan's nature and could only chuckle in disbelief, acknowledging, when we registered our marriage, his striking features were indeed a significant factor. As Fu Tingxiu approached the two women, Meng Ning introduced them, saying, "This is my dear friend, Qin Huan. We have been close since high school. Huan, this is my husband Fu Tingxiu." The word husband lingered unspoken on her lips, leaving Meng Ning slightly embarrassed, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Fu Tingxiu glanced at Meng Ning, recognizing her shyness, and greeted Qin Huan with warmth and courtesy. "A pleasure to meet you." Snapping back to reality, Qin Huan responded with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Fu. You are truly handsome." Meng Ning has an excellent eye. As she spoke, her gaze briefly wandered to Fu Tingxiu's vehicle, a car priced just over 100,000, which in this bustling city represented a middle-class standard. Meng Ning was aware that Qin Huan's words were mere pleasantries. Qin Huan often expressed her desire for Meng Ning to marry into wealth, frequently remarking on her beauty and amiable nature, predicting that she would surely find a suitable match. Yet, Meng Ning had never entertained such thoughts. Wealthy individuals were not fools, and beauty was fleeting. She simply yearned for a straightforward, ordinary life, content to cherish the simple joys of daily existence. Qin Huan continued to admire Fu Tingxiu's allure, acknowledging that encountering such a handsome man was a rarity. Fu Tingxiu, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Meng Ning and I have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave now and perhaps dine together another time." He discerned Qin Huan's intentions, recognizing her as merely Meng Ning's friend, yet he treated her with due respect. "No need for formality. You both carry on with your affairs. There will be ample opportunities for meals in the future." Once Meng Ning entered Fu Tingxiu's car, they departed together. After traversing several traffic lights, Meng Ning suddenly remembered to inquire, "Where are we headed?" "Today I took a day off to guide you in purchasing a vehicle, after which I shall take you to my home." Fu Tingxiu playfully responded, "Having been married for a week, you ought to familiarize yourself with your husband's residence." Chapter 7. Planning the new home. Meng Ning was quite taken aback when she heard about the plan to buy a car. Her own vehicle had broken down, and although he had said nothing the previous night, she had not expected much from this hastily entered marriage. Yet today, he demonstrated his concern through action. Having grown up solely with her mother, Meng Ning had always relied on their partnership, with no male figure in the household. She became independent at an early age, repairing leaky faucets, broken toilets, and burnt-out light bulbs. For the first time, she felt the warmth of someone shielding her from life's tempests. Just like last night, when he offered her an umbrella and took her burdens from her hands, he stood as the head of the household, providing her with protection. Casting a sideways glance at him, Meng Ning, still unfamiliar with his character and financial status, did not wish to take advantage of him. "There's no need. My old car can still be fixed, and I wouldn't want you to spend unnecessarily," she insisted. Fu Tingxiu anticipated her refusal and replied, "If you marry me without wanting anything, it would be quite embarrassing if that got out. Although my earnings are modest, they suffice for living expenses. Over the years, I have saved enough to buy a car without any difficulties." If Fu Buishuan were to hear this, he would surely be in awe. In terms of wealth, Fu Tingxiu could easily purchase a building without a second thought. Meng Ning found it hard to counter his reasoning, as it was an issue of pride for him as a man. They arrived at the car dealership, and Meng Ning hesitated to look at the pricier models. Fu Tingxiu's own car was slightly over 100,000, so she sought something within a similar range. Ultimately, she chose a vehicle that offered excellent value for money, priced at 11,000. When it came time to pay, she insisted on contributing 50,000 of her own savings, which she had painstakingly accumulated over the course of a year through frugality. Though Meng Ning appeared gentle and soft-spoken, she was resolute in her decisions, and Fu Tingxiu had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes. This determination earned her a measure of respect from him. Among the women he knew, apart from his mother, Meng Ning was the only one who did not covet his wealth. She even negotiated for additional gifts from the dealership. To Fu Tingxiu, the amount she spent paled in comparison to the cost of his shoes. Yet this was the embodiment of a frugal and diligent lifestyle that ordinary people led. As she handed over the payment, Meng Ning felt a pang of regret, but that feeling dissipated as soon as she drove off in her new car. The difference was remarkable. Its power and acceleration far exceeded those of her previous vehicle, filling her with excitement, especially since it was in her favorite shade of red. In Fu Tingxiu's eyes, Meng Ning was an easily satisfied woman. Seeing her joy, a smile crept onto Fu Tingxiu's face. "Shall we take a spin in your new car?" he suggested. "Absolutely," Meng Ning replied with enthusiasm. "Get in and hold on tight." As Fu Tingxiu settled into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt, it was his first experience riding in a car driven by a woman. With the stereotype of female drivers as reckless, he couldn't help but ask, "How are your driving skills?" Meng Ning instantly grasped his implication and playfully responded, "Did you buy insurance? Make sure to list yourself as the beneficiary." Their interaction was lighthearted, and Meng Ning was pleasantly surprised to discover Fu Tingxiu's sense of humor. Meng Ning started the car, driving around with Fu Tingxiu. Her driving was remarkably steady, and she reacted swiftly to any emergencies, exhibiting a calm and composed demeanor. Fu Tingxiu observed her closely. She challenged his preconceived notions about female drivers, who are often portrayed online as flustered and timid. "Navigate to Shui Mu Tian Chung community," Fu Tingxiu instructed. "Ah, what for?" Meng Ning instinctively inquired. "Your new home," he replied. Meng Ning was momentarily taken aback. Shui Mu Tian Chung was not far off, nor was it an upscale community. However, given its location in the capital, the rent for a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment was rather steep. To save on expenses, she and her mother had opted to reside beyond the 5th Ring Road. With her current income, purchasing a home seemed an unattainable dream. This was Fu Tingxiu's second visit to Shui Mu Tian Chung. Before heading to a city, he had enlisted Fu Buishuan's assistance in purchasing a second-hand apartment outright, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. He had been there in the morning and, concerned about revealing his presence, had arranged for the contents to be replaced, bringing over only a few outfits he frequently wore. Upon entering the apartment, Meng Ning's first impression was one of warmth and cleanliness, which pleasantly surprised her. How could a single man maintain such tidiness? The kitchen was equipped with pots and pans, and the range hood bore signs of prior use. "Do you cook for yourself often?" she asked. Fu Tingxiu glanced at the kitchen, noting that aside from the newly purchased cookware, the range hood was indeed old and well-used. "Occasionally," he replied, maintaining a steady demeanor. "When I'm busy, I seldom have time to cook." A man who can cook certainly garnered additional admiration. Chapter 8. Managing Marriage. Fu Tingxiu guided her to view the bedrooms. "There are 3 rooms. Feel free to choose one. We have just married and lack an emotional foundation, and I believe you would not prefer to share a room with me." Meng Ning felt somewhat embarrassed as her thoughts were laid bare. Fu Tingxiu's attentiveness surprised her. She adjusted her hair and replied, "I will strive to nurture our marriage." Her words held sincerity. Life is but a series of meals and seasons, a quest for a worthy partner to indulge in romance and to grow old together. Although her acquaintance with Fu Tingxiu was brief, she found herself quite satisfied thus far. Fu Tingxiu smiled, opting not to pursue the conversation further. "There is another room. You may invite your mother to stay. If anything needs to be added to the house, feel free to decide. I will endeavor to purchase a home for us, so we need not rent anymore." This residence could be considered a joint purchase post-marriage, and Meng Ning had a stake in it, though she remained unaware. Fu Tingxiu's statement was also a subtle test of Meng Ning's character, gauging her attitude towards wealth. Meng Ning replied, "The environment here is lovely, and the transportation is convenient. As long as we have a place to stay, it matters not whether it is rented or owned. Please do not feel overly pressured." Considering her own income, she realized she may not be able to contribute much to the home purchase. With Fu Tingxiu's earnings, acquiring property was no small feat. A mortgage could burden a person significantly. A pragmatic approach would be to prioritize having a roof over one's head, as rent is often more affordable than property prices. Fu Tingxiu's offer to have her mother live with them astonished and touched Meng Ning. One must ponder how many sons-in-law would willingly cohabit with their mothers-in-law. This sentiment echoed the reluctance many daughters-in-law feel about living with their in-laws. Meng Ning's understanding nature brought comfort to Fu Tingxiu. "All right," he said, "as you wish." Meng Ning found herself unaccustomed to such an obedient husband. "Fu Tingxiu, you possess excellent qualities. You are handsome, a local resident, have a car, and a respectable job. Why? Then, did the matchmaking site indicate you had numerous dates but found no suitable match?" Fu Tingxiu responded, Such matters rely on fate. Perhaps my previous encounters lacked the right conditions. My monthly salary hovers around 30,000, supplemented by bonuses, nearing an annual income of approximately 500,000. Nowadays, women desire partners who own property. Given the expensive real estate in the capital, my income does not afford me favorable conditions. This was a truthful observation. A man earning 500,000 in the capital, burdened by car and mortgage loans, without parental support, would find it challenging to sustain a household. The prospect of raising children, covering expenses for milk powder and education, was daunting. This is the capital, where living costs are exorbitant. Even with a monthly income exceeding 10,000, Meng Ning could barely make ends meet. Oh, she said, nodding slightly, her concern shifting to whether Fu Tingxiu harbored any hidden ailments. Yet she hesitated to ask directly. Instead, she inquired delicately, "What made you willing to marry me? You mentioned that the purpose of matchmaking is to find a spouse. Marriage is akin to a gamble. If you dare to take the risk, why should I be afraid?" This query was met with no objection. Fu Tingxiu glanced at the three-bedroom apartment and remarked, "Consider when you might move in. I shall assist you with the relocation. I will discuss it with my mother. I can move in at any time." Before Meng Ning could finish her sentence, her phone rang. "Excuse me, I must take this call," she said apologetically. Fu Tingxiu nodded, indicating she could proceed. As Meng Ning answered the call, a woman's anxious voice came through, shouting, "It's Aunt Kai. Your mother has collapsed and has just been taken away by an ambulance to the People's Hospital." Upon hearing this, Meng Ning's expression changed dramatically. "Aunt Kai, how could my mother have fainted out of the blue?" Meng's mother worked as a cleaner in a hotel to help support the family, and it was a colleague calling. "I'm not sure. I was changing the sheets with your mother when she suddenly fainted. You must hurry to the hospital." "All right, thank you, Aunt Kai." Meng Ning hung up the phone and turned to Fu Tingxiu, stating, "My mother is in trouble and has been taken to the hospital. I need to go." Fu Tingxiu, having overheard the conversation, replied, "I will accompany you." Meng Ning nodded, feeling utterly lost. She and her mother were each other's sole support. If anything were to happen to her mother, what would she do? Chapter 9. Misdiagnosis at the hospital, reflecting on her mother's recent suicidal episode, spurred by the pressure to arrange a marriage. Meng Ning felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon arriving at the hospital, she inquired at the nurse's station and learned that her mother was on the third floor. She hurried upstairs, with Fu Tingxiu closely following her every step. In the ward on the third floor, Meng's mother had just regained consciousness when the doctor arrived with the examination report. "There is nothing serious. It's merely hypoglycemia. She needs to rest and eat regularly, and it would be wise to keep some candy on hand," the doctor assured her. Meng's mother, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Is it truly just hypoglycemia? A few months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and after fainting just now, I feared the worst." The doctor confidently reiterated, "It is indeed hypoglycemia. With some rest, she can be discharged shortly. Doctor, please conduct a thorough examination to see if there are any other ailments." Meng's mother insisted. At that moment, Meng Ning arrived at her mother's side, her eyes reddened with concern. "Mom, are you all right? How could you faint for no reason?" "Doctor, what illness does my mother have?" The doctor replied, "You must be the family member. The patient is experiencing only hypoglycemia due to excessive fatigue. She should simply rest and eat on time. There is no significant issue." Hearing this, Meng Ning felt a wave of relief wash over her. On her way to the hospital, she had imagined all sorts of dire possibilities, fearing the worst for her mother. However, Meng's mother remained perplexed. "Doctor, are you certain I have no other issues? 3 months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer at your hospital." Upon hearing the word cancer, Meng Ning's complexion paled as she gazed anxiously at the doctor. The doctor reassured, "Based on the examination results, no other conditions have been detected. If you remain concerned, we can conduct a comprehensive examination." Without hesitation, Meng Ning declared, "Yes, let's do it again. A thorough check will bring peace of mind." The doctor instructed very well. The family member should proceed to make the payment. Then, addressing his assistant, he added, "Please schedule another examination." Fu Tingxiu turned to Meng Ning and said, "You stay here with your mother. I will handle the payment." Unsettled by leaving her mother alone, Meng Ning nodded in agreement. Typically, when her mother experienced minor ailments, it was Meng Ning who tirelessly attended to her. This time, however, With Fu Tingxiu's assistance, she felt a considerable relief. Before long, the results of the second examination were available, confirming that Meng's mother was indeed only suffering from hypoglycemia and had no cancer. Upon investigation, the hospital discovered that there had been a mix-up and Meng's mother had mistakenly taken the wrong report, leading her to believe she had cancer. When Meng's mother learned she was not afflicted with cancer, she was momentarily stunned before embracing Meng Ning and weeping. "Xiao Ning, I am so sorry. I thought I was nearing the end and pressured you into an arranged marriage. If you end up unhappy, it would be my fault." As she cried, she continued, "Xiao Ning, if you want to, you can get a divorce now, and we can take our time to find someone you truly like." Meng Ning cast an awkward glance at Fu Tingxiu, realizing the absurdity of her mother's suggestion. Just a week into her marriage, her mother was urging her to divorce Fu Tingxiu. Wouldn't that leave Fu Tingxiu as a victim of her impulsiveness? Reluctantly, Meng Ning reminded her mom, "Please calm down. There are others present." As Meng's mother lifted her gaze, she finally noticed that there was indeed another person standing in the hospital room. "Who is this handsome young man?" Meng Ning managed a smile and introduced, "Mother, this is your son-in-law, Fu Tingxiu." Meng's mother was taken aback, her tears instantly ceasing. Fu Tingxiu spoke gently, addressing her as mother-in-law. The utterance sent a shiver through Meng's mother, causing her to stammer as she awkwardly chuckled. You must be Xiao Fu. You are quite the dashing young man indeed. This matchmaking website turned out to be rather reliable, and your taste is commendable. You truly are handsome." The atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness, shared by both Meng's mother and Meng Ning. However, Fu Tingxiu concealed a smile in his eyes, finding this mother-daughter duo amusing. He suggested, "Meng Ning, why don't you assist your mother in packing up? I will go fetch the car. Since everything is fine now, we can leave the hospital. Home is far more comfortable than this place." Indeed, there was no pressing need for Meng's mother to remain hospitalized, as she was not fond of staying in such an environment. Fu Tingxiu busied himself with various tasks, and Meng's mother observed him closely. Initially worried that Meng Ning might have married poorly, she now felt reassured. He did not seem to be so bad after all. The details reveal one's character. And Fu Tingxiu had shown commendable qualities since his arrival at the hospital. He willingly took care of the expenses and, before the results were available, meticulously communicated with the doctors. From these actions alone, it was clear that he was a man of substance. Chapter 10. Submitting the salary card, Fu Tingxiu drove the car to the entrance of the hospital, waiting as Meng Ning assisted her mother out. He also exited the vehicle to open the door, gently shielding Meng Ning's head with his hand to prevent her from bumping it. This considerate detail did not go unnoticed by Meng Ning's mother, who smiled with satisfaction. Returning to the driver's seat, Fu Tingxiu remarked, "Meng Ning, it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Your mother must be feeling hungry. The doctor advised regular meals. Shall we find a place to eat?" Fu Tingxiu's attentiveness caught Meng Ning by surprise. "All right, you decide," she replied. After starting the car, they arrived half an hour later at the entrance of an exquisite Chinese restaurant. Meng Ning glanced at the restaurant's decor and whispered, "Isn't this place going to be very expensive?" Having recently purchased a car, she was low on funds and rarely dined out, always cautious about the establishment's ambience before entering. The grandeur of this restaurant, situated in a prime location of the city and part of a chain, assuredly indicated a hefty price tag. Fu Tingxiu chuckled and said, "It's perfectly fine to indulge occasionally. Today marks the first formal meeting with your family. It's also our inaugural meal together. We can afford to enjoy ourselves. After all, you've already saved on the wedding dowry, so there is no need for you to pinch pennies for this meal." With the car parked at the entrance and Fu Tingxiu's insistence, Meng Ning felt it unnecessary to protest further, assisting her mother into the restaurant. Fu Tingxiu had already arranged for a private room on the second floor. Unbeknownst to Meng Ning, this restaurant was merely one of the many ventures owned by the Fu family. Once seated, Fu Tingxiu explained, "You can order by scanning this QR code on the table. Feel free to select whatever you desire." Typically, each private room would have at least 2 waitstaff. But Fu Tingxiu, concerned about Meng Ning's comfort, had requested their absence. Meng Ning's mother surveyed the opulent decor of the room and gently tugged at Meng Ning's sleeve, advising, "Let us just order a couple of dishes. We wouldn't want to waste food." Her main concern was the potential expense. Even though it was the son-in-law treating, she still felt the weight of the cost. Meng Ning nodded. Yes, Mom, I understand. Recalling the doctor's instructions, she wished for her mother to enjoy a good meal, yet when she scanned the menu, a wave of anxiety washed over her, compelling her to suggest leaving. The prices were exorbitant. Not only the dishes, but even a bottle of mineral water cost 15 yuan. Normally, she wouldn't even consider the 3 yuan Baisha mountain water. She would only buy the 2 yuan Nongfu spring when absolutely thirsty. Noticing Meng Ning's reaction, Fu Tingxiu quickly understood her thoughts. Allow me to order, he offered. Meng Ning promptly replied, perhaps we should change places. This is too expensive. Fu Tingxiu smiled reassuringly. It's all right. I have a discount coupon from a client that allows me to enjoy 50% off here. And I can also have the restaurant issue an invoice for reimbursement at my company. Really? Meng Ning exclaimed in surprise, lowering her voice. Isn't that just using company funds without consequences? What if it gets discovered? Wouldn't that be problematic? She previously worked at a company where many colleagues would issue invoices externally, taking the company's funds for personal expenses. Eventually, the company discovered this malpractice and dismissed several individuals. Meng Ning was concerned that Fu Tingxiu might have made a similar error. Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that someone as distinguished in appearance as Fu Tingxiu would engage in such behavior. Fu Tingxiu found Meng Ning's reaction amusing. I was merely jesting. Is there anything you particularly dislike? How about ordering some fish? Anything is fine, Meng Ning replied. My mother is right. We only need to order a couple of dishes, as we won't finish them. Meng's mother added, indeed, Xiao Fu, do not order too much. Fu Tingxiu chuckled, all right. Concerned that the mother and daughter might fret over the expense, he ordered 4 meals and a soup, all of which were the restaurant's signature dishes. Meng Ning glanced at the prices. Although she was not paying, she still felt a pang of regret. Soon, the dishes arrived in their entirety. Fu Tingxiu stood up to personally pour tea for Meng's mother and Meng Ning, demonstrating impeccable manners, and presented a bank card to Meng Ning. This is my salary card. In the presence of my future mother-in-law, I entrust this card to you. From now on, you will manage this household. Fu Tingxiu then turned to Meng's mother and stated, Mother-in-law, I will take good care of Meng Ning and ensure she does not endure any hardships. Chapter 11. An affection for the mature Meng Mu had long awaited this assurance from Fu Tingxiu, which instilled a deeper sense of security within her. Xiaofu, you two are already married. As a mother, I sincerely hope you both lead a good life together, striving diligently to create a fulfilling existence. Only then will I find peace of mind. Meng Mu spoke earnestly. Xiao Ning has grown up without a father, raised solely by me. No one desires her happiness more than I do. If Xiao Ning ever strays, please bring her back to me. I will educate her myself, even if she errs. As her mother, it is my duty to guide her. No one else shall lay a finger on my daughter. Meng Ning felt a surge of emotion. Mom. Fu Tingxiu glanced at Meng Ning and solemnly assured Meng Mu, I will ensure Meng Ning lives a good life. The men of the Fu family are steadfast in their commitments. As long as Meng Ning is devoted to their life together, he will never let her down. Although Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu had met merely 3 times, lacking any profound affection, every word and action from him enveloped her in a comforting sense of security. Let us eat. The dishes will cool soon. Try the food from this establishment and see if it suits your palate, Fu Tingxiu suggested. Meng Ning took a bite and was pleasantly surprised. This is exquisite. I have never dined in such a lavish place or enjoyed such an expensive meal. There is indeed merit in the cost. Fu Tingxiu chuckled. I will earn more in the future and bring you here once a month. Meng Ning quickly waved her hand and smiled. That is unnecessary. Earning money is not easy for you. Just this once is enough. Was she trying to save him money? Fu Tingxiu's gaze softened. Meng Ning was truly an easily contented person. Her smile was captivating, bringing warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Observing their interaction, which, while not fervently affectionate, was marked by mutual respect, Meng Mu's smile deepened. As the 3 of them dined in the private room, Fu Boishuan, also at the restaurant, happened to pass by and caught a glimpse of Fu Tingxiu through the slightly ajar door, leaving him utterly astonished. Could it be his elder brother was dining with a woman? Fu Boishuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was his brother. Who was the woman sitting beside him? Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to the door to get a better view. What he saw was quite remarkable. Was she not a bit too mature? Fu Buxuan bied Meng. While Meng Ning had stepped into the restroom, from Fu Buxuan's vantage point, he could see Fu Tingxiu and Meng Mu dining together. Fu Tingxiu served Meng Mu with the communal chopsticks and poured her tea. In the public eye, he was the authoritative figure of Shengyu Group. At this moment, however, he was merely his mother-in-law's son-in-law, a younger generation expected to uphold proper etiquette, an embodiment of the Fu family's upbringing and refinement. Fu Buxuan's heart raced with excitement. Apart from their mother, he had never seen his brother display such attentiveness towards any other woman. His elder brother had always declined the matchmaking of socialites. Could it be that he had a peculiar preference for the more mature? A mother complex? Fu Buxuan felt as if struck by lightning. In his excitement, he accidentally pushed the door open, nearly tumbling in a most undignified manner. His sudden intrusion drew the attention of Fu Tingxiu and Meng Mu, who instinctively turned to look. Fu Tingxiu furrowed his brow, while Meng's mother curiously inquired, "Who might you be?" "I am your elder brother," Fu Buxuan replied, scratching his head and offering an awkward smile. "I just happened to be passing by." Meng's mother glanced at Fu Tingxiu, who cast a casual glance at Fu Buxuan and nonchalantly remarked, "A distant relative." A distant relative? Fu Buxuan was bewildered. After all, he and Fu Tingxiu were full brothers. When had they become distant relatives? Meng's mother, with a look of sudden realization, smiled benevolently. "You possess such remarkable looks." Fu Tingxiu. A few hours prior, his mother-in-law had praised him in the same manner. Fu Buxuan, perplexed, sat down without daring to speak freely, casting a questioning glance at Fu Tingxiu, seeking clarity on the situation. If his elder brother truly had an affinity for someone so much older, it would indeed be quite a conundrum. He might as well prefer men instead. Chapter 12. The onset of periarthritis. Fu Tingxiu cast a warning glance at Fu Buxuan, who was about to speak out of turn. At that moment, Meng Ning emerged from the restroom. Upon noticing an additional person in the private room, she paused briefly, turning her gaze toward Fu Tingxiu. Meng's mother stepped in to clarify. "This is a distant relative of Xiao Fu." Named, however, she was at a loss for the name. Fu Buxuan interjected, "Fu Buxuan." Seeing Meng Ning, Fu Buxuan felt a flicker of confusion. Was it possible that his elder brother was not on a date with this older individual, but rather with this young lady? Hearing the surname Fu, Meng Ning did not harbor any suspicions and took a seat. Meng's mother continued, "Xiao Fu, you lost your parents at a young age and have no siblings. Life has not been kind to you, striving alone in the capital city. I can see that you are a diligent and ambitious young man. I entrust Xiao Ning to you. I have every confidence that you will lead a good life together." The weight of her words left Fu Buxuan utterly bewildered. Parents deceased? No siblings? His eyes widened in disbelief. His parents were well at home, and his biological brother sat right there. When had his elder brother become so unfortunate? He glanced at Fu Tingxiu in confusion. "Brother, you," before he could finish. Fu Tingxiu discreetly kicked him under the table, signaling him to remain silent. The kick was not gentle, and Fu Buxuan winced in pain. "Distant younger brother, what's wrong?" Meng's mother inquired with concern. Meng Ning turned her attention to Fu Buxuan, finding him rather peculiar. Receiving a warning from his elder brother, Fu Buxuan could only suppress his discomfort and replied, "It's nothing, really." Fu Tingxiu, maintaining his composure, remarked he might be suffering from periarthritis. Curious, Meng Ning asked, "I've only heard of shoulder periarthritis. Is there such a thing as foot periarthritis?" Fu Buxuan, unable to voice his frustrations, looked at Fu Tingxiu for an explanation. With a calm demeanor, Fu Tingxiu sipped his tea and stated, "There are countless ailments in the world. It is not surprising." Fu Buxuan forced a smile. Indeed, foot periarthritis. Just an old ailment. In his eagerness to uncover a juicy piece of gossip, he thought he could endure even hemorrhoids if it meant gaining some insight. His elder brother was dining with a beautiful woman, and judging by the situation, it seemed that his elder brother was truly smitten. Meng Ning appeared to believe him. And after they finished their meal, Fu Tingxiu went to settle the bill, instructing Meng Ning to wait in the car with her mother. Fu Buxuan hopped on one leg to catch up with Fu Tingxiu. Brother, What's the story with that beauty? Have you found a girlfriend? If he could acquire first-hand information about his elder brother's romantic life, his status within the Fu family would surely rise. With such intelligence, he could also secure a bit more pocket money. As Fu Tingxiu processed the payment, he replied, "She is your sister-in-law." Those 3 words left Fu Buishuan frozen in place. Had he heard correctly? Once the transaction was complete, Fu Tingxiu added, "Mind your tongue. Your sister-in-law does not yet know who I am." The words sister-in-law, parents deceased, marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and buying a second-hand house coalesced in Fu Buishuan's mind, and he gasped in astonishment, Brother, you truly got married?" "Indeed," came Fu Tingxiu's nonchalant affirmation. Fu Buishuan was now genuinely exhilarated. He had expected to gain insights into his elder brother's girlfriend, only to find out that she had already become his sister-in-law. Fu Buishuan took a moment to digest the astonishing news. "Elder brother, if Mom and Dad were to learn of your marriage, they would undoubtedly leap for joy. As long as you can marry, it wouldn't matter if they had indeed passed away. They would likely rejoice nonetheless." This exemplifies how deeply concerned the elder Fu couple was about Fu Tingxiu's lifelong affairs. Fu Tingxiu cast a glance at him and replied, "It's a misunderstanding." He briefly recounted the incident in which Meng Ning mistook him in the CAF. Fu Buishuan inquired, "Elder brother, do you intend to keep this from your sister-in-law indefinitely?" "Let us observe for now," Fu Tingxiu responded. "The Fu family does not require a marriage alliance to strengthen our social standing, but we shall not wed those with ulterior motives." Fu Buishuan grasped the situation. Meng Ning mistaking Fu Tingxiu for a suitor could very well be a setup, which was rather fortuitous given Fu Tingxiu's prominent background. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Meng Ning and her mother were still waiting in the car, and Fu Tingxiu instructed Fu Buishuan to attend to his own matters as he returned to the vehicle. Meng Ning casually asked, "What about your distant relatives?" Chapter 13. Moving in together, he had matters to attend to and departed first. Fu Tingxiu started the car, saying, "I will take you both back." This was his inaugural visit to Meng Ning's residence, as he escorted her and her mother back to their rental apartment. The dwelling was modest, a 1-bedroom unit. The living room contained a bed, separated by a curtain. Despite its small size, it was remarkably tidy. Clearly, Meng Ning resided in the living area, leaving the bedroom for her mother. Given the exorbitant rental prices in the capital, even this modest 1-bedroom unit commanded a monthly rent of over 3,000 yuan. Meng Ning earned around 10,000 yuan, while her mother, working as a cleaner in a hotel, brought home slightly more than 3,000 yuan each month. Their combined income barely sufficed for their living expenses in the city. Fu Tingxiu contemplated the 50,000 yuan he had gifted Meng Ning for a car. That sum must have taken her a considerable time to save. While 50,000 yuan was a trifling amount for Fu Tingxiu, it represented a significant portion of Meng Ning's savings, requiring her to live frugally for an extended period to accumulate. Noticing Fu Tingxiu's scrutiny of their rental, Meng Ning felt a pang of embarrassment. "We only have plain boiled water. Is that acceptable?" she inquired, realizing they lacked even tea leaves, as she rarely indulged in tea. The apartment was so compact that there was no dining area. Meng Ning typically ate at the coffee table in the living room. The stark contrast between her humble abode and Fu Tingxiu's spacious 3-bedroom apartment left her feeling self-conscious. However, Fu Tingxiu bore no signs of disdain as he settled onto the sofa. "That will suffice," he replied. Meng Ning poured him a glass of boiled water when her mother suddenly interjected, "Xiao Ning, since Xiao Fu has the day off, why not move in with him today? You're already married. It is impractical to continue living here." Meng Ning gazed at her mother in surprise. "But what about you?" It was evident that her mother did not intend to join them. "We have already paid a year's rent, and it hasn't expired yet. The landlord wants refunded, so it would be a waste. I can manage here without being a burden," her mother said, glancing at Fu Tingxiu with a smile. "Xiao Fu, take Xiao Ning with you." Her mother was perceptive, having picked up on the earlier conversation when Fu Tingxiu had gone to settle the bill, where Meng Ning had hinted at his desire for her to move in with him. Fu Tingxiu's intention was sufficient. Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu had just entered married life, and without a solid emotional foundation, her mother's involvement would be inappropriate. As an elder, she understood the nuances of the situation. Meng Ning protested, "Mom, That's not feasible. Your health is not good. It wouldn't be right for you to be alone. Fu Tingxiu, grasping her mother's intention, interjected, mother-in-law. Why not move in with us? The new environment is better, and it would save on rent. As for the rent you've already paid, I'll discuss a refund with the landlord. We are concerned for your health. Fu Tingxiu understood that appealing to her mother's frugality was the key to her consent. However, her mother shook her head resolutely. I've grown accustomed to living here, and Shui Mu Tian Chung Isnt far away. If anything arises, I can simply call you. Xiao Ning, stop hesitating and pack your things to leave with Xiao Fu. Neither could withstand her insistence. Her mother was determined that Meng Ning should move out today. Meng Ning, feeling helpless, realized that the proximity of their new home made it a mere 20-minute drive. So she refrained from insisting further on her mother. That day, she packed her belongings and moved into the Shui Mu Tiancheng community alongside Fu Tingxiu. Moving is a laborious and cumbersome task. After transporting all her items and organizing them, night had already fallen. She chose the bedroom on the left side of the living room, while Fu Tingxiu occupied the master bedroom on the right. Once she finished her chores, Meng Ning sat on the sofa, took a sip of water, and suggested, I'll go buy some groceries and prepare dinner. Fu Tingxiu gently grasped her arm, saying, after a long afternoon of work, let us dine out tonight instead of you exhausting yourself further. We've already spent money on lunch. Let's not waste more. Besides, you've done all the heavy lifting. I'm not fatigued. Meng Ning smiled and replied, I noticed that the supermarket downstairs has fresh vegetables. I'll buy some and return swiftly. This will be our first meal in our new home, and I wish to enjoy it here. The notion of their inaugural meal in their new abode stirred something within Fu Tingxiu, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 14. The awkward gathering. Meng Ning descended to the supermarket to procure groceries, while Fu Tingxiu had already delayed his tasks for an entire day. His assistant had made several calls, and there were numerous documents awaiting his approval. Engrossed in his responsibilities, Fu Tingxiu retreated to his study, convening a video conference with several senior executives. An hour had elapsed by the time he completed his work. Upon emerging from his study, he found the dining table adorned with 2 home-cooked dishes, while Meng Ning busied herself in the kitchen, observing her diligent figure and the steaming meals. Fu Tingxiu felt a touch of warmth in the mundanity of life. The life of an ordinary couple often unfolds in such a manner. The wife manages the household, preparing meals and ensuring everything is in order, while the husband earns a living outside, each fulfilling their respective roles. You're finished, Meng Ning announced cheerfully, emerging with a bowl of soup. It's ready to eat? You must be hungry. I'll serve the rice. Having just returned from grocery shopping, she refrained from interrupting Fu Tingxiu during his video conference, cognizant of the demands typically inherent in a public company. She felt a twinge of guilt for occupying his day. As they sat down to dine, Fu Tingxiu surveyed the table, which featured a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and soup, and remarked, your culinary skills are commendable. You must be quite busy at work. I can take care of the meals from now on. Would you like me to prepare lunch for you? I can have it ready in the mornings for you to bring to the office, Meng Ning suggested. I've noticed many people bring their own lunches. It's clean, hygienic, and saves money. Fu Tingxiu, wishing to alleviate Meng Ning's burdens, countered, there's no need. The company has a cafeteria where meals are provided at no cost. Is that so? Meng Ning nodded, retrieving the bank card Fu Tingxiu had previously entrusted to her. Here, this is for you. It's your money, and you should manage it. Initially, she had accepted it to avoid offending Fu Tingxiu in front of her mother, but she felt reluctant to keep it, knowing the funds represented his hard-earned savings, especially since their acquaintance was still relatively new. Fu Tingxiu, surprised by her decision to return the card, replied, this is a family fund. There will be many expenses in the future. You've just purchased a car, and I assume you don't have much left. It is only natural for a husband to provide for his family. Keep it. You will need funds for groceries and daily necessities. My salary will be deposited into this card monthly. Indeed, Meng Ning had little money left, yet she was not accustomed to relying on her husband as finances. In that case, I will keep a daily account. I've downloaded an expense tracking app, so every expenditure will be transparent. We agreed on a shared financial arrangement. I will cover half of our expenses, deducting from this card. Fu Tingxiu, resigned, said as you wish. Maintaining an equitable financial arrangement would ease Meng Ning's psychological burden. Feeling reassured, Meng Ning declared, then it is settled. By the way, how much is the monthly rent here? Fu Tingxiu, unsure of the exact amount, estimated. According to the market, it's approximately 8,500 per month. In the capital, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment costing over 8,000 per month was indeed reasonable. Meng Ning nodded in agreement. Then I shall contribute 3,000 towards the rent. She was concerned about the potential strain on her finances and recognized the necessity of increasing her income. Fu Tingxiu furrowed his brows and turned to Meng Ning, saying, Meng Ning, I did not marry you to share my burdens, nor do I wish for you to feel any financial strain after a union. My income surpasses yours. I shall handle the rent, so you need not worry. This time, Fu Tingxiu stood his ground. This girl was indeed too calculative, insisting on splitting everything. With such a modest salary, if she were to pay rent and share living expenses, what would remain for her? Fu Tingxiu's tone was firm, and when Meng Ning attempted to respond, he continued, Meng Ning, marriage requires nurturing, not meticulous accounting. The division of responsibilities will never possess a fair delineation. It is akin to childbirth, where I cannot alleviate the hardships of your pregnancy. The mention of childbirth stirred something indescribable within Meng Ning, as it was the second time she had heard such words today. Very well, she replied, sensing Fu Tingxiu's irritation, and chose to remain silent. Let's eat. Meng Ning's culinary skills may not rival those of a professional chef, yet they were satisfactory. Fu Tingxiu devoured 2 bowls of rice, and they polished off both dishes. Gazing at the empty plates, Meng Ning murmured, next time, I shall prepare more. Fu Tingxiu rose to collect the bowls. I can do it, Meng Ning insisted. I will handle it. However, Fu Tingxiu, holding the bowls, countered, you propose splitting everything. You cook while I wash the dishes. This is entirely reasonable. Economic equality should extend to household chores. Meng Ning reflected on the fact that she had not contributed financially to the house, thus feeling compelled to do more. Yet, she worried that her meticulousness might bruise Fu Tingxiu's pride. Ultimately, Fu Tingxiu took it upon himself to wash the dishes, while Meng Ning stole a glance at him. Clad in an apron by the sink, a man engaged in household chores certainly exuded a heightened charm. She realized that living with Fu Tingxiu was not as unpleasant as she had anticipated. If the employees of Xingyu Group and the elite of high society were to witness the head of the Fu family, a man capable of inciting a financial storm with a mere stamp of his foot, washing dishes in such a modest abode with his newlywed wife, they would surely be taken aback. Meng Ning averted her gaze just as her phone rang. It was a call from Qin Huan. She stepped onto the balcony to answer. Huan, what is the matter? Their SA class reunion this Friday, and Teacher Li will be attending. She just called to inquire about you. Implying she wishes to see you, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Meng Ning frowned in distress. Teacher Li had been her homeroom teacher in high school and had always treated her well. She was a mentor. The thought of her mentor wanting to meet meant that attending the reunion was unavoidable. However, if she went, she would inevitably encounter Gu Changming. Chapter 15. What was meant to happen has come to pass after many years. The long-anticipated class reunion had arrived. Now that everyone had stepped into the workforce, comparisons were inevitable. Once a top student, she found herself in a rather disheartening situation, which contributed to her reluctance to attend the gathering. On the other end of the line, Qin Huan inquired, Meng Ning, are you listening? Yes, Meng Ning responded, regaining her focus. I'm listening. I'll see about the reunion on Friday. If I have time, I'll go. Qin Huan understood Meng Ning's apprehensions and refrained from pressing the matter further. Once the call ended, Meng Ning stood lost in thought on the balcony, unaware of when Fu Tingxiu had quietly approached her from behind. He offered her a cup of tea. Drink some tea. It will soothe your stomach. Thank you, Meng Ning replied, taking the cup with a heavy heart. Fu Tingxiu, with one hand in his pocket, regarded her curiously. Are you troubled? Meng Ning hesitated before saying, Qin Huan just called. Their SA class reunion next week, and she wants me to attend. Our homeroom teacher will be there too, someone who has always been very kind to me, my mentor. Fu Tingxiu understood her dilemma. She was reluctant to attend, yet felt compelled to go, leading to her inner conflict. Meng Ning nodded in agreement. Simply follow your heart. He advised. It's late. You should rest early. As for the matter at hand, Fu Tingxiu felt it was not his place to voice an opinion, for he was not privy to Meng Ning's past. She could hardly disclose that her ex-boyfriend would also be present at the reunion. Such news was best kept to herself. Yes, you should also rest early, she replied. They exchanged good nights and returned to their respective rooms. Meng Ning locked her door, and the night passed without incident, her previous worries proving to be unfounded. Perhaps she had been overly cautious. The next morning, Meng Ning rose early to prepare breakfast. After Fu Tingxiu had eaten and left for work, she busied herself with cleaning the house. Once her chores were complete, she turned to her crafts. Having missed the previous night's market, she had lost several hundred yuan and was determined to create more jewelry today to recoup her losses. Fu Tingxiu was engulfed in his busy schedule, filled with meetings upon entering the office, and evening social engagements awaited him as well. It was impractical for him to return home for dinner every night if he had commitments. He would message Meng Ning to let her know to eat without preparing a meal for him. Meng Ning, too, was occupied. She spent her days crafting and would head to the night market by 5 in the afternoon. However, more often than not, when she returned from her stall, Fu Tingxiu might not yet be home. Frequently, he would arrive after midnight, reeking of alcohol. The following morning, Meng Ning would prepare warm congee for him, and she kept hangover soup readily available at home. Witnessing Fu Tingxiu's inebriated return, Meng Ning came to appreciate the challenges he faced while striving in the bustling city. While a woman without the means to provide for her family could find a good husband, the same could not be said for men. They bore the responsibility of supporting their households and creating a stable future. Amidst their busy lives, the day of the class reunion eventually arrived. Early in the morning, Qin Huan called to remind Meng Ning. The gathering was set to commence at 6 in the evening. Meng Ning spent the day anxiously at home, and as 5 o'clock approached, she donned a simple dress and applied light makeup. Since the attendees were familiar faces from her past, Meng Ning felt she could not afford to appear disheveled. At 5:30, Qin Huan arrived at her car to pick up Meng Ning from the Shui Mutiancheng community. Only then did Qin Huan realize that Meng Ning had moved into a new residence and was living with Fu Tingxiu. After researching, she discovered that a property in Shui Mutiancheng would cost at least 8 figures. Qin Huan remarked, "What a pity, considering your partner's income. Even without eating or drinking, it would take him 4 to 5 decades to afford it." Meng Ning fastened her seatbelt and replied, "Housing prices in Beijing are exorbitant. Many cannot afford to buy. Renting is quite good as well. He has his struggles, returning home late after socializing every night." Huan, please refrain from mentioning this in front of him. All right, I won't bring it up. But, Ning Bao, you must be cautious. He works at such a large company and is quite handsome, surely attracting the attention of many young women, Qin Huan cautioned. If he truly comes home late every day, you ought to be more vigilant. Meng Ning laughed. That shouldn't be a concern. He hands over all his earnings to me, and he is genuinely busy. Well, that's quite commendable. He knows to contribute his salary. Before long, they arrived at Mingyue Building, the venue for their classmates' gathering. After disembarking, Meng Ning admired the grand decor of Mingyue Building and swallowed nervously, asking, Huan, is tonight's dinner going to be split equally? Dining here must be quite expensive." With a sigh, she added, "I just earned a little money these past few days, and it seems I will soon lose it again." Chapter 16. I am married. What a gathering this is. Gu Changming organized a class reunion, declaring that he would foot the bill. Qin Huan realized she had let slip some information and quickly gauged Meng Ning's reaction. Meng Ning furrowed her brow. Qin Huan had no choice but to speak the truth. Everyone is aware that Gu Changming organized this reunion primarily to invite you. He even mentioned Teacher Li. I initially didn't want to be a mediator, but when Teacher Li called, I couldn't refuse. If you have any reservations about attending, you can still change your mind. The respect for a mentor was profound. Meng Ning pressed her lips together, remaining silent for several seconds before responding, "Let's go in." She felt no guilt in her heart. Qin Huan smiled and linked her arm with Meng Ning's. "Come on, we are here for Teacher Li, not for Gu Changming. And please, don't tell your husband about this. I fear he might encourage you to distance yourself from me, misinterpreting my intentions as meddling. He wouldn't be that petty." Meng Ning found herself inadvertently defending Fu Tingxiu, which was a protective instinct. The two entered, guided by a server to a private room. As the door swung open, all eyes turned to Meng Ning. The once acclaimed academic and campus belle was greeted with a wave of anticipation after 5 or 6 years apart. Inside the room, approximately 20 individuals, both men and women, had been lively, but fell into a sudden hush upon her entrance. Nearly 6 years had passed, and Meng Ning regarded her classmates with a sense of unfamiliarity. They had all changed, shedding their youthful exuberance for a more mature demeanor. Some had gained weight, sporting beer bellies, while most had settled down, achieving varying degrees of success in their respective fields. In essence, it was a subtle competition, each eager to showcase their accomplishments. The men compared careers, while the women measured their worth by the quality of their marriages or their professional standing. Meng Ning's gaze landed on a man clad in a white shirt. After many years, he had matured and grown more handsome, yet he remained largely unchanged. He was Gu Changming, the most successful among their peers. Coming from a reasonably affluent background, he had studied abroad for several years, returning to China to establish a law firm in partnership with others. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed immense potential. Some female classmates even lamented their early marriages. Gu Changming rose, unable to conceal his excitement as he exclaimed, "Meng Ning, you've come?" Meng Ning nodded, avoiding his gaze, and approached an elder with respect, greeting him, Teacher Li. Now retired, Teacher Li beamed with warmth upon seeing Meng Ning, his prize student. "Xiaoning, please take a seat," he urged. Meng Ning found a chair, and immediately, a male classmate snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Meng, the campus belle, it's been nearly 6 years, and you still look stunning. Your maintenance is remarkable. When you walked in just now, it was as if a fairy had descended." Before Meng Ning's arrival, the group had speculated whether she might have transformed into a disheveled housewife or if time had marred her beauty. After all, since graduation, she had maintained little contact, only growing closer to Qin Huan, leaving others unaware of her current circumstances. Meng Ning merely smiled politely when a female classmate intentionally inquired, "Meng Ning, we were just discussing you. You were quite the academic prodigy back in the day, the second person from our school to gain admission to Peking University. Which company are you currently employed at? Given your Peking University background, your annual salary must surely start at $1 million. Indeed, from our cohort, only Meng Ning and Gu Changming were accepted into Peking University, and surely those who graduated from such a prestigious institution must be faring better than us. There's no need to mention it. Gu, now a prominent lawyer, has even established his own law firm and reportedly purchased a villa in Nanshan. I caught a glimpse of Gu's vehicle earlier, an extravagant Maybach worth over $1 million. Few are aware that Meng Ning enrolled at Peking University, but withdrew after just 1 semester. A hint of discomfort crossed her face, and noticing this, Qin Huan promptly intervened. "You all talk too much. Everyone is here now. Let us dig in. We're all starving." With Qin Huan's diversion, the topic was momentarily tabled, though Gu Changming's gaze often drifted towards Meng Ning. During class reunions, it is customary for attendees to reminisce about their school days and share updates on their current lives. The men boast about their achievements, while the married women engage in discussions of marital comparisons and skincare products, debating whether they use La Mer or Helena Rubinstein. They chatter about the latest Dior lipstick shades and Cartier jewelry. Meng Ning was oblivious to La Mer, as her skincare routine consisted of budget products costing merely 100 yuan. She didn't indulge in such luxuries, primarily due to financial constraints. A classmate asked Meng Ning, "What skincare product do you use to maintain such beautiful skin?" Once the school beauty, she still captivated envy with her looks, and everyone was curious about her skincare regimen and personal life. Moreover, it was common knowledge among them about Meng Ning and Gu Changming's history, though they chose not to address it openly, sharing a mutual understanding instead. With a faint smile, Meng Ning replied, "I use Mifubeo." Upon hearing this, the female classmates exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of superiority. Qin Huan, unable to tolerate their disdain for Meng Ning, remarked, "Meng Ning is naturally beautiful. Unlike some who slather on expensive skincare products worth thousands, yet still struggle with dull complexions and blemishes. External care is insufficient. One must also nourish from within. Why not get a membership with me? As classmates, I'll certainly offer you a discount." Qin Huan, who owned a beauty salon, was essentially promoting her business right there. Meng Ning suppressed a smile, knowing Qin Huan's candor was relentless. The others, feeling uncomfortable, hastily claimed they had their own dedicated beauty consultants. Meng Ning chose to remain quiet, mostly enjoying her meal, engaging in brief conversations with Teacher Li, while consistently avoiding Gu Changming's gaze. At that moment, a voluptuous beauty approached Meng Ning, smiling. "Meng Ning, it's been so many years since we last met, and you've only grown more radiant. You should really have a boyfriend by now. Why didn't you bring one today? This reunion permits bringing a guest, you know." The enchanting beauty, known as Zeng Jing, had once vied for the title of school belle against Meng Ning. Zeng Jing harbored a deep affection for Gu Changming, who is now a partner at his law firm. After Meng Ning and Gu Changming parted ways, Zeng Jing seized the opportunity to pursue Gu Changming overseas. Yet her conquest remains unfulfilled. Now, upon encountering Meng Ning, Zeng Jing naturally felt compelled to stir the pot. The onlookers watched with bated breath as Zeng Jing boldly inquired about Meng Ning's personal affairs. Their curiosity piqued. Gu Changming, too, awaited Meng Ning's response. With a smile, Meng Ning shook her head and declared, "I do not have a boyfriend." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Gu Changming's eyes. Meng Ning's single status signified a lingering chance for him. Zeng Jing felt a surge of discontent, suspecting that this declaration was merely a ploy to keep Gu Changming intrigued. Just as Zeng Jing was about to press further, Meng Ning interjected, "I am married." At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 17. Inviting Fu Tingxiu. Meng Ning was forthright, fully aware of Zeng Jing's intentions. She acquiesced to Zeng Jing's wishes, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to dissuade Gu Changming from his affections. Meng Ning's candor left Qin Huan with no opportunity to intervene. Gu Changming glanced at Qin Huan, his eyes inquiring about the situation. Prior to this, Qin Huan had refrained from revealing the news of Meng Ning's marriage. Helpless, she too had only recently learned of Meng Ning's hasty nuptials, and as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to share such information. The individuals at the table exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing peculiar as they awaited Gu Changming's reaction. Gripping his wine glass tightly, Gu Changming felt a surge of frustration and downed a gulp of his drink. A classmate, seeking to break the silence, jested, "Meng, how could you get married without notifying us in the group? How inconsiderate. Surely you don't think so little of us. Your old classmates? Just a word, and we would all have come to celebrate with you." Such remarks were merely superficial pleasantries, a fade of camaraderie. A group of old classmates, having lost touch since high school, would likely gossip behind closed doors if suddenly presented with a wedding invitation. More interested in monetary contributions than genuine friendships. Such is the reality of human relations. Moreover, Meng Ning was not even part of the classmates' chat group. The comment was clearly an attempt to save face. Deliberately, Meng Ning replied, "We have obtained our marriage certificate, but have yet to hold a ceremony. Once we set a date, we will certainly invite everyone to celebrate." Her intention was not to host a banquet. It was merely to silence the prattlers. As anticipated, the moment her words left her lips, the smile on the speaker's face faltered, and, for the sake of appearances, they begrudgingly replied, of course. We will be there." Subsequently, silence enveloped the table. Qin Huan stifled a laugh. This was the Meng Ning she knew, subtle yet effective in silencing others. Another female classmate, with a hint of envy, inquired, "Meng, why didn't you bring your spouse along? We would love to see what kind of man could win the heart of our campus beauty." Zeng Jing, caught off guard by the news of Meng Ning's marriage, felt her wariness dissipate, her gaze toward Meng Ning softening with newfound warmth. "Indeed, Meng Ning, why not call everyone to gather? It would be the perfect opportunity." Zeng Jing encouraged. "Don't you want us to meet your husband?" Naturally, they were all eager to know. "What does your husband do, Meng?" "My husband runs a fireworks factory. We should keep in touch," one chimed in. Meng Ning had hoped that announcing her marriage would quell their curiosity, but instead, it only sparked further inquiries. Politely, she replied, "He works at Qingyu Group. He has been quite busy lately, but I will certainly bring him along next time." The gathering concluded, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. Meng Ning's excuse was merely a ruse. Upon hearing that he worked at Xingyu Group, Zhang Jing glanced at the visibly distressed Gu Changming and cheerfully asked Meng Ning, "That's a significant company. Which department does your husband work in?" "When we graduated, we all submitted applications there, but were turned down after the initial interview. The hiring standards at Xingyu Group are exceptionally high, and the remuneration is generous. As it is a leading enterprise, countless graduates aspire to join its ranks. Meng Ning, your husband is quite remarkable to have secured a position there. What degree does he hold?" Meng Ning, however, was uncertain, only knowing that Fu Tingxiu worked at Xingyu Group with no knowledge of his position or department. She remarked, "I haven't inquired about such matters. You are married. How can you be unaware?" Meng Ning, it seems a bit inconsiderate. Are you perhaps worried that we might seek your husband as assistants? One classmate remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xingyu Group is impressive, but that doesn't necessarily reflect on Meng Ning as husband. He is not the president, merely a junior employee. What are you all thinking? The assertion about an employee's annual salary prompted some reflection among the audience. Indeed, Meng Ning merely indicated that her husband worked at Xingyu Group, and he could very well be a minor staff member, dressed in clothes that cost no more than 200 yuan and using skincare products from a budget brand. It was evident that her life was not particularly prosperous, suggesting her husband might not be exceptionally capable. Those present were either self-made entrepreneurs or well-married. The car keys casually displayed by male classmates were of the BMW caliber, while female classmates carried Louis Vuitton bags. The thought of the once celebrated school beauty and academic star struggling in life and love inflated their sense of superiority. Perceiving the condescension directed at Fu Tingxiu, Meng Ning calmly asserted, "Happiness is not dictated by wealth. As long as two hearts are united, the rest is inconsequential." She could not tolerate the disparagement of her husband. Noticing her agitation, some classmates scoffed, while others feigned ignorance, taking a sip of their drinks. In a poor marriage, every aspect is fraught with sorrow. How could the quality of a marriage differ between the affluent and the impoverished? Meng Ning, don't be upset. We're just joking around, said Zhang Jing, placing a hand on Meng Ning's shoulder, attempting to mediate. At that moment, Meng Ning's phone rang. It was Fu Tingxiu calling. She glanced at the caller ID, but before she could respond, Zhang Jing exclaimed, "That must be your husband. Let us invite him to join us." Meng Ning hesitated. Zhang Jing seized Meng Ning's phone and answered, cheerfully saying, "Hello, is this Meng Ning's husband? I'm of her classmates. We're at Minghua Tower, and Meng Ning would love for you to join us. Everyone is eager to meet the man who won over our Meng, the campus beauty." Chapter 18. Rivalry among rivals. Meng Ning wore a displeased expression, regretting her decision to attend a reunion. After finishing a phone call, Zhang Jing returned the phone to Meng Ning with a teasing demeanor. "Meng Ning, I hope you don't mind." She then glanced at the others. "The main guest will be arriving shortly. We're all classmates here. Even if he is just a small employee, anyone who has made it into Xingyu Group cannot be lacking in merit. So, let us refrain from speaking out of turn." The group had varied thoughts. In this day and age, excelling academically does not necessarily guarantee success. What does it matter if one enters a large corporation? After all, they're still merely employees. Gu Changming remained silent. He too was curious to meet the man who had won Meng Ning's heart. Losing to a mere employee left him feeling quite discontented. Meng Ning felt somewhat trapped. Once one enters society, things are no longer governed solely by personal will. Moreover, with their teacher present, it would be inappropriate for her to leave. Teacher Li noticed Meng Ning's discomfort and kindly intervened, "Xiao Ning, when it comes to choosing a partner, character is of utmost importance. It also relies on fate. What suits you best is what truly matters." Meng Ning responded lichtly. She had never been concerned with Fu Tingxiu's wealth, but anxiety gnawed at her. What would happen when Fu Tingxiu arrived? Not only was her ex-boyfriend, Gu Changming, present, but the classmates' remarks were laced with sarcasm, and she feared Fu Tingxiu would feel slighted. Qin Huan leaned closer, lowering her voice. "I'll come up with an excuse. You can leave with me." This reunion felt like a mirror reflecting the myriad realities of society. Those who were doing well were eager to ingratiate themselves, while those who were not fared poorly, often facing derision. This was the stark truth. Meng Ning shook her head. Since Teacher Li had spoken, she felt compelled to endure the reunion. She excused herself, saying, "I need to visit the restroom." A classmate chuckled, "Meng, the restroom is right in our suite. Don't use it as an excuse to escape." Frowning, Meng Ning entered the restroom and promptly called Fu Tingxiu. It wasn't long before he answered, "Meng Ning, what is the matter?" Meng Ning inquired, "Where are you now?" "I'm on my way to Mingyue Tower." Fu Tingxiu's deep voice resonated from the other end. "I'll arrive in about 10 minutes. Meng Ning hurriedly replied, "I'm almost done here. You don't need to come. Xinhuan will take me home." The classmates were just playing a prank. "Please don't take it to heart. It's no trouble. I'll swing by and take you home." Fu Tingxiu reassured her with a warm smile. There is no need for concern, even without being present. His rich life experience allowed him to surmise what might occur at the gathering. If he did not attend, Meng Ning might find herself in an awkward position. Listening to his soothing voice, the assurance of no need for concern eased much of Meng Ning's anxiety. "Drive carefully and be safe." Of course. After hanging up, Meng Ning let out a long sigh of relief and returned to her seat. Zheng Jing immediately asked, "Meng Ning, how long until your husband arrives?" "He won't be skipping out, will he? He'll be here in a few minutes." Meng Ning understood their thoughts well. They were worried she was hiding Fu Tingxiu away, too embarrassed to let it be seen. Meng Ning, unperturbed and devoid of vanity, found solace in the fact that she and Fu Tingxiu were lawfully wed, leaving no reason for concealment. With this realization, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. The others, eager and expectant, frequently cast glances toward the door, which only heightened Gu Changming's agitation. After approximately 10 minutes, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly, revealing a waiter come to change the dishes. As the guests redirected their attention, a warm and melodious voice resonated from the entrance, "Meng Ning." Once again, they turned to see Fu Tingxiu standing there, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit. Having just returned from his office, Fu Tingxiu exuded an air of elegance and refinement. His striking features and impeccable demeanor rendered him utterly captivating, overshadowing all else in the vicinity. A female classmate could not suppress her admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, he is incredibly handsome, more so than Takashi Kaneshiro." No wonder Meng Ning was so protective, hiding such a stunning husband at home. Upon the first sight of Fu Tingxiu, Gu Changming's fleeting sense of superiority vanished entirely. His instincts warned him that this man was a formidable rival. Although Gu Changming had been an elite on Wall Street and had received lucrative offers to serve as a legal consultant, he had chosen to return home for development. Yet, he had never before encountered someone with such a commanding presence. Meng Ning rose, her face brightening with a smile. "You're here." Fu Tingxiu approached her, embodying the perfect match, handsome and graceful. Meng Ning formally introduced him to the group. "This is my husband, Mr. Fu." Fu Tingxiu greeted everyone with courteous charm. "Hello." The guests, taken aback, responded, with one classmate enviously remarking, "Meng Ning, your husband is so handsome. He could debut as a star right here." Regardless of wealth, such beauty was undeniably pleasing to the eye. An innate appreciation for beauty is a fundamental human trait. Meng Ning smiled, but Gu Changming suddenly interjected, "Mr. Fu, I heard you work at Xingyu Group. May I inquire which department?" "It's quite challenging to enter Xingyu. 2 years ago, I met the president while abroad and had some dealings with him. I'm familiar with several leaders there, yet you seem somewhat unfamiliar." His implication was clear. Fu Tingxiu was not a high-ranking executive at Xingyu Group. Although Gu Changming had never truly met the president, having only caught a glimpse from afar, he sought to inflate his own stature in front of Meng Ning. As Fu Tingxiu entered, he surveyed the room, sensing the hostility emanating from Gu Changming. Among the group, Gu Changming stood out. As a man, Fu Tingxiu perceived a potential connection between him and Meng Ning. A subtle smile graced Fu Tingxiu's lips as he replied, "I work in the Research and Development Department." Chapter 19. The current soul searching the Research and Development Department stands as the heart of the company, typically remaining within its confines. Fu Tingxiu chose not to expose Gu Changming's falsehood, for in the act of lying for the sake of pride, Gu Changming had forfeited any right to be considered Fu Tingxiu's rival. Gu Changming felt as though he were striking a fist against cotton. Witnessing the two appear so well-matched intensified his frustration. "I am not very familiar with the RD department," Gu Changming remarked. his smile failing to reach his eyes as he pressed on with his inquiries. Is the head of the RD department? No, Fu Tingxiu answered with candor, which only served to highlight Gu Changming's pettiness. If not the head, then merely an ordinary employee. The others exchanged glances, realizing they had not misjudged. Meng Ning had not fared well in her choice of spouse. An ordinary employee, certainly not from their circle, merely distinguished by a handsome visage. The large round table was filled with 20 individuals, leaving no space for additional seating. As the host of the gathering, Gu Changming made no effort to have a chair brought for Fu Tingxiu upon his arrival. Gu Changming's attitude was unmistakable. This was a confrontation between a former and a current partner, marked by palpable tension, intended to humiliate Fu Tingxiu. The others, astute enough, recognized the dynamics at play and refrained from offending the young and accomplished Gu Changming over an ordinary employee of the company. Meng Ning, witnessing Fu Tingxiu's exclusion, felt a surge of empathy and anger. She grasped his hand resolutely and addressed the assembly with an impassive expression. My husband has come to fetch me. We shall take our leave. Our paths diverge, and we need not conspire together any longer. At her words, a stillness enveloped the room. They had offered Meng Ning no consideration, and she reciprocated without hesitation. Having felt discomfort when Zeng Jing had snatched her phone, Meng Ning's frustration erupted. Fu Tingxiu sensed Meng Ning's defense, a flicker of gentleness passing through his eyes. This girl, ever protective of him. As she spoke, she turned to her teacher. Li Laoshi, I apologize for today. I will visit again another time. Recognizing the shift in atmosphere, Li Laoshi cheerfully replied, Please be careful on your way. Seeing Meng Ning preparing to depart, Gu Changming quickly interjected, I drove here. Allow me to give you a ride. Fu Tingxiu declined. There's no need. I drove myself. He paid little heed to the group's attitudes. Yet it was evident that Meng Ning held no fondness for them, rendering further interaction unnecessary. I shall escort you to the entrance, Gu Changming insisted. I have matters to attend to as well. It is convenient. Gu Changming's insistence displeased Meng Ning. After years apart, she found his demeanor somewhat alien and rather aggressive. Zeng Jing chimed in cheerfully. I'll accompany you. Changming, please give me a ride. Gu Changming summoned a server, settling the bill with an audacious air, insisting on walking out with Meng Ning and the others. Fu Tingxiu parked his vehicle in the open lot and led Meng Ning toward it, when suddenly, the headlights of a nearby Maybach illuminated. Gu Changming approached from behind, opening the door of the Maybach as if to flaunt, casting a glance at Meng Ning. How about I drive you? Meng Ning understood Gu Changming's intentions all too well, deliberately showcasing his ostentatious wealth with a car worth over $1 million. No, thank you. Meng Ning turned to Fu Tingxiu and said, Let us return home. Fu Tingxiu smiled lightly, deliberately disregarding Gu Changming's presence, and opened the car door. Home it is. Observing Meng Ning stepping into a Chevrolet worth around $100,000. Gu Changming's expression soured considerably. As Fu Tingxiu drove off with a flourish, Gu Changming's face darkened, his emotions becoming increasingly difficult to contain as he kicked the car tire. Zeng Jing, who had followed them out, saw this and remarked with a teasing smile, The husband Meng Ning found seems quite honest. He treats her well. And they appear well matched. Gu Changming scoffed. What happiness can a poor lad driving a Chevrolet provide for Meng Ning? Sensing his discontent, Zeng Jing replied, You and Meng Ning have not seen each other for years. You are no longer on the same starting line. She might even prefer an ordinary life. Gu Changming gazed in the direction Meng Ning had departed, his heart unwillingly murmuring, It's all up to the efforts of individuals. Zeng Jing, taken aback, said Gu Changming, Meng Ning is already married. That man is unworthy of her. On the way back, Meng Ning stole several glances at Fu Tingxiu. His expression remained inscrutable, a mask of indifference. Hesitantly, she ventured, I truly apologize. Are you upset? Not at all. Fu Tingxiu replied with a smile, shaking his head. Really? Meng Ning continued. My classmate deliberately tried to make you uncomfortable. I thought you might be angry. I'm genuinely sorry. Please don't take it to heart. If you're upset, you can vent it on me. Fu Tingxiu was amused by her cautious demeanor. I assure you, I am not upset, nor have I taken it to heart. In fact, I feel quite pleased. Gu Changming and his group were hardly worthy of Fu Tingxiu's concern. Meng Ning was taken back. Pleased? Fu Tingxiu chuckled. The way you defended me just now was quite impressive. I didn't realize you had such a fiery spirit. Feeling suddenly bashful, Meng Ning chuckled awkwardly. I'm usually quite calm and never engage in arguments. She worried silently, hoping Fu Tingxiu did not misconstrue her as a shrew. Fu Tingxiu glanced at her with a smile and suddenly asked, was that male classmate earlier your ex-boyfriend? Chapter 20. Meng Ning had once suffered from depression. Her heart raced as she turned to Fu Tingxiu, scrutinizing his expression. A sense of guilt washed over her, and she hastily clarified, I did not intend to conceal this from you, nor did I attend a reunion for my ex-boyfriend. Please do not misunderstand. From their very first encounter, Meng Ning had disclosed her romantic history, and Fu Tingxiu had immediately perceived Gu Changming's reaction. Even if Meng Ning held no lingering feelings, it was evident that Gu Changming did. As they approached a traffic light, Fu Tingxiu smoothly brought the car to a halt and turned to her, saying, Meng Ning, you need not be anxious. I trust you. Upon hearing this, Meng Ning's eyes widened in surprise. In most cases, a man might have reacted with jealousy or anger. Yet Fu Tingxiu remained remarkably composed, devoid of any such emotions. Realizing that their relationship was merely contractual, with a marriage certificate but no genuine bond, she felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to Fu Tingxiu, his tranquility stemmed from the belief that Gu Changming posed no real threat. Despite Fu Tingxiu's indifference, Meng Ning felt compelled to explain further. We dated for 6 months in high school and later both enrolled in the University of Tokyo. His family chose a foreign institution for him, and he left midway, leading us to lose contact. Our relationship never progressed beyond holding hands. We never even kissed. As the light turned green, Fu Tingxiu resumed driving, inquiring, you graduated from the University of Tokyo. Why did you choose to sell goods at the night market? Meng Ning was taken aback, surprised that Fu Tingxiu's focus was not on her past with Gu Changming. Steadying herself, she replied, there were some issues back then. I only attended 1 semester before withdrawing, so I did not graduate. Noticing her discomfort and reluctance to elaborate, Fu Tingxiu refrained from pressing further. Meng Ning, expecting him to continue his inquiries, felt a mix of anxiety when he chose silence instead. Upon returning to Shui Mu Tiancheng as they entered the house, Meng Ning could no longer contain her thoughts. I had chosen to major in design. I have a passion for jewelry design. However, a plagiarism incident caused quite a stir, and coupled with a heartbreak, I could not withstand the public scrutiny, which led to my decision to withdraw. In truth, these details were conveyed to her by her mother and Qin Huan. Her memories of that year at the University of Tokyo were rather hazy. She vaguely recalled that she had indeed experienced those events and had forgotten parts of it. She had battled severe depression, undergoing extensive treatment before recovering. As for the plagiarism incident, her recollection was unclear. Qin Huan had insisted she was wronged. Meng Ning was uncertain of the actual truth. Since overcoming her depression, she had not lingered on the past. She began selling goods at the night market, striving for self-sufficiency. The past held little significance now. What mattered was to take each step forward with purpose. Fu Tingxiu's decision not to pry was an effort to spare Meng Ning from revisiting her wounds. Her enrollment at the University of Tokyo, followed by withdrawal, surely concealed a story of its own. He had not anticipated that Meng Ning would voluntarily share this information. Gazing at her, an indescribable tenderness filled his eyes as he asked, do you regret it? If you had graduated from the University of Tokyo, your life would undoubtedly be better than it is now. Meng Ning shook her head, asserting that the path she chose was hers alone, with nothing to regret. She firmly believed that there were multiple routes to Rome. Fu Tingxiu nodded in approval, expressing his confidence in her. Meng Ning's gaze was resolute, reminiscent of the moment he first met her, when she held her household registration book and asked if he would marry her. Have you not had a drink today? Meng Ning then noticed the absence of alcohol on Fu Tingxiu. Normally, he returned home inebriated, and their interactions were seldom normal. Today, there are no social engagements. I intended to return early to assist you at the night market. In truth, Fu Tingxiu had not been devoid of engagements. He had merely sent Fu Buoxuan in his stead. At that moment, Fu Buoxuan was still at the banquet, exchanging toasts. Oh, Meng Ning inquired, have you eaten? I haven't. I will go prepare something, she replied. I have already eaten. Fu Tingxiu smiled, discerning Meng Ning's melancholic mood. I shall retreat to the study to attend to some matters. You should rest early. At this juncture, Meng Ning yearned for a tranquil and solitary space. Indeed, she wished to be alone for a while, as a class reunion had impacted her emotions. Once Fu Tingxiu departed for the study, she retreated to her bedroom to wash up, changing into her pajamas and lying on the bed to rest. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed on her phone, indicating a friend request. Meng Ning opened it, and a rush of mixed emotions surged within her. It was Gu Changming requesting to add her as a friend, accompanied by a note. Let us start anew. Meng Ning found it ironic and felt a twinge of anger. Gu Changming was well aware of her marriage. What was his motive for sending such a message in the dead of night? She swiftly deleted the request without accepting it and silenced her phone, drifting off to sleep. In the middle of the night, she awoke parched. Drowsily, she threw off the covers and ventured out of her room, instinctively navigating her way to the kitchen for water, only to collide with Fu Tingxiu. Startled, Meng Ning instinctively gasped, her body leaning back until her legs met the sofa behind her, causing her to lose her balance. In a reflexive motion, she grasped Fu Tingxiu, and they both tumbled onto the sofa. Their lips met unexpectedly, and the softness of the contact left both astonished, as if an electric current surged through them. In the dim light and intimate embrace, fragmented memories flickered through Meng Ning's mind, fragments of recollections she had long forgotten. Yet, as she endeavored to piece them together, her thoughts fell into emptiness once more. Simultaneously, Fu Tingxiu was beset by fleeting, inappropriate images. Chapter 21. The awkward encounter with in-laws. The sound of a branch snapping outside the window jolted Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu back to reality. Fu Tingxiu promptly rose to his feet, and Meng Ning hurriedly sat up, creating a subtle shift in the atmosphere between them. Pressing his hand against his lips, Fu Tingxiu cleared his throat and asked, somewhat uncomfortably, "Why are you awake?" The tense silence was broken as Meng Ning lowered her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I was thirsty and came out to get some water," she replied, her heart racing and her cheeks slightly flushed. "Avoiding footing suesegaze." "Oh, let me get that for you," he said, rising to turn on the lamp. After pouring her a glass of water, he returned to hand it to her. Meng Ning took the glass from him, murmuring a soft, "Thank you." She quickly sipped the water to calm her nerves, unaware that she had emptied the cup. "Shall I pour you another?" Fu Tingxiu's deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. Instinctively, she glanced up and was captured by the depth of his eyes, causing her heartbeat to falter slightly. Who could remain composed in the presence of such a handsome man late at night? Dressed in loose-fitting sleepwear, Fu Tingxiu exuded an air of elegance, his bronze skin and the hint of his well-defined chest visible from the collar. Everything about him was utterly captivating. Realizing that inappropriate thoughts were surfacing in her mind, Meng Ning quickly composed herself and stood up. "I'm no longer thirsty, thank you. I think I'll head back to my room to sleep," she said, pointing towards the bedroom, her head bowed as she hurriedly retreated and shut the door behind her. Watching her flee, Fu Tingxiu couldn't help but smile, his lips gently brushing against each other as he recalled her sweet, soft scent. Indeed, he too felt a bit parched. Licking his lips, he picked up the glass that Meng Ning had just used and walked to the water dispenser to pour himself a drink. Inside her room, Meng Ning patted her flushed cheeks, her mind replaying the kiss they had shared moments ago. The emotions stirred within her were tumultuous. That had been her first kiss. Since their marriage certificate was issued, Fu Tingxiu had been busy with work, and their interactions had remained formal, devoid of such intimate contact until now. Restless and unable to sleep, Meng Ning tossed and turned, and every time she closed her eyes, Fu Tingxiu's image invaded her thoughts. It was quite unbearable. She stared at the ceiling, muttering to herself before pulling the blanket over her head, counting sheep in a futile attempt to lull herself to sleep. That night, she dreamt a vividly enchanting dream, so real it felt as though it had truly occurred, with the sound of man's breath in her ear echoing clearly. The following day, Meng Ning awoke late, realizing it was already past 9 o'clock. After a hurried wash and change of clothes, she stepped out of her bedroom. only to discover someone seated on the sofa in the living room. "Don't you have work today?" she queried, puzzled. Usually, Fu Tingxiu would have left by this hour. "It's Saturday," he replied, a laptop resting on his lap. "I bought breakfast. It's still warm, so eat while it's hot." Meng Ning glanced at the dining table, which was laid out with youtiao, soy milk, and eggs. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I've already had my meal," Fu Tingxiu remarked. "It's a rare day off. This evening, I shall accompany you to the night market." He wished to delve deeper into Meng Ning's life. "Oh," Meng Ning responded, slightly taken aback. Fu Tingxiu inquired, "Is there any inconvenience?" "No," Meng Ning replied, somewhat dazed, nodding. "All right, that sounds good." She simply hadn't anticipated that Fu Tingxiu, a white-collar worker, would be willing to join her in a street stall venture. "Please, eat up," he said, returning his attention to his work. Meng Ning stole a glance at him. Working in a large corporation truly seemed arduous, as even on his day off, he was inundated with tasks. As Meng Ning settled down for breakfast, Fu Tingxiu worked beside her, their home enveloped in tranquility, each absorbed in their own pursuits. Yet the atmosphere remained comfortable rather than awkward. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Curiously, Meng Ning glanced towards the entrance, poised to answer it. But Fu Tingxiu stood up, saying, "Continue eating. I will get the door." He set aside his laptop and approached the door, while Meng Ning remained seated at the dining table. This apartment was newly purchased by Fu Tingxiu, and they had only recently moved in. Few were aware of the address, so upon hearing the doorbell, he had a good idea of who it might be. Indeed, upon opening the door, he found a graciously smiling woman standing there, arms wide open. "Surprise, my son. I've come to see my daughter-in-law. Where is she?" Chapter 22. Meng Ning probes the past. The noblewoman was none other than Fu Tingxiu's mother, Fang Xiong. In her fervent desire to see her son married, Fang Xiong had fretted endlessly, nearly resorting to introducing suitable suitors herself. Fu Tingxiu, however, had registered his marriage without so much as a word to the family. Had it not been for Fu Buishuan's careless slip, Fang Xiong would still be in the dark. Eager to catch a glimpse of her daughter-in-law, Fang Xiong peered inside, anxious to see what she looked like. Fu Tingxiu quickly grasped his mother's arm, preventing her from entering, and whispered, "Mom, why didn't you give me a heads-up before coming?" Regretting that he had asked Fu Buishuan to find place, he lamented that Buishuan's loose tongue was as troublesome as a leaky faucet. Fang Xiong shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "You didn't inform the family about your marriage either. I am here to meet my daughter-in-law, not you." Fu Tingxiu, "Please, don't frighten her. I know. I'm not a monster. Look at you, so tense." Fang Xiong chuckled, her delight growing at the thought of seeing what extraordinary qualities had made her otherwise oblivious son so anxious. Inside, Meng Ning could hear Fu Tingxiu conversing with someone outside the door, though the words were indistinct and the identity of the person remained unclear. Curiosity piqued, she approached, calling out, "Fu Tingxiu." Upon seeing Fu Tingxiu in a playful exchange with a fashionably dressed woman, Meng Ning's confusion deepened. Fang Xiong's eyes sparkled upon spotting Meng Ning, and she exclaimed with delight, "Truly beautiful, as fresh as if she could be squeezed for water." From the very first glance, Fang Xiong was smitten with her daughter-in-law. She found her immensely agreeable. Meng Ning, bewildered, looked towards Fu Tingxiu, who explained, "This is a distant relative. By relation, you should call her auntie." Fang Xiong smiled, effortlessly easing the situation for her son, aware that Fu Tingxiu had deceived his wife into believing their parents were deceased. If this charade were to unravel, it would spell disaster for her son, and he would lose his bride. Casting a glance at his mother, Fu Tingxiu smirked and said, "Meng Ning, call her auntie." "Auntie, this is my wife, Meng Ning." "Another distant relative?" Upon hearing this, Meng Ning warmly remarked, "Auntie, please come in and sit." Unbeknownst to her, Fu Tingxiu had quite a collection of relatives. First a distant younger brother, and now yet another aunt. Fang Xiong, choosing to overlook the prefix aunt, took it as a maternal address from Meng Ning. Her heart swelled with joy, initially worried that her two sons had conspired to deceive her. She felt reassured now that she had met her daughter-in-law. Meng Ning poured water for Fang Xiong, saying, "Annie, have some water." Shortly after, she offered fruit. "Annie, enjoy some fruit." Fang Xiong beamed, her smile wide, and said, "Xiao Ning, don't fuss about. Sit and take a break. If there's anything to be done, let Xiao Xiu handle it. May need a bit of training. Don't spoil him too much. I was overjoyed to hear about your marriage." As she spoke, Fang Xiong removed a jade bracelet from her wrist. "I hurried out without bringing much, but please accept this jade bracelet as a wedding gift. You must take it." Meng Ning is a jewelry designer, and although she may lack the financial means to acquire expensive materials, she possesses considerable knowledge of jade. She immediately recognizes that the jade bracelet is of significant value. "Aunt, this is too precious. I cannot accept it," Meng Ning exclaims, taken aback. "Precious? I have plenty at home," Aunt Fong insists, placing the bracelet on Meng Ning's wrist with a smile. "Look, it complements your complexion beautifully." Meng Ning feels conflicted, and Fu Tingxiu interjects, "Accept it. This is your aunt's heartfelt gesture." Yet, Meng Ning's sense of obligation weighs heavily on her. While she might accept a more ordinary gift, this lavish token from a distant relative feels inappropriate. Reluctantly, she removes the bracelet and returns it to Fong. "Aunt, I truly cannot accept this. I appreciate your blessings, but please keep the bracelet for yourself." Seeing Meng Ning's steadfastness, Fong's satisfaction grows. The bracelet, worth several million, symbolizes Meng Ning's integrity, as she does not covet wealth. Fong laughs. "Very well. I shall keep it for now, but it will eventually be passed down to you." Meng Ning is puzzled. Why must such a valuable piece be inherited by a distant relative rather than a close family member? She refrains from asking further. Fu Tingxiu, concerned that Fong's enthusiasm might reveal too much, finds an excuse to escort her downstairs. As Fong departs, she expresses her reluctance, repeatedly cautioning Fu Tingxiu not to mistreat his daughter-in-law and urging him to bring her back to the Fu household soon. Fu Tingxiu simply replies, "There's no rush. Son, you cannot let past deceptions cloud your judgment." Fong begins, but Fu Tingxiu interrupts with a furrowed brow. "Mother, it's time for you to go home." Realizing she has touched on a sensitive subject, Fong falls silent and leaves the vehicle. While Fu Tingxiu accompanies Fong, Meng Ning tidies up at home, finishing her chores just as he returns. "I'll be setting on my stall at 5 this afternoon, and I need to visit my mother first," she informs him. It has been a few days since she last saw her mother, and she has something important to inquire about. With Fu Tingxiu occupied, Meng Ning drives back alone. Upon her arrival, Meng's mother, enjoying a day off, is delighted to see her. "Xiao Ning, why are you here alone? Where's your husband?" she asks. "He has matters to attend to," Meng Ning replies, slipping off her shoes as she enters. "I remembered something yesterday, but it's quite vague. During my struggle with depression, what did I forget? Mother, is there something of great importance that I have overlooked?" At her words, Meng's mother's expression shifts drastically, and she stammers, "You're overthinking again. Didn't I tell you before? You were falsely accused of plagiarism, and with that man, Gu Changming, going abroad, you were deeply affected and fell ill. You haven't mentioned this in a long time. Why bring it up now?" Chapter 23. The comparison among relatives. Meng Ning recalled the dream from the previous night and remarked, "I cannot fathom why, but certain memories have resurfaced." "Xiao Ning, have you been overly fatigued lately, leading you to indulge in such fanciful thoughts?" Meng's mother expressed her concern. "Do not dwell on the past. It is behind us. How are things with your husband?" She deliberately shifted the topic to prevent Meng Ning from probing further. "Quite well," Meng Ning replied as she settled down. "He is very busy with work, leaving early and returning late each day. By the way, a distant relative visited today, claiming to be an aunt. She was exceedingly courteous and insisted on gifting me a jade bracelet, which I declined as it was too extravagant." Meng's mother remarked, "Though your husband's parents have passed, these relatives seem rather decent. Mother, I believe he is a good match. You should cherish your life together. Feelings can be nurtured over time," Meng's mother advised. "Mother, I understand," Meng Ning responded, not wishing to cause her mother additional worry. "What shall we have for lunch today?" "We are going to visit your eldest aunt. She twisted her ankle yesterday, and we ought to check on her," Meng's mother informed her. Meng Ning expressed her reluctance. "Mother, that aunt seems rather aloof. When you were hospitalized, she did not pay you a single visit. Why should we go?" Meng's mother had 2 older sisters and a younger brother. Being the youngest daughter in the family, She was cherished for her beauty and academic excellence, with everyone believing she would surely marry well and achieve great success. However, when Meng's mother unexpectedly became pregnant out of wedlock, the family felt embarrassed. Nonetheless, she resolutely chose to give birth and subsequently severed ties with her family. Since the passing of Meng Ning's grandparents, Meng's mother had been filled with regret and had sought to reconnect with her sisters. Xiao Ning, we are all family. Do not be so petty. Family bonds remain, even estranged. Let us mend these ties together, she implored. Reluctant to visit her aunt, but concerned for her mother's feelings, Meng Ning acquiesced. After more than half an hour of driving, they arrived in a more upscale neighborhood in another district of the city. As they entered the parking lot and exited the vehicle, they encountered an acquaintance. Xiao Yi. Meng Ning, what brings you here? Turning around, Meng Ning found her elder cousin, Yang Lu, standing beside a BMW. At 32, Yang Lu was married to a doctor who had recently been promoted to a department head. Despite being a full-time housewife for 8 years, she had yet to conceive, having tried various remedies to no avail. Yang Lu, impeccably dressed and carrying a designer LV bag worth several thousand, regarded Meng Ning and her mother with indifference. Meng's mother smiled and said, Yang Lu, I heard your mother twisted her ankle, so we came to check on her. Oh, Yang Lu replied coldly, showing no inclination to invite them upstairs. She locked her car and proceeded toward the elevator alone. Yang Lu had always maintained an air of superiority, which Meng Ning found displeasing, though her mother chose not to dwell on it and urged Meng Ning to follow her. Meng Ning's eldest aunt, Zhou Wenxiu, had married, and soon after, her in-laws' property was redeveloped, resulting in the acquisition of 3 apartments. Naturally, possessing 3 residences in the city contributed to her elevated demeanor. Upon entering the house, Zhou Wenxiu encountered Meng Ning and her mother, displaying a rather frosty demeanor. Meng's mother presented the gift she had purchased, inquiring with a smile, Elder sister, how is your foot? Is it feeling any better? It's manageable, Zhou Wenxiu replied curtly, refusing the gifts. Third sister, with your modest earnings, why do you go to such lengths to buy these things? Please take them back with you, and refrain from purchasing anything next time. Her words were not born of understanding, but rather disdain for the items, which Meng's mother had procured from the supermarket at a cost exceeding 300 yuan, an expense she would typically hesitate to indulge in herself. Feeling embarrassed, Meng's mother insisted, You've already received them, so please accept them. Zhou Wenxiu begrudgingly allowed her to place the items on the floor. Meng Ning, observing her mother's submissiveness, felt a mix of sympathy and indignation. Despite her repeated requests for her mother to refrain from visiting, Meng's mother remained resolute. Just as Meng Ning was about to speak, her mother shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent. Thus, Meng Ning could only suppress her feelings internally. Please have a seat. Zhou Wenxiu gestured for the mother and daughter to sit. In the past, the family had always favored Meng's mother, prioritizing her needs for delicious food and fine clothing, which had bred a deep sense of jealousy within Zhou Wenxiu. Now, as her own circumstances had improved in comparison, a feeling of superiority washed over her, bringing a sense of comfort. Meng's mother guided Meng Ning to take a seat, and Zhou Wenxiu smiled as she remarked, Little Ning, it has been quite some time since you last visited. How you've grown. The transformation of a woman at 18 years is remarkable. However, the true skill lies in marrying well. Just look at your elder cousin. She married into prosperity and lives quite comfortably. This comment subtly insinuated Meng's mother, reminding her of her own youth and the misfortune of not finding a worthy man, having been deceived instead. Feeling the sting of Zhou Wenxiu's words, Meng's mother struggled to maintain her composure. Unable to contain herself, Meng Ning smiled brightly and interjected, Indeed, elder cousin is quite fortunate. I heard that her husband was recently promoted to director. By the way, it has been 8 years since their marriage. Why haven't they had children yet? Chapter 24. Identity exposed. Meng Ning's words instantly chilled the atmosphere, akin to a sudden frost. Yang Lu, engrossed in her phone, wore a grim expression. Her inability to conceive was a deep-seated sorrow. Both her mother-in-law and husband fixated their attention on her belly. Her mother-in-law often delivered veiled jabs, likening her to a hen that cannot lay eggs. Following her husband's promotion to a managerial position, her mother-in-law's demeanor towards her deteriorated further, even subtly urging her husband to consider divorce. Terrified of such a fate, Yang Lu sought refuge at her parental home for a few days. Zhou Wenxiu, feeling uncomfortable, glanced at Yang Lu and remarked, concerning children, there is no rush. Your elder cousin is still young and may wish to enjoy a few more years of coupledom. Besides, your cousin-in-law is quite busy. By the way, Xiao Ning, you are still single, right? Perhaps your aunt could introduce you to someone? Meng's mother smiled and interjected, sister, you needn't worry. Xiao Ning has already found someone. Really? How come I haven't heard about this before? Is he from the local area? Zhou Wenxiu inquired. Xiao Ning, you must avoid marrying someone from outside. They may not share our values and might just be after your local residents. Don't let it happen like it did to your mother back in the day, getting deceived. Meng Ning, initially reluctant to respond, could not hold back after sensing Zhou Wenxiu's subtle insinuations towards her mother. Aunt, please don't fret. He is indeed a local. Meng's mother could only chuckle awkwardly from the sidelines. Yang Lu set her phone aside and asked, Meng Ning, what does your partner do? Since he is local, he must own a house, right? Meng Ning replied candidly, no, he rents and works a regular job. He cannot compare to my cousin-in-law. She was well aware of Yang Lu's intent, which was to measure who had the better partner. Upon hearing that he had no house and was merely a worker, Yang Lu lost interest in further inquiries. Zhou Wenxiu felt satisfied. She did not wish for Meng Ning to surpass her daughter in marital prospects. Zhou Wenxiu insincerely stated, as long as he is somewhat decent, that is sufficient. Not everyone possesses the fortune of Yang Lu to marry so well. Meng Ning remained silent, recognizing that in contemporary society, relatives and friends may hope for your success, but they would never wish for you to surpass them. Zhou Wenxiu invited Meng's mother to lunch, and afterward, encouraged her to assist in pushing a wheelchair for a shopping excursion. Meng's mother happily obliged, as she did not harbor grievances among sisters. Unwilling to linger any longer, Meng Ning took her leave when her mother and Zhou Wenxiu headed to the mall. As she made her way to the underground parking garage, Yang Lu emerged, carrying an LV bag. Xiao Ning, Yang Lu called out, approaching her. She glanced at Meng Ning's car and smirked disdainfully. Have you changed cars again? Did you purchase this one from the second-hand market? Yang Lu drove a BMW worth $500,000, creating a stark contrast with Meng Ning's Chevrolet, priced just over $100,000. Meng Ning had no desire to engage in comparisons, yet she was not one to back down. Elder cousin, perhaps you should concern yourself less with my affairs and more with your own. After 8 years without a child, your husband might seek someone else to bear him children. Yang Lu's heart raced with alarm, though she maintained a composed facade. He wouldn't dare, she replied coolly. Meng Ning took that lickly, offering no retort as she got in her car and drove away. However, Yang Lu took Meng Ning's words to heart. She was acutely aware of her in-law's fervent desire for a grandchild. If it came to pass that he sought another woman to bear a child, her situation would be dire. With this thought weighing on her, Yang Lu hurried back to her in-law's home. Arriving at the entrance of the Xian Xing Club, Meng Ning followed the address provided by Qin Huan. This establishment operated on a membership basis, essentially catering to the upper echelons of society. Naturally, there were those who, through considerable effort, managed to secure a membership card to attract wealthy suitors. Meng Ning was uncertain why Qin Huan had invited her to this venue. After waiting briefly at the entrance, Qin Huan arrived to escort her inside. Why have you come here? Meng Ning inquired. To play some ball, Qin Huan replied, clad in athletic attire. I was dragged here by a friend. It was rather dull, so I thought I would invite you along for some fun. I heard the president of Xingyu Group is coming today, and my friend is here to catch a glimpse of him. Meng Ning casually asked, what is the purpose of waiting for the president of Xingyu Group? To create an opportunity, of course. The president of Xingyu Group is still unmarried and quite eligible. Today, many socialites have gathered at the club. Do you think they are all here just to play ball? Upon hearing this, Meng Ning noticed a number of elegantly dressed young women around her, all seemingly affluent. She chuckled. Marriage is also a matter of fate. The marriages of these heiresses are quite different from ours. They are entangled with family interests. It is rumored that the president of Xingyu is young, handsome, and wealthy, A prime catch, indeed, and naturally, there will be those vying for his attention. Suddenly, Qin Huan recalled, "By the way, your husband works at Xingyu Group. He must have encountered the president. Is he truly as handsome as the rumors suggest?" Meng Ning smiled. "I'm not sure. I'll ask him later." Chapter 25. Unveiling the truth. Qin Huan remarked, "Ning Bao, you seem rather indifferent toward your husband. By the way, he wasn't upset about the gathering, was he?" After Meng Ning departed from the class reunion, Qin Huan promptly followed suit. "No," Meng Ning replied. "I feel there are very few things that could provoke his emotions." As time passed, she gradually came to understand him better. Qin Huan continued, "Gu Changming can be quite aggressive, but it's best to move on from this matter." She had once hoped to bring the two together, but now that Meng Ning was married, such efforts would be rather improper. "Why don't you go find your friends?" "I'll just find a place to sit quietly," Meng Ning suggested, as she wasn't particularly fond of such gatherings. "All right, you find a spot to sit, and I'll go greet my friends. If you find it uncomfortable, we can leave together," Qin Huan agreed. "Good." Meng Ning settled into a quiet corner, where the service was impeccable. As soon as she sat down, a waiter approached with a selection of beverages. Meng Ning opted for a glass of plain water, uncertain whether the drinks incurred charge. In such an upscale establishment, she feared being overcharged. Seated by the window, she gazed out at the lush green golf course, where a group of wealthy heirs were engaged in a game. Their lives felt worlds apart from her own. Drawing her gaze back, she took out her phone and messaged Fu Tingxiu. "Have you eaten yet?" She worried that he might be engrossed in work at home and forget to take a meal. Fu Tingxiu, a programmer in the RD department, faced a demanding workload that was mentally taxing and left him frazzled. Meng Ning envisioned him with a receding hairline, an image that seemed quite incongruous. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Tingxiu was merely a few hundred meters away. At that moment, he was on the second floor of the club, summoned by friends for a game of basketball. However, word had leaked, drawing several prominent socialites downstairs, much to his dismay. When he heard the notification sound on his phone, he retrieved it to read her message. His previously stoic expression softened considerably. His friend, Shangguan Huan, approached with a teasing smile, "Which lovely lady's message has brightened your countenance?" Shangguan Huan was the heir to the Shangguan family in the capital and had known Fu Tingxiu for many years. Fu Tingxiu quickly replied with 2 words, "I've eaten," then tucked his phone away and said to Shangguan Huan, "Let us play another game. I have other commitments this afternoon." Meng Ning had a job to attend to at 5 o'clock, so he would need to return soon. Shangguan Huan lamented, "It's a rare occasion for you to return from abroad, and you're already leaving after such a short time. It's quite disappointing. We must go out for drinks tonight. Nothing important can overshadow that. I've already made reservations for tonight." "Let us go out for drinks," Shangguan Huan insisted. Fu Tingxiu batted Shangguan Huan es his shoulder. "We'll make it up another day." Shangguan Huan looked somewhat astonished, as Fu Tingxiu rarely declined social gatherings. His curiosity piqued. He recalled Fu Tingxiu's expression when he checked his phone and inquired, "Was the one who messaged you a beauty?" Fu Tingxiu nodded. Shangguan Huan remarked, "A rare bloom indeed." Shangguan Huan exclaimed with excitement, "Whose young lady could it be? Do I know her?" Fu Tingxiu replied in a low voice, "You do not know her. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to introduce her later." Shangguan Huan gazed at him for a long moment before sighing. "You prioritize romance over friendship." Fu Tingxiu was resolute in concluding his final game of billiards before departing. At every exit downstairs, girls lingered, eagerly anticipating a serendipitous encounter with Fu Tingxiu. Left with no choice, he instructed his bodyguards to forge a path ahead, hoping to expedite his escape. Qin Huan, having greeted her friends and about to leave, suddenly heard commotion ahead. The president of Xingyu Corporation had arrived. A girl screamed, and many others rushed forward, including Qin Huan's friends. Out of curiosity, she too stepped forward. From a distance of several meters, she spotted Fu Tingxiu emerging from the elevator, surrounded by bodyguards, and was taken aback. Realizing Fu Tingxiu was an employee of Xingyu Group, she deduced that if the president was present, Fu Tingxiu might be as well. Initially, she did not grasp that Fu Tingxiu was the president of Xingyu Corporation and inquired of her friend, "Where is the president of Xingyu?" Her friend replied, "The one in the white t-shirt is President Fu Tingxiu." "What? Fu Tingxiu?" Qin Huan gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, she recalled why the name had seemed familiar. It was one she had heard from her friends. Coming from a modest background, she had cultivated friendships with a few individuals from high society through her beauty salon. Could it be that Fu Tingxiu was the president of Xingyu? In disbelief, she reconfirmed with her friend, but by the time she looked again, Fu Tingxiu had already departed amidst his bodyguards. The crowd was dense, and in his haste, he failed to notice Qin Huan among them. Once the throng dispersed, Qin Huan regained her senses, quickly exchanged pleasantries with her friends, and hurried off to find Meng Ning. Chapter 26. Lies are like snowballs. Meng Ning casually picked up a fashion magazine and began to flip through its pages when suddenly, Qin Huan rushed over, brimming with excitement. Ning Bao, I just saw President Shengyu. Qin Huan was utterly exhilarated, her entire demeanor radiating enthusiasm. After all, Meng Ning was marrying the president of Shengyu Group, stepping into a world of affluence and becoming a wealthy lady. Meng Ning chuckled. Huan, is it really that significant? Just seeing the president of Shengyu has you so thrilled? You weren't this excited when you first saw Fu Tingxiu. Is he more handsome than Fu Tingxiu? Is he even human? Qin Huan sat down, took a sip of water to calm her nerves, and said, I won't discuss it just yet. I need to gather my thoughts. She had so much to say, but was apprehensive about saying the wrong thing, leaving her feeling quite stifled. Noticing Meng Ning's obliviousness to Fu Tingxiu's true identity raised questions in Qin Huan's mind. Why had Fu Tingxiu concealed his background from Meng Ning? What compelled him to marry her? How could a distinguished family like the Fu family choose to wed someone without any significant background? With her mind swirling with uncertainties, Qin Huan hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing it would be too much for Meng Ning to bear. Curiosity piqued. Meng Ning urged, come on. Tell me what the president of Shengyu looks like. I didn't really see him clearly, just caught a glimpse of his back. Qin Huan decided to hold back for now. She needed to understand why Fu Tingxiu had chosen to marry Meng Ning. She couldn't risk causing Meng Ning any distress, especially considering her past struggle with depression. What if this revelation triggered a relapse? Meng Ning smiled. So you were that excited? The president of Shengyu is a man at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Even merely witnessing his silhouette is enough to evoke such fervor. Qin Huan tentatively asked, by the way, Ning Bao, how did you end up marrying Fu Tingxiu? Was it really through a matchmaking website? Did you meet just once before tying the knot? Meng Ning nodded. Yes, my mother signed me up on a matchmaking site. He was eager to marry as well. The site mentioned he had been on numerous dates before. He was satisfied with my qualifications, and I thought he was quite decent too, so we got our marriage license. Qin Huan felt perplexed. How could the president of Shengyu resort to a matchmaking site? However, Meng Ning's reaction suggested she truly was unaware of Fu Tingxiu's real circumstances. Qin Huan pressed further. He said he is an orphan? No house, single? Meng Ning nodded again. Yes, those details were on a matchmaking site. Huan, what's wrong? Why are you asking all this? Nothing, just a casual inquiry. Marveling at the wonders of fate, Qin Huan replied with a smile, attempting to mask her unease. Ning Bao, have you ever considered that one day you would marry into a billionaire family and become a grand lady? Meng Ning misinterpreted Qin Huan's words as disdain for Fu Tingxiu's financial status and retorted firmly, I never thought about it. Once I received the marriage certificate with Fu Tingxiu, I was ready to live life with him. As long as he treats me well and remains faithful, I don't care if he is rich or poor. Moreover, being a daughter-in-law of a billionaire family is no easy feat. I certainly wouldn't want that. She reflected on the frequent headlines about wealthy daughters-in-law facing oppression from their in-laws, underscoring the challenges of such a life. Just a few days ago, Meng Ning came across a news article about a once famous actress who had married into a wealthy family. She was required to rise at 6 every morning, with her mother-in-law frequently imposing new rules, and she was burdened with household responsibilities. To make matters worse, her husband often spent nights away from home. Such a marriage is truly lamentable. Qin Huan let out a dry chuckle, hesitant to delve deeper into the subject, simply remarking, Ning Bao, you're right. With such a handsome husband, it's like you've struck gold. Presently, Qin Huan's sole concern was that Fu Tingxiu might merely be toying with Meng Ning's affections, leading her on before disappearing without a trace. After all, why else would he keep Meng Ning living apart and falsely claim that the house was rented? However, until the situation was clarified, Qin Huan refrained from speaking further. Meng Ning glanced at the time and said, Huan, it's about time for me to head back. I have to set up my stall by 5. All right, I'll accompany you. I've already informed my friend, and I'll stop by the beauty salon as well. As the two departed from the club, upon returning home, Meng Ning found Fu Tingxiu already there. You're back, he said. MHM, responded Meng Ning as she changed her shoes. Today, my mother took me to my aunt's house, and afterwards, I went to Xian Xing Club with Qin Huan. By the way, your boss was also at the club today. Many girls were waiting there, and Qin Huan went to see him. At these words, a jolt of unease struck Fu Tingxiu's heart. Chapter 27. President Xingyu sets up a stall. Fu Tingxiu never anticipated that Meng Ning would also visit the Xinqing Club. With a tightening throat, he inquired, Did you see the president of Xingyu Group? Meng Ning shrugged and replied, No. Qin Huan mentioned she only caught a glimpse of his back. There were too many people. It was hard to see clearly. However, just that one silhouette left her so excited she could barely speak. Is your boss truly that handsome? Fu Tingxiu felt a sense of relief in his heart as he answered, Compared to your husband, he still falls a bit short. Meng Ning chuckled, You're so conceited. If your boss hears you, you'd better be wary of him making things difficult for you. Fu Tingxiu remarked, I work in programming. If this company ceases to exist, I can always find another. Besides, our boss isn't that petty. Curiosity piqued. Meng Ning asked, Fu Tingxiu, with your boss being so wealthy and handsome, why is he still single? Do you think he might have some unusual preferences? Fu Tingxiu responded, I'm not privy to my boss's private affairs. Employees shouldn't speculate. He quickly shifted the topic. Aren't we supposed to set up the stall by 5? Are you ready? Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to fetch the goods now. The title of president of Xingyu felt distant to her. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Earning money by selling goods was what she ought to focus on. It was most practical to tuck the money away in her pocket. With Fu Tingxiu assisting, the labor of moving the goods fell entirely on him. Once everything was prepared, the duo set off for the Xingla Road night market. Meng Ning had rented a stall here, free from a fear of being chased away by the urban management. When she first entered this line of work, she was completely inexperienced and had been caught by the authorities, resulting in a fine and confiscation of her merchandise. At that moment, she felt anxious and distressed, crying in frustration, and she dared not mention it to her mother upon returning home. All the hardships were endured by her alone. As Fu Tingxiu embarked on his first experience of setting up a stall, he was at a loss, while Meng Ning was nimble and quickly arranged the stall, even turning on a small lamp. Observing the little table adorned with the accessories crafted by Meng Ning's own hands, Fu Tingxiu felt a profound sense of admiration. She had managed to survive in the bustling city through her stall. He glanced at the night market, noting that many stalls sold accessories, predominantly run by young women, indicating fierce competition. There were vendors selling clothing, daily necessities, and snacks, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This night market street was surrounded by several universities, making it lively during school dismissal times. Local residents also enjoyed wandering about, leading to a significant footfall. Meng Ning retrieved 2 folding stools from the trunk and handed one to Fu Tingxiu, saying, You can sit on this. Fu Tingxiu glanced at the stool, but said nothing. Accepting it and taking a seat, the weather was somewhat stifling, so Meng Ning prepared a small fan and handed it to Fu Tingxiu. Hold this to keep cool. As it was his first time, Meng Ning was concerned about his comfort and had prepared many items for him. A small fan, water, snacks, and even a tablet to stave off boredom. Fu Tingxiu felt a sense of being cherished and smiled. You need not be so considerate. Meng Ning was not only exceedingly polite, but also somewhat cautious, fearing that Fu Tingxiu might feel out of place. With a smile, she remarked, I was worried you might be bored. She settled beside Fu Tingxiu, and soon the stall owner, a jovial gentleman selling clothing, approached them, teasingly inquiring, Little Meng, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. Just as Meng Ning was about to respond, Fu Tingxiu interjected, I am Meng Ning's husband. Meng Ning was momentarily taken aback. The stall owner, nearly 40 and burdened by life's demands, appeared somewhat haggard. Was Fu Tingxiu perhaps feeling jealous, so eager to assert his identity? Meng Ning smiled and said, Brother Zhou, this is my husband. Brother Zhou looked astonished. Little Meng, when did you get married? I never heard you mention it before. Just recently. Meng Ning changed the subject. Brother Zhou, are you here alone today? Why hasn't Sister Kai come? Brother Zhou sighed. She took the child to the hospital. The illness flared up again. Someone has to come out to earn money. If we miss a day, we waste rent, and medical expenses for the child are never cheap. His voice conveyed a deep sense of helplessness, illustrating the struggles faced by those at the bottom of the social ladder. After expressing his woes, life must still go on. Meng Ning quietly explained to Fu Tingxiu, Brother Zhou's son has leukemia, and they have yet to find a suitable bone marrow donor. The couple has exhausted their savings for the sake of their child and has incurred considerable debt. Now, even friends and family are avoiding them. Fu Tingxiu had never interacted with individuals from such a background. In his world, discussions revolved around investments and projects, often worth hundreds of millions. A stark contrast to these people's lives. Yet, these individuals possessed an indomitable spirit. No matter how harsh life became, it could not break their resolve. Meng Ning lamented, misfortune seems to seek out those already burdened by hardship. Brother Zhou's health is poor. He is the pillar of his family. If he were to falter, their family would collapse. When I first started my stall, I was unfamiliar with the rules, and it was Brother Zhou and his wife who took care of me. Despite her own struggles, she still felt compassion for others. Fu Tingxiu glanced at Brother Zhou setting up his stall and remarked, there's a saying, after hardship comes happiness. They will get through this. He then looked at Meng Ning's stall and inquired, is there anything I can do to help? Meng Ning composed herself and replied, just sitting here waiting for customers is enough. Fu Tingxiu truly lacked the skill to sell jewelry, and the two engaged in casual conversation. On average, how much do you sell daily? About 400 or so, she answered. With you here to assist, and given your striking looks, perhaps we might sell even more. Fu Tingxiu smiled at the compliment, appreciating her words. As night quickly fell, the crowd grew larger. Over an hour had passed, yet Meng Ning had not sold a single piece of jewelry. Typically, by this time, sales would have begun. Meng Ning found this odd. Every passerby cast a glance toward Fu Tingxiu, even turning back for another look as they walked away. Yet none approached the stall. It wasn't long before Meng Ning discerned the crux of the matter. She was engaged in the affairs of young ladies, while Fu Tingxiu, with his striking handsomeness, sat here impassively, exuding an air of aloofness that was both captivating and untouchable. The girls around him, feeling bashful, found it difficult to approach him to make their purchases. Meng Ning handed him a mask, saying, Fu Tingxiu, you might want to wear this. Otherwise, we may not be able to commence business tonight. Chapter 28. The joys of street stalls at first. Fu Tingxiu was taken aback, holding a mask with a bewildered expression as he gazed at Meng Ning. With a hint of exasperation, Meng Ning replied, you are so handsome that those girls are too shy to approach you. How am I supposed to conduct business? Realizing that her words might have stung, she quickly added, I don't mean to blame you. The more beautiful something is, the more people tend to admire it from a distance, fearing to taint its purity. With such a handsome husband, if other girls take notice, I would be a great loss. Aside from unnecessary introductions in front of outsiders, this was the first time Meng Ning had proactively referred to him as husband. Fu Tingxiu felt an inexplicable joy in his heart as he donned the mask, saying, all right. Meng Ning smiled with satisfaction and then called out to a passing girl, little beauty, take a look. These accessories are truly unique, crafted by my own hands. Miss, I also accept custom orders. Feel free to make any requests. All are handmade. With her exuberant charm and sweet words, it wasn't long before a group of girls gathered around. Each piece of jewelry Meng Ning created was exquisitely crafted and uniquely delightful, showcasing a variety of styles. Whether earrings, hairpins, or rings, they were all remarkably beautiful. To promote her wares, she adorned herself with her creations, her striking beauty, with lustrous black hair and skin as fair as snow, only served to enhance the allure of the accessories, drawing in many customers. Girls are naturally drawn to such special adornments, and Meng Ning's prices were quite reasonable. 30 yuan for simpler pieces and 50 for those requiring more intricate designs. Typically, Meng Ning would need at least an hour to create the simplest piece, while the more complex ones could take half a day. She emphasized the handcrafted nature of her work, and with the exquisite designs, the university students were more than willing to make a purchase. Observing from the side, Fu Tingxiu calculated Meng Ning's costs. The materials for these accessories were not particularly valuable, yet they demanded a great deal of time. If Meng Ning aimed to earn around 400 yuan in a day, she would need to sell over a dozen pieces, which might require her a day or even two to complete. This calculation revealed that the profit margin was quite slim. Once a batch of customers had departed, Fu Tingxiu suggested, Meng Ning, with your design talent, you could easily apply for a position as a jewelry designer. If you focus solely on handmade production, your efficiency would be severely limited. I have considered that, Meng Ning admitted, biting her lip. But those large companies all require credentials. A diploma is merely the threshold for entering a big company. I don't even have a university degree. I can only design, but lack work experience or any awards. Without noteworthy pieces, others wouldn't want me. Gazing at the billboard across the street, she dreamily expressed, my greatest aspiration is to become a jewelry designer as outstanding as her. Fu Tingxiu followed her gaze, spotting the billboard featuring the stunning chief designer of the jewelry brand under Xingyu Group, Selena. He replied, you are far more exceptional than she is. Meng Ning smiled. She was indeed a paragon among jewelry designers, having honed her craft in France, where she garnered numerous accolades. As the chief designer for a jewelry brand under the Xingyu Group, she was a remarkable talent. By the way, you both work for the same company. Have you ever met her in person? No, I haven't. Fu Tingxiu replied honestly. As the president of the company, he lacked the time to meet a designer. Moreover, the jewelry brand was merely one of the many ventures under the Xingyu Group, a side business that Fu Tingxiu had developed. Meng Ning expressed her regret. That makes sense. You're focused on programming while she designs jewelry, so there wouldn't be much overlap. Fu Tingxiu suggested, the jewelry division of Xingyu Group is currently seeking new designers. You might consider applying. Meng Ning opened her mouth to respond, but Fu Tingxiu interrupted. If you've never tried, how can you know it's not possible? Xingyu Group values genuine talent, not just those who rely solely on a piece of paper. His words sparked a flicker of courage within Meng Ning. Was Xingyu Group truly hiring new designers? Hadn't they previously refrained from external recruitment? Fu Tingxiu, with utmost seriousness, stated, I've received insider information that this year they will be hiring externally. This assertion was not entirely unfounded. Whether or not they decided to hire was ultimately at Fu Tingxiu's discretion. Meng Ning felt reassured. Of course, you are an employee of Xingyu Group. It's only natural for you to be privy to such news. She pondered whether Fu Tingxiu's encouragement to apply was his way of wanting her to join his company and progress together. Currently, she relied on her street stall for sustenance, but she couldn't remain in that position forever. Furthermore, her individual capabilities were limited, and her efficiency was quite low. She yearned to design and wished for more people to wear her creations. As husband and wife, they were both striving for success. He was an elite professional, and they should advance together. She couldn't afford to lag behind. If their frequencies diverged and the gap widened, issues would inevitably arise. All right, I'll give it a try. Meng Ning inquired, by the way, are you hungry? I'll go buy something to eat. They had yet to have dinner, and Fu Tingxiu indeed felt hunger pangs. Sure, Fu Tingxiu replied, I'll go buy it. What do you like to eat? He was considerate of her hard work and reluctant to let her spend money. Let me go instead. You're not familiar with this area. Meng Ning insisted as she stood up. This street has many delightful snacks. There's one in particular that you've definitely never tried. Just keep an eye on the stall. I'll be back shortly. With Fu Tingxiu remaining to tend to the stall, Meng Ning ventured ahead. After she left, Brother Zhou from the neighboring stall approached, offering a pack of cigarettes. Brother, would you like one? Fu Tingxiu had never smoked the 13 yuan brand. Reluctant to refuse a gesture of goodwill, he accepted one. Thank you. Brother Zhou settled onto a folding stool, commenting, You're quite fortunate, my friend. Little Meng is wonderful, capable, frugal, beautiful, and kind-hearted. As the saying goes, a good wife brings prosperity for 3 generations. Chapter 29. She invited him for snail noodles. Fu Tingxiu glanced in the direction where Meng Ning had departed. The night market was bustling with activity, filled with countless heads, rendering it impossible to spot Meng Ning. Although their time together had been brief, Fu Tingxiu could already sense her sincerity. He concurred with Brother Zhou, stating, You are right. A good wife brings prosperity for 3 generations. Brother Zhou chuckled. My brother, cherish this well. You both are a match made in heaven, undoubtedly destined for one another. By the way, you two are getting married. Yet little Meng didn't mention a word. Here, accept this token of my appreciation. He produced a red envelope containing a modest sum of 200 yuan. This amount represented his weekly food budget and funds for his child's medical expenses. The gift was light in weight, yet it bore profound sentiment. Fu Tingxiu attempted to decline. Brother Zhou, you are too kind. Please take it back. Your goodwill is appreciated by both Meng Ning and me, and your child needs medical care. As a man, do not hesitate. Take it, Brother Zhou insisted, standing up to smoke a cigarette. My child requires treatment, and Meng Ning has often lent us a helping hand. I cannot offer much, but you must accept this, otherwise it would weigh on my conscience. It was a matter of a man's dignity. Fu Tingxiu held the envelope, feeling its weight despite its modest contents. Thank you, he finally said, accepting the red envelope. He lit a cigarette that cost 13 yuan, taking a puff that irritated his throat, causing him to cough. Brother Zhou laughed. Brother, I take it you don't smoke often? Indeed, I smoke infrequently, Fu Tingxiu replied, slightly embarrassed. Brother Zhou was a straightforward man, and soon they were sharing casual conversations. Before long, Meng Ning returned, carrying 2 cups of milk tea and 2 servings of snail noodles. Even before she approached, Fu Tingxiu caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Meng Ning, what did you buy? Snail noodles, she beamed, placing the dish on the small table. You must have never tried it before. Don't let the smell deter you. It's delicious. Here, try it. I also brought milk tea. I didn't know what flavor you preferred, so I chose taro milk tea. Fu Tingxiu had never indulged in such street-side milk tea, as he typically savored freshly brewed coffee and tea. As he inhaled the aroma of the snail noodles, his expression reflected his discomfort. Can this actually be eaten? It smells quite off-putting. Meng Ning reassured him, it's akin to stinky tofu. Just give it a try. I promise you will love it after the first bite. She held the bowl of snail noodles up to him, almost offering to feed him directly. Fu Tingxiu fought against the strong odor, glancing from the bowl to Meng Ning, who looked at him with eager anticipation. Just one bite, she urged, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars, making it hard to refuse. He held his breath, picked up a bite with his chopsticks, and placed it in his mouth, his expression vividly betraying his struggle. Meng Ning inquired, isn't it delicious? Fu Tingxiu swallowed hard, suppressing his urge to retch, and quickly took a sip of the milk tea. This milk tea is quite good. The snail noodles were simply not to his taste. Not wanting to pressure him further, Meng Ning suggested, then drink your milk tea first. I will get you another meal. Brother Zhou chuckled beside him and remarked, my friend, I too find it difficult to acquire a taste for this snail noodle dish. Although Fu Tingxiu was not particularly fond of snail noodles, he instantly developed a fondness for milk tea. Typically, he indulged in bitter coffee without sugar, and his tea was similarly tinged with bitterness. Thus, this sweet milk tea was quite delightful. By the time Meng Ning returned, Fu Tingxiu was nearly finished with his drink. Meng Ning had been bustling about all evening, managing business affairs while also attending to Fu Tingxiu's needs. Fu Tingxiu felt as though he were a hindrance, repeatedly inquiring if he could assist. Yet Meng Ning insisted he merely rest. As Fu Tingxiu contemplated helping Meng Ning sell the trinkets to close up shop sooner, thereby alleviating her burdens, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from above. Brother, is that really you? Here, selling goods on the street? Fu Buxuan was somewhat incredulous. He had been brought to the night market by his newly acquainted girlfriend and, upon a casual glance, was astonished to find Fu Tingxiu peddling wares. A billionaire CEO, selling goods by the roadside? The world seemed utterly surreal. Surely, one need not pursue a romantic interest with such fervor. Chapter 30. Saving money to buy a house. Upon encountering Fu Buxuan, Fu Tingxiu perceived him as a plump sheep ready for shearing. Without hesitation, Fu Tingxiu boldly proposed, these exquisite handcrafted ornaments are made by your sister-in-law. Why not purchase a few for your girlfriend? The tone was inquisitive, yet those familiar with Fu Tingxiu understood it to be an unequivocal command. Fu Buxuan had no choice but to comply. Given that they were crafted by his sister-in-law, he felt compelled to indulge, exclaiming, absolutely, these ornaments are stunning. Xiaoxian, please choose a few. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, His young companion experienced a delightful sense of validation, happily selecting several pieces. These are all so beautiful. I adore them. Seizing the moment, Fu Tingxiu added, if you like them, you should buy them all. Each piece is unique, such as these cherry earrings, symbolizing double happiness, perfect for a couple in the throes of romance. And this sunflower hairpin represents passionate love. Meng Ning, observing the exchange, couldn't help but admire Fu Tingxiu's marketing prowess. The meanings he ascribed to the items were purely fabricated on the spot. The more Fu Buishuan's girlfriend listened, the more enamored she became, insisting, let us buy them all, shall we? Unbeknownst to her, she was not within Fu Buishuan's social circle and had no acquaintance with Fu Tingxiu. She remained oblivious to Fu Buishuan's wealth and the true nature of their relationship. With a grand gesture, Fu Buishuan declared, buy them all. Meng Ning, aware of Fu Buishuan's status as a distant relative of Fu Tingxiu, felt it inappropriate to accept payment. With a smile, she remarked, I'll package them for you as a gift, just as a token of our meeting. Internally, however, she felt a pang of sorrow. These numerous ornaments had taken her 2 days to create, representing her heartfelt labor. Yet, despite her feelings, she maintained her composure, thinking she could simply work harder in the coming days to produce more. Fu Tingxiu interjected, these were late-night creations of yours. How can we not compensate you? With close kin, accounts should be settled clearly. I'm merely a distant relative to him. There's no need to be shy. We're saving to buy a house. And thus, every penny must be calculated meticulously. We cannot afford waste. Fu Buishuan retorted, it appears that having a wife has made you forget your own brother. Fu Tingxiu owned several villas and had recently purchased a 3-bedroom apartment in the Shui Mu Tian Chung community. He suddenly found himself curious to witness the day Fu Tingxiu would falter, eager to see how Meng Ning would handle it. Chuckling, Fu Buishuan addressed his sister-in-law. Elder brother speaks wisely. Compensation is necessary. You've worked so hard. I cannot accept these for free. How much do I owe you in total? Meng Ning waved her hand, smiling. Really, it's not worth much. Although they were saving for a house, she felt it inappropriate to accept money from relatives. Fu Tingxiu picked up Meng Ning's payment QR code from the table and presented it to Fu Buishuan, stating, scan this. The total comes to 4,000. Upon hearing the price, Meng Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively turned to Fu Tingxiu, thinking this was extortion. The price had increased tenfold. If reported, she might find herself in serious trouble. It was unseemly to take advantage of acquaintances, even distant relatives. Just as Meng Ning was about to intervene, Fu Buishuan had already scanned the code, grinning, this is incredibly affordable. I've already sent the payment. As soon as the transfer was made by Fu Buishuan, Meng Ning received a notification of payment for 1,000 yuan deposited into her Alipay account. Meng Ning remained silent. Fu Tingxiu put down the payment code and declared, we are closing up. You may take your young lady elsewhere to explore. The underlying implication was clear. It was time for them to leave. Fu Buishuan had hoped to foster a closer bond with Meng Ning, believing that with his elder brother accompanying him to the street stall, it was all in earnest, a way to curry favor with his sister-in-law, thus ensuring his own protection in the future. With a playful grin, Fu Buishuan opened WeChat and said, sister-in-law, let us add each other on WeChat. Having just tricked Fu Buishuan, Meng Ning felt it would be impolite to refuse the friend request. At that moment, Fu Buishuan appeared to her as a naive fool, a big-hearted individual who was happily oblivious to being duped. Conversely, Fu Buishuan felt he had struck gold, having gained his sister-in-law's WeChat account for just 4,000 yuan. After taking out her phone, the two exchanged friend requests, and, as Fu Buishuan departed, he enthusiastically waved goodbye to Meng Ning, leaving her feeling a tad embarrassed. Once all the jewelry was sold, Fu Tingxiu announced, we can pack up now. Meng Ning inquired, Fu Tingxiu, why did you quote such a ridiculous price earlier? What if your distant cousin finds out? That would surely hurt feelings. She continued, what you crafted with your own hands is worth at least 100 times the price you set. Fu Tingxiu replied seriously, do not feel guilty. He owes me 3,500 yuan from several years ago and has yet to repay it. I merely seized the opportunity to reclaim it. Is that true? Meng Ning asked, somewhat skeptical. He doesn't seem to be in need of money. How could he fail to repay you? Fu Tingxiu, maintaining a formal demeanor, remarked. Perhaps he simply forgot. I felt it inappropriate to bring it up. I just took the chance to retrieve it. Meng Ning studied Fu Tingxiu, sensing a hint of insincerity in his words. He had shown no such hesitation when quoting exorbitant prices earlier. To prevent Meng Ning from overthinking, Fu Tingxiu shifted the conversation. Tomorrow, we will not set up a stall. After being married for so long, your mother has yet to come to our home. Let us invite her over for dinner tomorrow, and you may also invite that friend of yours. Although we did not have a wedding, we should at least share this meal. I was just considering that. You've been busy. You don't have work tomorrow, right? I'll call Qin Huan and my mother shortly, Meng Ning responded. Perhaps we should also invite your aunt and that distant cousin from earlier. I wonder if they would be willing to join us, she suggested. Fu Tingxiu replied, invite them. They would surely be delighted to come. Then it's settled. Remember to call your aunt. I don't have her contact information, he added. All right, she confirmed. As they packed up and returned home, Fu Tingxiu called Fang Qiong while Meng Ning was washing up, stating, your daughter-in-law is inviting you over for dinner tomorrow, he informed Fang Qiong, and, regarding Fu Buishuan, merely sent a message to keep him in the loop. After managing these tasks, he called the executive secretary of his company to notify the HR department of Shengyu Group's jewelry division to publicly announce the recruitment of designers, relaxing the qualifications to include those with only a high school diploma. The secretary, upon receiving the call, was momentarily taken aback by the relaxed hiring criteria. Thinking she had misheard, the jewelry company under Shengyu Group primarily caters to affluent clientele, demanding that designers possess at least a bachelor's degree, with a preference for graduates from 211 or 985 institutions. Furthermore, candidates must have considerable work experience or notable achievements in the field, including awards. More importantly, external recruitment is strictly prohibited. The secretary hesitantly inquired, Mr. Fu, are you suggesting that a designer with merely a high school diploma can be hired? To which Fu Tingxiu succinctly replied, I expect to see this recruitment notice by tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Fu, the secretary acknowledged, refraining from further questions and proceeding to execute his orders. Meanwhile, Meng Ning, unaware of these developments as she refreshed herself in the bathroom, washed her delicate undergarments by hand afterward. Although she resided separately from Fu Tingxiu, there was only one place in the house to hang clothes, the living balcony outside the kitchen. As Meng Ning stepped onto the balcony to dry her undergarments, Fu Tingxiu entered the kitchen, intending to prepare a meal. Hearing some commotion from the living balcony, he approached and beheld Meng Ning clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, her hair partially damp, holding a drying rack to air her delicate items. Meng Ning's legs were fair and slender, and as she stood on her tiptoes, her nightgown inched up to her thighs, presenting an alluring sight. Just then, her undergarment slipped from the rack and fell to the ground. As she bent down to retrieve it, she became aware of Fu Tingxiu standing behind her. Upon realizing what she held, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily concealed it behind her. Chapter 31. An unconventional candlelight dinner. Meng Ning had never felt as embarrassed as she did at that moment. She caught Fu Tingxiu's gaze lingering on the delicate black lace of her underwear and swiftly retrieved it, concealing it behind her. With her head bowed, her cheeks burned with a deep crimson hue. Fu Tingxiu, amused by her reaction, was about to speak when his eyes inadvertently wandered to her neckline. Only then did he realize that she was, indeed, devoid of any undergarments beneath her attire. Fu Tingxiu, feeling a wave of awkwardness himself, turned slightly and explained, I was just going to prepare something to eat. Yes, I'll wash up a bit, I've gotten dirty. Meng Ning continued to hide the offending garment behind her, hastily retreating to her bedroom. A smile crept across Fu Tingxiu's lips. This girl was perpetually shy. Once in her room, Meng Ning diligently washed her underwear once more, this time daring not to hang it out on the balcony. Instead, she found a hanger and placed it by the window. It was only after completing this task that she remembered she had yet to put on any underwear. The memory of Fu Tingxiu's earlier gaze flooded her with embarrassment and anger. Surely, couldn't he have thought she was intentionally trying to seduce him? Meng Ning felt as if she could vanish into the very cracks of the earth. Last night, when she had stumbled and pulled him down onto the sofa, their lips had met. Now, with her underwear being discovered, she felt utterly mortified. As she patted her flushed face, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Meng Ning, I made some noodles. Would you like to join me? After only having consumed a bowl of snail rice noodles for dinner, she realized she was indeed a bit hungry. I'm coming, Meng Ning called back, quickly changing into a modest set of pajamas before stepping out. Fu Tingxiu had prepared 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. The aroma wafting through the air was simply delightful, garnished with fresh scallions, a feast for the senses. It smells wonderful, Meng Ning said as she sat down, unable to resist picking up her chopsticks. You really know how to cook. This was the first time he had showcased his culinary skills since they began living together. I know a few simple recipes. Fu Tingxiu replied, just as the entire house was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Meng Ning, already nearsighted, felt as though she were blind in the pitch blackness. What happened? She inquired. Fu Tingxiu turned on his phone's flashlight and replied in a serious tone, I'll go take a look. Just stay put. Obediently, Meng Ning remained seated as Fu Tingxiu ventured into the hallway. Noting that the corridor lights were still on, he dismissed the possibility of a power outage. Upon returning, he stated, it's likely a case of overdue bills. When he had instructed Fu Buishuan to purchase the property, he had been too rushed to inquire about the remaining utilities, and he had no idea how to make payments. With her experience in such matters, Meng Ning asked, where's the electricity card located? This query left Fu Tingxiu momentarily perplexed. He had no knowledge of its whereabouts. As the president of Xingyu Group, he had never had to concern himself with such trivialities. Thinking quickly, Fu Tingxiu replied, I'm not sure where it is at the moment. The landlord should have it linked to the meter. Perhaps they can assist with the payment, as it can be done via phone. Meng Ning suggested. I've done that before. You could just call the landlord and ask. However, Fu Tingxiu realized that, as the owner of the property, making the call would give away his predicament. Fu Tingxiu, with a serious demeanor, remarked, it's quite late, and it would be rather impolite to disturb others. We have candles at home. Let us light them. Meng Ning assumed that Fu Tingxiu was simply too modest to trouble the landlord with a phone call, and thus she did not ponder further. Fu Tingxiu retrieved a candle from the drawer, igniting it and placing it in the center of the dining table. The warm, amber glow illuminated the room as the two of them sat facing each other. With the presence of the candle and a bowl of egg noodles, Meng Ning chuckled. This feels reminiscent of celebrating a birthday, enjoying a candlelit dinner. Suddenly, Fu Tingxiu called her name. Meng Ning responded, I have a gift for you, Fu Tingxiu stated, producing a jewelry box from the drawer and handing it to her. Curiously, Meng Ning inquired, what is this? What occasion warrants such a thoughtful gift? Chapter 32. Meng Ning's secret. Meng Ning opened the box to reveal a pair of rings. A glance at Fu Tingxiu illuminated her understanding of the significance. He said, wedding rings. We didn't have time to buy them when we registered, so I'm making up for it now. When did you purchase them? Meng Ning felt a stir of emotion. She had been concerned about the absence of wedding rings, yet his thoughtful gesture touched her deeply. I bought them yesterday. Fu Tingxiu took her hand, retrieved the female ring from the box, and gently placed it on her finger. A single candle, a thoughtful gift, and a bowl of egg noodles created an ambience of romance. He stated, Meng Ning, I hope we can continue this journey of marriage together. There were no grand declarations of love or sweet nothings, yet his words conveyed the most genuine sentiment. Both were eager for this union. Their swift marriage naturally bore the hope of longevity. Meng Ning nodded in agreement. He smiled and donned the male ring himself. Let us eat. It'll get cold soon. Perhaps it was the gift received, or perhaps the enticingly romantic atmosphere. But Meng Ning found the egg noodles that night to be the finest she had ever tasted. In that moment, she felt that living alongside Fu Tingxiu would indeed be quite wonderful. Fu Tingxiu was refined and elegant, making their time together exceedingly comfortable. The following day, Meng Ning awoke early, intending to visit the market to procure ingredients for lunch. As she changed her shoes to head out, Fu Tingxiu also rose. Where are you off to so early? To the market. My mother and the others are coming for lunch, so I need to prepare, she replied. By the way, have you invited your relatives? I made the call, Fu Tingxiu said. Wait a moment. Let me change my clothes and accompany you. Given that she might have a considerable amount to carry, Meng Ning welcomed Fu Tingxiu's assistance. They left the house and stopped for a bowl of wontons at the entrance of the community before heading to the market. Meng Ning was well acquainted with the nearby market, having already planned her purchases. She went directly to the stalls, while Fu Tingxiu followed behind, carrying the items. It was his first time in such a bustling and chaotic market, and he found the environment a bit overwhelming. After completing their shopping, they hurried back to the home to begin food preparations. As for the issue of the overdue electricity bill, Fu Tingxiu took the initiative to call Fu Buishuan to resolve it. In the kitchen, Meng Ning was busy preparing the dishes, while Fu Tingxiu donned an apron to assist her. Although born with a silver spoon, he was well capable of these tasks. Around 10:30, the doorbell rang. Meng Ning was simmering pig trotters, while Fu Tingxiu went to answer the door. It was Fang Qiong and Fu Buishuan. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fu Tingxiu in an apron. "My son, you're cooking yourself?" Fang Qiong exclaimed in astonishment. Fu Buishuan looked as if struck by lightning, scrutinizing Fu Tingxiu from head to toe before giving him a thumbs up. "Brother, you're a model husband, a true domestic man." Fu Tingxiu shot Fu Buishuan a glance. "If you wish to stay for dinner, speak less." Fu Buishuan chuckled, understood. Meng Ning called from the kitchen, "Fu Tingxiu." "Who is here?" Fu Buishuan replied loudly, "Sister-in-law, it's me." As Fu Buishuan entered, Fang Qiong followed suit, shouting, "I've come to help." Today, Fang Qiong dressed in a more simple and casual manner, lacking her usual exquisite style. "Aunt, you and the others can sit in the living room to rest." "I will manage," Meng Ning said with a smile. "Fu Tingxiu, please attend to Aunt." The kitchen was not spacious, and Fu Tingxiu gestured for Fang Qiong to take a seat in the living room and relax. Fu Buishuan, however, was rather unreserved, lounging like a guest while cracking sunflower seeds in the living room. Before long, Qin Huan and Meng's mother arrived. It was their first time here, and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Fu Tingxiu went downstairs to greet them at the community entrance. Upon realizing that Fu Tingxiu was the president of the Xingyu group, Qin Huan felt a sense of restraint, quite different from her earlier casual demeanor. After all, he was the president of a company worth billions, a person at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, yet here he was, so down-to-earth, assisting in the kitchen of a 3-bedroom apartment. Had it not been for Qin Huan's repeated confirmations and the sight of the matriarch Fang Qiong, she would have doubted her previous perceptions. Qin Huan discreetly observed Fang Qiong's attitude towards Meng Ning. It appeared that Fang Qiong rather favored Meng Ning and was very warm towards Meng's mother, leaving her even more puzzled about the Fu family's true nature. Suddenly, Qin Huan felt an urgent need to use the restroom. "Ning Bao, where's your bathroom?" The guest bathroom was occupied by Fu Buishuan, and in her desperation, Qin Huan considered using the master bathroom. "My room doesn't have a bathroom," Meng Ning replied, then looked at Fu Tingxiu. "May I borrow your restroom?" Fu Tingxiu nodded, of course. Their brief exchange unveiled surprising information to everyone. "Your room? My room? Did these two not share a bedroom?" The fact that the couple was not sleeping together implied something significant. Fu Buishuan and Fang Qiong exchanged glances, while Meng's mother and Qin Huan also shared a look. Meng Ning did not grasp the underlying implications and led Qin Huan to the master bathroom. After Qin Huan finished, she emerged from the restroom and pulled Meng Ning aside, lowering her voice to ask, "You and Fu Tingxiu do not share a room? You're sleeping separately?" Qin Huan had noticed the absence of feminine products in the master bathroom earlier. Meng Ning, unfazed, smiled lightly. "Yes, we aren't familiar yet. So of course we sleep apart." Qin Huan responded. "Not familiar." She reminded, "Ning Bao, you two are married. Haven't you done that yet?" Meng Ning shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, just as Meng's mother entered the room. Meng's mother quietly inquired, "Xiao Ning, have you and your husband always slept separately?" While Meng Ning faced questioning in the bedroom, Fu Tingxiu was being interrogated by Fang Qiong in the living room. Fang Qiong had been contemplating grandchildren, only to discover that her son and daughter-in-law were sleeping apart. Meng Ning nodded, "Yes. Fu Tingxiu and I agree to take some time to see if we are compatible." Qin Huan pressed further, "What if you find you are not suitable for each other? Will you then separate?" This was a rare stroke of fortune. Meng Ning had found such a good family-in-law, and Qin Huan thought to herself that she must do everything possible to unite the two. A man with Fu Tingxiu's qualities was indeed hard to come by. Meng Ning glanced at Meng's mother and Qin Huan before saying, I suppose so. If it's not suitable, one cannot force it. Life is long, and an unsuitable marriage brings suffering. After some contemplation, Meng Mu remarked, Xiao Ning, you are right. It is wise to spend time together and observe. Your impulsive decision to marry hastily was ill-considered. Indeed, I understand, mother, Meng Ning replied, recalling the dishes simmering in the kitchen. Oh no, I must check on the pig's feet in the pot. Once Meng Ning exited, Meng Mu turned to Qin Huan and inquired, Xiao Huan, has Xiao Ning exhibited any unusual behavior recently, or confided anything to you? No, Annie, why do you ask? Qin Huan responded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Yesterday, Xiao Ning returned and mentioned recalling certain matters. Meng Mu expressed her concerns. I fear she may remember that incident, which would shatter her current life. Qin Huan felt a pang of anxiety. If Meng Ning truly recalled it, or if Fu Tingxiu discovered her secret, their fates could be irrevocably altered. That incident had nearly faded from her memory over the years. Annie, do not worry. With me around, I will ensure Meng Ning remains well and nurtures a happy marriage with Fu Tingxiu. Xiao Ning is fortunate to have a friend like me, she reassured. Meng Musait. Xiao Huan, I have been plagued by dreams of that child, my dear granddaughter. It burdens me so. Reflecting on the past, Meng Mu was filled with remorse. Chapter 33. The urge to procreate. Qin Huan comforted Meng's mother, saying, Annie, do not blame yourself. Your intentions are for Meng Ning's well-being. Casting a glance toward the living room, Qin Huan mused aloud, perhaps the heavens, having previously treated Meng Ning unfairly, have bestowed upon her this marriage as a form of compensation. Meng's mother remarked, this son-in-law appears quite decent at present. Qin Huan refrained from disclosing Fu Tingxiu's true identity to Meng's mother. After all, Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu were still sleeping separately. Revealing Fu Tingxiu's true identity could inadvertently backfire. Knowing Meng Ning's temperament, it was likely she would hastily seek a divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, if they were to develop genuine feelings for one another, the situation might change. The lunch spread was lavish, prepared by Meng Ning herself, with Fu Tingxiu assisting. As everyone settled into their seats, Meng Ning cheerfully announced, I suppose everyone is hungry. Let us eat. Auntie, Fu Tingxiu mentioned you prefer lighter dishes, so I prepared these, which should suit your taste. Indeed, Fang Qiong chuckled, her gaze flitting between Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu, her words layered with meaning. Not only did the food please her palate, but the daughter-in-law also met her approval. Meng Ning, oblivious to Fang Qiong's deeper implications, remained unaware, while Qin Huan understood. It seemed Fang Qiong was quite satisfied with Meng Ning as her daughter-in-law. With the approval of a powerful matriarch, the path ahead appeared less daunting for Qin Huan. Seizing the moment, Qin Huan presented a gift, smilingly saying, Ning Bao, this is my wedding gift to you both. I wish you a lifetime of happiness and the swift arrival of children. Huan, you are too kind, Meng Ning replied graciously, accepting the gift with a gentle smile. Fang Qiong chimed in, now that you are married, you can begin planning for children. It's best to have them while you're young. Recovery is quicker. Isn't that right, little Ning's mother? Meng's mother, mindful of the setting, echoed, indeed, planning can commence. Upon hearing the phrase, the swift arrival of children, Meng Ning felt a rush of shyness, glancing at Fu Tingxiu as the elders continued to urge procreation. Fu Tingxiu interjected, as for having children, we shall let nature take its course. With a statement, the conversation about procreation waned. A man who is uninterested in having children may not be prepared to shoulder the responsibilities of a family or to share his life with his wife in a complete household. Qin Huan tentatively inquired, Fu Tingxiu, you are already 30. Men of your age typically yearn for children. While you say you are not in a hurry, surely a plan must be in place. The growing pressure for procreation left Meng Ning feeling quite awkward. Fu Tingxiu glanced at Meng Ning and candidly replied, there is no plan for this. We'll let fate decide. He perceived that Meng Ning was also not ready for this next step, and thus he felt no urgency. However, to Qin Huan's ears, this response seemed rather dismissive. She worried that Fu Tingxiu might merely be toying with Meng Ning. Yet she knew she could not speak too freely. Let us continue with the meal, Meng Ning said with a smile, attempting to change the subject. Mom, please drink more of this pig's trotter soup. Annie, little cousin, please eat as well. Don't hold back. Consider it your own home. In such a context, Fu Buishuan chose to remain unobtrusive, smiling as he said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." The meal proceeded in a harmonious manner. Fang Xiong greeted Meng Mu with warmth, engaging in casual conversation, predominantly reminiscing about Meng Ning's childhood. Naturally, Fang Xiong sought to learn more about her future in-law and, upon discovering that Meng Mu worked in a hotel, felt no disdain. Rather, she empathized with the challenges Meng Mu faced. Raising a daughter as a single mother is indeed a formidable endeavor. Fang Xiong held great admiration for Meng Mu, and as their dialogue deepened, their rapport flourished, leading them to address each other more intimately, transitioning from Xiao Ning's mother to sister. After their meal, Fu Tingxiu took the initiative to clear the table, encouraging Meng Ning to rest while he enlisted Fu Buishuan's assistance in the kitchen. Faced with a sink full of dishes, Fu Buishuan felt overwhelmed. Elder brother, I have no experience with washing dishes. Calmly leaning against the refrigerator, Fu Tingxiu replied, as long as one is not mentally challenged, it can be done. Fu Buishuan sighed in resignation and donned gloves to commence the task. Elder brother, why not hire a maid or send an aunt from home? Taking a sip from a bottle of water retrieved from the fridge, Fu Tingxiu assumed the role of supervisor. An average worker cannot afford a maid. Fu Buishuan, perplexed, lowered his voice. Elder brother, do you really need to feign poverty to marry? You sell goods on the street and live in such a small house. This dwelling is even smaller than our family's swimming pool. Fu Tingxiu glanced at Meng Ning in the living room and remarked, she is unlike other girls. She desires a partner who exists on the same level, in the same world. Fu Buishuan retorted, the world of the impoverished? Chapter 34. The arrival of first love. Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu belong to entirely different realms. In her eyes, he now epitomizes what it means to inhabit her world. Only those who share the same sphere can truly engage as equals. A woman who insists on splitting living expenses signifies a worldview that resolutely rejects taking advantage of others. Embodying independence. Fu Tingxiu had perused a matchmaking website and discovered that a person surnamed Fu was indeed scheduled for a blind date with Meng Ning that very day. He was convinced that Meng Ning had genuinely mistaken him for someone else. Thus, he resolved to continue exploring her world under his current guise. Just mind your own business. He instructed Fu Buishuan, who, under Fu Tingxiu's command, washed the dishes before being dismissed. Meng Ning's mother and Qin Huan did not linger long either. After a brief post-meal chat, they took their leave. Fang Xiong wished to stay longer, but seeing only herself remaining and sensing her eldest son's subtle cues, she found an excuse to depart. Once everyone had left, Meng Ning finally had the opportunity to unwrap the wedding gift from Qin Huan. As she tore open the wrapping, she was relieved not to be doing so in Fu Tingxiu's presence, for the gift was a set of alluring lingerie. She lifted the delicate fabric with her fingers, pondering how little it could possibly conceal. It was indeed reflective of Qin Huan's spirited nature. Meng Ning, Fu Tingxiu's voice called from outside, prompting her to hastily conceal the lingerie. What is it? She replied, while moving toward the door. Fu Tingxiu hesitated before asking, could you help me order that milk tea you bought last time? I do like it with full sugar and warm. His serious demeanor made her assume something was amiss. Meng Ning smiled, of course. That's the tea Baidu, taro milk tea. I enjoyed as well. She retrieved her phone to place the order. Can you finish a large cup? Yes, I want a large one, he affirmed. With a grin, she quickly completed the order. When she looked up, she noticed Fu Tingxiu had taken out his laptop. Let me show you something, he said, opening a web page that displayed a job posting for a designer at the jewelry company under Xinyu Group. They are indeed hiring designers, Meng Ning exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she skimmed through the requirements. A high school diploma, a passion for design, and even the prospect of internal training for those without experience, along with opportunities for overseas study for outstanding performers. Fu Tingxiu, what could your boss be thinking? Accepting applicants without experience? These criteria seemed tailor-made for her, as they perfectly matched her qualifications. Design is rooted in creativity. Excessive rigidity in thought yields little in the way of commendable works. Fu Tingxiu resumed his serious discourse. Perhaps those who are free to express themselves or who lack experience might create something truly unique. Meng Ning nodded. That does sound plausible. Here is the application link. Click here to fill in your details and apply for the interview. Fu Tingxiu pointed to the website. The interview consists of a preliminary round and a second round, with only 3 positions available this time. 3 positions? The competition must be fierce. Meng Ning felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Can I really do this? Fu Tingxiu chuckled softly. Remove the last word, and you can. His encouragement felt as warm as the gentle breeze of March. Meng Ning clenched her fist, motivating herself with the thought, I can do this. The two exchanged smiles, and Fu Tingxiu suggested, go ahead and fill out the application. As Meng Ning began to complete the form, she experienced a mix of anxiety and excitement, brimming with anticipation. Taking this step might just bring her closer to realizing her dreams. After finalizing her application, her takeout milk tea arrived. Just as Fu Tingxiu took his first sip, he received a phone call and stepped out to handle an urgent matter at work. Alone at home, Meng Ning commenced her preparations for the interview when her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but without hesitation, she answered, Hello, who is this? Meng Ning, I am at the entrance of your community. I wish to see you, came the reply from Gu Changming. A tightness gripped her heart. After a moment of holding the phone, she steadied her voice and replied, Gu Changming, I am already married. If you do not come, I will wait here indefinitely. Chapter 35. Gu Changming approaches the truth. Gu Changming's words exuded both stubbornness and an undercurrent of threat, leaving Meng Ning feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Had she known this would be the outcome, she might have made different choices. It was Gu Changming who insisted on going abroad, forsaking their relationship. After his departure, she sent him a message to break up, and upon receiving no reply after a day, she severed all forms of contact with him. Consequently, they had not communicated for 5 or 6 years. Now, she was married, yet he had returned. Meng Ning pondered for a moment before stating over the phone, I will come over shortly. Her willingness to meet Gu Changming was not born from ulterior motives. Rather, she felt they owed each other a proper closure. She needed to articulate her feelings clearly. As Meng Ning donned her shoes and stepped outside, she spotted Gu Changming's Maybach parked by the roadside at the entrance of the community. The luxurious vehicle naturally drew attention, and even the security guard could not help but steal a few glances. As Meng Ning walked past, the guard's gaze shifted to her, and upon seeing her approach the Maybach, his eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Women are so pragmatic. Beautiful women are always associated with wealthy men, he seemed to think. Upon her arrival, Gu Changming quickly exited the vehicle, his face alight with a smile. Meng Ning, you're here. Shall we enjoy some afternoon tea together? No, thank you. I've had enough milk tea for now, Meng Ning replied tersely, refusing to step into the car. With an icy demeanor, she continued, Gu Changming, please refrain from seeking me out in the future. It may lead to misunderstandings with my husband. Meng Ning, I understand your lingering resentment regarding my decision to study abroad. I am willing to do anything to ease your anger. Gu Changming deflected, maintaining his smile. I now possess the means to provide you with a better life. He then recalled how, in the past, his mother had disapproved of her due to her single-parent background, vehemently opposing their relationship. Perhaps that was why Gu's mother had sent him abroad. Meng Ning, however, no longer wished to dwell on the past. With a calm expression, she stated, Gu Changming, no one waits indefinitely. We have become a chapter of the past. Once again, I implore you not to disrupt my life with my husband. Thank you. Meng Ning was acutely aware of the necessity to establish clear boundaries with Gu Changming. With that, she turned to leave, but he grasped her arm, his emotions flaring. Meng Ning, what can a mere pauper provide you? A lowly employee with a car worth just over 100,000? He cannot offer you happiness. Meng Ning scoffed, so, in your eyes, happiness is measured by wealth? Is that truly your perspective, Gu Changming? He frowned. In Jing City, someone without a home, relying solely on your husband's meager salary, will never afford a house. You once expressed a desire for a home. I have purchased a villa in Nanshan. Everything I do is for you. Stop. Meng Ning met his gaze defiantly. You may act for your parents or your own ambitions, but do not claim it is for me. Please do not return. She removed his hand from her arm. If there had been a hint of nostalgia before, Gu Changming's current actions had obliterated even that last remnant of memory. She had waited for him, but over the years, her heart had gradually grown cold, and she had moved on. I have heard about your decision to withdraw from school back in those days, Gu Changming remarked. I visited your university professor yesterday and discovered the true reason behind your departure. It was for a man. Upon mentioning her university dropout, Meng Ning's expression darkened significantly. Gu Changming, do you find this amusing? She retorted. It is not because of you I am. She mistakenly assumed Gu Changming was referring to himself. Even though his influence was indeed a factor in her decision, she was reluctant to acknowledge it. I know it was for another man, Gu Changming stated. At his words, Meng Ning stared at him in astonishment. Another man? Chapter 36. Fu Tingxiu's jealousy erupts. Guan Changming regarded Meng Ning's bewildered reaction as mere pretense. With a sardonic twist of his lips, he derided, What have you done yourself? Have you truly forgotten? Meng Ning, during our courtship, you were unfaithful, and it appears you continue to tread upon two boats. Why feign such lofty principles? I could easily turn a blind eye. Meng Ning was the ethereal moonlight in Guan Changming's heart, and the unfulfilled longing stirred restlessly within him. His pursuit of Meng Ning stemmed not only from his unacquired affection, but also from a recent surge of success in his career, which imbued him with a sense of arrogance. What nonsense are you spouting? Meng Ning retorted, her voice laced with anger. I never anticipated that after so many years, you would become so shameless. Please leave. She wished to utter not a single word more to him. Disappointment and heartache coursed through her. She had waited for him all those years, devoted wholeheartedly, only to be accused unjustly when she no longer wished to continue. Choosing not to linger, Meng Ning turned and entered her residential complex, leaving her words hanging in the air. Guan Changming's countenance darkened as he climbed into his car, slamming the door with palpable force. He had no intention of letting Meng Ning slip away so easily. He retrieved his phone and called, Continue the investigation. Uncover the identity of that man. With a mixture of fury and determination, Guan Changming contacted a private investigator before starting the engine and driving off. As he proceeded straight through an intersection, he caught sight of a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside, a limited edition model. Only 3 exist worldwide. The license plate was audaciously adorned with 5/8. Guan Changming found himself stealing glances. Despite the tinted windows, he could not discern the occupant within. To drive such a lavish vehicle indicated not merely wealth, but a significant standing in society. A twinge of envy pierced Guan Changming's heart. Men are often enamored with luxury cars, yet his own vehicle was merely a rented Maybach, a far cry from the opulence of a Rolls-Royce. In pursuit of establishing his law firm, he had invested all his resources. Though his family had once enjoyed affluence, they now teetered at a modest middle-class level, especially after enduring considerable losses over the years. To maintain appearances in business dealings, he was compelled to rent a luxurious car. As for the villa in Nanshan, that too was a fade. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Fu Tingxiu observed the confrontation between Meng Ning and Guan Changming with a solemn expression, his emotions inscrutable. Having concluded his business affairs, he had hurried home, only to unexpectedly encounter Meng Ning's former boyfriend at his doorstep. The driver inquired, Mr. Fu, shall we return to Shui Mu Tiancheng or to the old residence? To the old residence, Fu Tingxiu replied, his tone frosty. The driver dared not utter another word as he navigated the vehicle toward the ancestral home. Upon returning home, Meng Ning found herself haunted by Guan Changming's words. How could she possibly be unfaithful? During her relationship with him, she had never entertained the attention of other men. Why had he made such accusations? As she regained her composure, Meng Ning began to ponder this unsettling question. What have you done? Have you truly forgotten? These were Guan Changming's exact words. Furrowing her brow, Meng Ning realized she had indeed forgotten certain aspects of their past, her heart racing with uncertainty. Had she truly let something slip from her memory? Meng Ning swiftly dismissed this conjecture, asserting that it was impossible. She would never entangle herself with 2 men simultaneously. She pondered, yet chose not to dwell on it any further, contemplating that perhaps Gu Changming's assumptions were baseless, fueled by jealousy and a desire to tarnish her reputation. Soon night fell. Noticing that Fu Tingxiu had not returned, she sent him a message. When will you be back? Are you done? In a luxurious mansion within the Nanshan Villa district of Dijing, Fu Tingxiu sat in the sky garden, savoring freshly brewed tea. Upon reading Meng Ning's message, the flicker of jealousy and irritation within him began to fade. His pride prevented him from replying. Yet as he indulged in his tea, he couldn't help but recall the taro milk tea Meng Ning had treated him to, rendering the beverage in his hand rather insipid. Son, Fong Xiong, clad in a light-hued, modified qipao, approached with an air of grace and elegance. It's quite late. Why are you still here? Haven't you returned yet? Fu Tingxiu inquired. Return where? Of course, to your home with your wife. If you don't bring her back, what business do you have coming home alone? Fong Xiong chided. Hurry back. Don't keep your wife waiting. Be considerate. You are now a married man. Fu Tingxiu remained silent, unaware of Fu Tingxiu's circumstances. Meng Ning assumed he was merely busy and sent another message. I've kept the food warm on the stove. Remember to eat when you return. I'm going to sleep now. Fu Tingxiu glanced at the message, feeling a warmth spread through him. Meng Ning had saved him dinner. Fong Xiong craned her neck to peek at the message, and, upon seeing Meng Ning's thoughtfulness, promptly urged Fu Tingxiu, go back quickly. Don't make your wife wait too long. If you don't bring her home in the future, you'd better not return alone. Your presence irritates me. Such was the nature of a doting mother. Ultimately, it was Fong Xiong who insisted he leave. Chapter 37. He secretly paved the way for her. Fu Tingxiu reluctantly entered the car, eliciting laughter from the driver. Mr. Fu, it's quite late. If you don't return, the young lady will undoubtedly be worried, the driver remarked. Enough of that, Fu Tingxiu replied in a low voice. Take me back to Shui Mu Tiancheng. The driver started the engine, heading back to Shui Mu Tiancheng. Along the way, he received a call from his wife, inquiring about his return time. Fu Tingxiu overheard the woman on the phone expressing concern and fussing about the children's studies. I understand. You do tend to ramble. I'll hang up now, the driver said, though his heart was filled with sweetness and a smile of happiness adorned his face. Fu Tingxiu, intrigued, asked Uncle Li, does Aunt Li urge you daily to come home for dinner? The driver chuckled. Indeed, she insists that a couple's meal together is irreplaceable. After over a decade of marriage, she keeps the home impeccably organized, and the children are well-behaved and understanding. Having a woman at home makes returning, no matter how exhausting the day, a source of comfort. Uncle Li had been Fu Tingxiu's driver for 7 or 8 years, and his words were no longer restrained. Fu Tingxiu couldn't help but reminisce about his own home with Meng Ning. He often engaged in social gatherings, returning late, while it was she who maintained the cleanliness of their abode. In his memory, their home was always immaculate, imbued with the fragrance of fresh flowers. Upon arriving home, Fu Tingxiu opened the door to find that Meng Ning had thoughtfully left a light on for him. In that moment of entry, he surveyed the tidy space. Though small, it radiated warmth, and he felt the comfort Uncle Li had spoken of. Meng Ning had already retired for the night. He peeked into the kitchen, finding the meals kept warm in the rice cooker. A smile graced Fu Tingxiu's lips. Although he had dined at the old residence, he still served himself a bowl of rice. The following day dawned on a Monday. Fu Tingxiu rose early to head to the office, while Meng Ning awakened half an hour prior to prepare his breakfast. As Fu Tingxiu emerged from his morning routine, he found a bowl of millet porridge, a plate of side dishes, and an egg awaiting him at the table. Please eat before heading to the office, Meng Ning urged. Very well, Fu Tingxiu replied, taking a seat. He felt compelled to explain his absence the previous night. My phone died last night, and by the time I returned, you were already asleep. It's nothing, Meng Ning smiled. Hurry and eat, otherwise you'll run out of time. You need to clock in by 8:30, don't you? Fu Tingxiu did not require clocking in. He could arrive whenever he pleased. The two sat together, enjoying breakfast before Fu Tingxiu finally departed. As for the matter of Gu Changming's visit to Meng Ning the day before, Fu Tingxiu chose to remain oblivious, pretending to know nothing. Once Fu Tingxiu left, Meng Ning resumed her cleaning and only after completing her chores began her crafts. As noon approached, she received a call from the Human Resources Department of Xingyu Group's jewelry company, inviting her for an interview the following day. Overjoyed, Meng Ning eagerly replied, Wonderful. What time should I come? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the A office building on Jingen Road. Perfect, I will be there. Thank you. After concluding the call, Meng Ning could hardly contain her excitement and rushed to share the news with Fu Tingxiu. She sent him a WeChat message. I received an interview notification. I am to attend an interview tomorrow at the Xingyu Group office building. In the vast conference room, dozens of senior executives sat in silence. This was the company's weekly meeting, and Fu Tingxiu sat expressionless, exuding an aura that discouraged any interaction. Below him, the attendees were as quiet as mice, not daring to breathe. Just moments earlier, Fu Tingxiu had reprimanded a manager from the South China region. The sound of the message notification rescued the beleaguered manager. Fu Tingxiu glanced at his phone, and his icy demeanor cracked slightly. He picked up his phone and replied, "Congratulations. Prepare well." Meng Ning received the message. Her spirits lifted, and she increasingly felt that Fu Tingxiu was a gentle and gentlemanly man. She put away her phone and began to prepare for the interview. Little did she know, the man she perceived as gentle was regarded as a cold-faced tyrant by the senior leaders at Xingyu Group. As the meeting concluded, Fu Tingxiu stood up and cast a sharp, penetrating glance at the assembly. Xingyu Group does not nurture idlers. I hope you all recognize what is expected of you. The company can function without anyone. We are not short on talent. The implication was clear. Those lacking capability did not deserve to remain in their positions. With that remark, Fu Tingxiu strode out, followed closely by his secretary, Luo Cheng. In the president's office, Luo Cheng reported, "President Fu, the interview arrangements you requested have been put in place. As of now, over 400 people have signed up. Additionally, we have found a suitable bone marrow match for Zhou Ping's son, and the transplant surgery is scheduled for next week. We have also secured a spot in the Angel Fund, covering all costs associated with the surgery for Zhou Ping's son." Fu Tingxiu's expression remained impassive. Well done. Luo Cheng ventured to ask, "President Fu, why go to such lengths for Zhou Ping's son's bone marrow search?" Having followed Fu Tingxiu for many years, he knew Zhou Ping was just an ordinary man, seemingly unrelated to Fu Tingxiu. Fu Tingxiu's lips curled slightly. "I accepted a 200 yuan gift from him. It is only right to reciprocate." Luo Cheng, perplexed, recalled something and produced a stack of documents. "President Fu, here is the information regarding Chaming Law Firm. It is a newly registered company, and, interestingly, Gu Chaming's car and house are all rented. He has some renown abroad, and seems to have returned to develop his career here." Naturally, Fu Tingxiu sought to investigate anyone who harassed his wife. Upon hearing about Gu Changming, Fu Tingxiu's brows furrowed slightly as he casually perused the documents. Luo Cheng added, "The largest shareholder of the law firm is actually Zheng Jing. I found out they were classmates. Currently, the competition among law firms in the country is fierce. A newly established firm like this one can hardly land any significant cases, often dealing only with minor disputes and legal aid." After reviewing the documents, Fu Tingxiu dismissed this rival with disdain. "Let us assign them some tasks to keep them occupied. If they are too idle, they may trouble Meng Ning." Luo Cheng understood. "Got it." At 5 in the afternoon, Meng Ning ventured out to set up a stall and learned from Zhou Ping that his son's surgery had a promising outcome. Zhou Ping, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Xiaomeng, we have found a suitable bone marrow match for my son, and the surgery will be free of charge. I've heard that an internationally renowned expert will perform the operation. Brother Zhou, is that truly the case?" Meng Ning responded with genuine joy. "That is splendid news." The furrowed brow of Zhou Ping finally relaxed, his eyes sparkling with renewed hope for life. "Indeed, it seems that after enduring these hardships, we are finally on the verge of brighter days." Meng Ning recalled a remark made by Fu Tingxiu, who had once said that after suffering comes sweetness. In that moment, he felt as though Fu Tingxiu were a prophet, for everything he had spoken had come to fruition. Chapter 38. The existence of that child. Meng Ning's business was thriving tonight, having sold several pieces of jewelry in a short span. Witnessing the popularity of her designs bolstered her confidence for the upcoming interview. Seizing a moment, she video-called her mother. During their light-hearted chat, Meng's mother suddenly interjected with a piece of gossip. "Xiao Ning, it seems your cousin's husband has someone on the side." Meng Ning was taken aback, finding the revelation rather abrupt. "Mom, who told you that?" "I saw it myself. Her mother replied from the other end of the video call. I can't be certain, but today a couple came into the hotel, and the man bore a striking resemblance to your cousin's husband. When I approached to greet him, he was holding a woman in his arms, and they both appeared quite uneasy upon seeing me. The sight of a man and a woman entering a hotel inevitably stirred the imagination. Meng Ning quickly inquired, Mom, have you mentioned this to Annie? Not yet. Her mother replied, her concern evident. I thought, what if I'm mistaken? I would want to ruin Yang Lu's marriage. Meng's mother sighed. Yang Lu has been married for 8 years without a child, and I fear he might stray. Your aunt takes pride in her son-in-law. If trouble arises, it would surely devastate her. Mom, it's best not to speak of uncertain matters just yet, Meng Ning cautioned. Bringing this up, regardless of its truth, could lead to trouble. In today's society, it is often the case that 99% of men engage in extramarital affairs, with their wives being the last to know. Even those who are aware may hesitate to intervene, as breaking the proverbial window pane could lead to embarrassment and the informant may face resentment. Aunt Zhou Wenxiu has always boasted about her daughter marrying well. Should this news circulate, it might be misconstrued as jealousy or gossip. I understand your perspective, Meng's mother conceded. I hope it's just my overthinking. Xiaoning, please don't stay out too late. I checked the weather forecast, and it's supposed to rain tonight. Meng Ning glanced at the night sky. Mom, it doesn't look like rain. Business is good today. I plan to work a little longer. Then have your husband come pick you up. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night. Meng's mother had always been anxious about her daughter working at night markets. In the past, whenever Meng Ning set out, her mother would accompany her whenever possible. Even if she couldn't, she would wait up until Meng Ning returned. She feared a repeat of events from years prior that had caused her daughter harm. To ease her mother's worries, Meng Ning told a little white lie. All right, he said he would come to get me soon. Mom, you're not well, so rest early. I have to go. Business is calling. Okay, you take care, her mother replied, ending the call. As she gazed at the emptiness of their home, a wave of loneliness washed over her. With a sigh, Meng's mother was about to retire for the night when she heard a child wailing in the neighborhood. The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the complex, prompting her to look out the window. It was the neighbors across the way reprimanding their child again. The sounds tugged at her heartstrings, reminding her of the child she had lost years ago. This was the knot in her heart. She did not want her daughter to traverse the same painful path she had endured. In the night market, Meng Ning was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening before she could finally pack up and head home. The weather forecast had been inaccurate, and it did not rain. After tidying her stall, she started her car and, passing by a bubble tea shop, she remembered that Fu Tingxiu enjoyed bubble tea. She hurriedly purchased 2 cups before the shop closed. Upon returning home, she found the house enveloped in silence. Fu Tingxiu had not yet arrived. She turned on the lights and placed the bubble tea on the table, feeling a sheen of perspiration on her skin, prompting her to head to the bedroom for a shower. After bathing and wrapping herself in a towel, she had not yet changed her clothes when she heard her phone ringing in the living room. Considering Fu Tingxiu was absent, she ventured out, towel-clad, to answer the call. It was Qin Huan on the line. She switched to speaker mode and settled onto the sofa to dry her hair. As they were engaged in conversation, a sound at the door indicated Fu Tingxiu's return. He pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of Meng Ning. Wrapped in her towel on the living room sofa, her legs gracefully crossed, an alluring sight indeed. Meng Ning turned to look at him, but before she could speak, Qin Huan's voice echoed through the phone. Ning Bao, as a woman, you mustn't be too rigid. Put on the nightgown I gifted you, and I guarantee Fu Tingxiu will be utterly captivated by you. Meng Ning could only respond with silence, her toes curling in exasperation. Chapter 39. A romantic evening. Meng Ning felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if no amount of immersion in the Yellow River could absolve her of the suspicion of enticing Fu Tingxiu. Fu Tingxiu was momentarily taken aback. The speakerphone was on, and he could clearly hear Qin Huan's voice. It seemed he had returned at an inopportune moment. Ning Bao, are you listening? If you're still struggling, I have resources you can look at for learning. In a panic, Meng Ning hurriedly ended the call, her flustered hands causing her to drop her phone onto the floor. Anxiety gripped her heart. This was a phone she had purchased not long ago, and if it were damaged, she would have to spend money to replace it. She quickly extended her hands to catch it, managing to save her device. standing at the doorway. Fu Tingxiu's expression was inscrutable, though internally he too was bewildered. In her haste to save the phone, Meng Ning had half-kneeled, causing her towel to loosen slightly. From his vantage point, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse, feeling the embarrassment wash over her. She awkwardly tugged at her towel to secure it more tightly. I bought you milk tea. It should still be warm. Meng Ning forced a smile, adding, Qin Huan just loves to joke around. Don't take it seriously. Fu Tingxiu chuckled, teasing, I find myself unexpectedly intrigued. Wasn't the last wedding gift from Qin Huan a set of pajamas? His blunt remark made Meng Ning blush deeply. Fresh from her shower, her skin was as fair as snow, with a rosy hue enhancing her beauty. This sudden shyness only amplified her allure. Her charm was not contrived, and Fu Tingxiu felt a tightening in his abdomen. Meng Ning was undoubtedly the first to elicit such a reaction from merely a glance. Qin Huan just enjoys playing pranks. Meng Ning stammered, her tongue tripping over itself. Meng Ning. Fu Tingxiu suddenly called her name with a seriousness that made her heart race. He approached her side, and she felt as though her body had been rooted to the spot, paralyzed by tension. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her chest. In that moment, she pondered what she would do if Fu Tingxiu expected her to fulfill her duties as a wife. They were, after all, lawfully married, and such expectations would be entirely reasonable. As Meng Ning battled with her thoughts, Fu Tingxiu raised his hand and reached towards her. His fingers, defined and imbued with the essence of masculinity, made her instinctively tighten her grip on the towel. She braced herself for an advance, yet he merely tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Remember to dry your hair after washing it at night. Otherwise, you might catch a cold, he advised. Meng Ning nodded, her adorably naive response eliciting a chuckle from him. Leaning closer, he teased her softly. Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Flushing with embarrassment and apprehension, Meng Ning instinctively closed her eyes, contradictorily stating, No, not at all. Her reaction delighted him. He ruffled her hair gently, saying, You have an interview tomorrow, so you should get some rest. At his words, Meng Ning opened her eyes to find him turning towards the dining table to pick up the milk tea. She had thought he wanted something more. If he did, she wouldn't be opposed to it. His turning away left her feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was it truly as Qin Huan suggested? Was she too rigid, leaving Fu Tingxiu uninterested? Or perhaps, was it that he was not inclined? Upon returning to her room, Meng Ning instinctively touched her head, still able to feel the tenderness of his caress. At that moment, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Qin Huan. What's going on? Why did you hang up? Qin Huan inquired. Meng Ning replied, He asked back and happened to overhear what you just said. As soon as she sent the message, Qin Huan responded instantaneously. And then? Did any sparks fly? Meng Ning replied, No, we are in separate rooms now. Qin Huan teased. Ning Bao. Could it be that Fu Tingxiu is incapable? With such a beautiful woman in front of him, it's definitely abnormal for him to endure sleeping apart. Meng Ning had her doubts. Yet questioning a man's capabilities seemed precarious. She replied, It shouldn't be that. Perhaps it's due to a lack of feelings. I want to discuss it further. I need to rest, as I have an interview tomorrow. As a devoted wife, Meng Ning, even in her doubts, would uphold Fu Tingxiu's image in front of others. Meanwhile, Fu Tingxiu, back in his bedroom, received a call from Fu Buishuan. On the other end, Fu Buishuan conveyed Fang Qiong's sentiments, urging Fu Tingxiu to have a grandchild to bring back home soon. Fu Tingxiu frowned. What a nuisance. His elder brother pressed on. This is mother-esque command. You're 30 now. At your age, it's unusual for a man to have never been with a woman. Is it normal to marry yet sleep apart? Brother, you wouldn't be incapable, would you? Fu Buishuan risked everything to ask that last question. This year's allowance was now gone. Fu Tingxiu's words gripped Fu Buishuan's throat with lethal precision. Without waiting for Fu Buishuan to plead for mercy, Fu Tingxiu hung up. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Had he not restrained himself just now, that fire would have erupted. Yet, after 30 years of life, he indeed possessed no experience in that regard. He had never touched a woman, though he had experienced a vivid dream years ago. A dream so real that it lingered in his memory. The woman in the dream, like Meng Ning, had a pair of captivating eyes. Chapter 40. The interview begins. Fu Tingxiu found himself ensnared in memories of that dream when Fu Buishuan, ever the provocateur, sent a message. Brother, you've been sleeping in separate rooms. One T sister-in-law start to overthink? Fu Tingxiu recalled Meng Ning's earlier response and pondered if she might indeed. A few minutes later, almost by some inexplicable compulsion, he found himself at Meng Ning's door, hesitating to knock yet again. The following day, Fu Tingxiu awoke to the sound of Meng Ning getting out of bed and rose as well. Good morning, he greeted softly. Good morning, Meng Ning replied nonchalantly, smiling as she made her way to the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. Fu Tingxiu wished to say more, but found no opportunity. After a moment's thought, he took a cup and deliberately walked to the water dispenser. Positioned conveniently at the kitchen entrance, he caught a glimpse of Meng Ning as he filled his cup. She was slicing tomatoes, seemingly preparing tomato and egg noodles. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Tingxiu repeated the act of fetching water thrice, yet it failed to capture her attention. Feeling somewhat defeated, he approached the kitchen door and inquired, "Have you prepared everything needed for the interview today?" Meng Ning, engaged in boiling noodles, was startled by his voice. She steadied herself and responded, yes, I have. What's wrong? Nothing, just a casual question, Fu Tingxiu replied. A hint of discomfort in his expression as he took a sip of water and turned back to the living room. The house was modestly sized, designed in an open-concept layout, allowing Meng Ning to see Fu Tingxiu from the kitchen as long as he did not retreat to his bedroom. Puzzled by his demeanor, Meng Ning finished cooking the noodles and called out, "Fu Tingxiu, the noodles are ready. Let us have noodles for breakfast today and see if mine taste the same as the last time you had them." Fu Tingxiu sat down and took a bite. Not bad. Meng Ning smiled, delighted, and joined him in eating. By the way, Brother Zhou told me last night that he found a suitable bone marrow for his child's surgery, and it's free of charge. Everything you predicted has come true. They're truly about to see the end of their hardships. Your words seem almost prophetic. Fu Tingxiu chuckled. If my words are so prophetic, then I wish you success in your interview today. Meng Ning beamed. With you saying that, I feel even more confident. I believe in your capabilities, he affirmed. As she savored her noodles, Meng Ning asked, if I pass the interview, will we be able to commute to work together in the future? I work in a different department, and our offices are not the same, Fu Tingxiu explained in a serious tone. Most of the time, I'll be in the park, not in the office building. The company has a strict division of labor. Every floor in the office building has its designated roles. Jewelry is merely one of the industries under Xingyu Group. Today, your interview is at the Xingyu building, but your future workplace will be at a subsidiary. Oh, I see. Meng Ning did not dwell further on it. She trusted his words implicitly. The Xingyu building stands tall with over 50 floors, each dedicated to distinct fields of work, and employees are prohibited from traversing floors without proper authorization. Each elevator is designated to specific floors, with the sole exception of the presidential elevator, which grants access to all levels. The interview is scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the morning, Fu Tingxiu does not visit the company. Instead, at 1 o'clock, he drives Meng Ning to the office building of Xingyu for her interview. As Meng Ning steps out of the car, Fu Tingxiu wishes her, I wish you success. Meng Ning clenches her fist and replies, I will definitely succeed. They share a brief smile before Meng Ning turns to enter the building. While Fu Tingxiu drives into the underground parking lot, he takes the elevator from the parking area to the presidential suite, ascending directly to the top floor where the president's office resides. Upon his arrival, the chief secretary, Luo Cheng, respectfully approaches him, addressing him as President Fu. Fu Tingxiu's voice is crisp as he instructs, today, the jewelry design department is conducting interviews. Please keep a close watch. Understood, President Fu, Luo Cheng replies. As Fu Tingxiu's trusted aide, he is well aware of his responsibilities. With the boss's wife participating in the interviews, it is imperative that she is not dismissed by uninformed individuals, all while ensuring Fu Tingxiu's identity remains concealed. Thus, it falls upon him to take charge. Chapter 41. The noteworthy President Xu Meng Ning arrived at the interview waiting area, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. The room was teeming with people, each clutching their resumes, all there for the same purpose, the interview. The level of competition was indeed daunting. After some effort, Meng Ning managed to find a seat. A young lady beside her took the initiative to greet her. "Are you here for the jewelry designer position as well?" Meng Ning smiled and nodded yes. The young lady continued, "My name is Yi Su. I just returned from studying in France. I have a deep passion for jewelry design and have won dozens of awards, big and small. How about you?" Upon hearing her credentials, Meng Ning felt slightly embarrassed and instinctively covered her resume. "I'm Meng Ning." As for her own qualifications, she felt hesitant to elaborate. Yi Su, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "I heard they're only hiring 3 candidates this time. Do you have confidence?" Meng Ning replied with a gentle smile, "I was quite confident before coming, but seeing so many people has indeed diminished my assurance a bit. Yi Su chocolate. I've spoken with many here, and the talent is indeed impressive. It will be quite challenging to stand out. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? Are you married?" Such a personal question caught Meng Ning off guard, and she paused slightly before responding. "I'm married." "That's good," Yi Su replied, seemingly relieved. "You're so beautiful. If you're accepted, I'll have another competitor to contend with." Meng Ning thought to herself, what logic is this? They were applying for a designer position, not participating in a beauty contest. She asked, "Miss Yi, I just want to confirm. This is the interview for the jewelry designer position at Xinyu Group, right?" "Yes," Yi Su corrected her. "To be precise, it's for the designer assistant position." Meng Ning felt reassured, then it's no problem. She had initially feared she had entered the wrong place. Curiously, she inquired, "Miss Yi, with your impressive credentials and numerous awards, isn't it a bit beneath you to apply for a designer assistant position? Surely many large companies would be eager to recruit you." "I'm not aiming for the designer assistant role," Yi Su stated candidly. "I'm here for the president of Xinyu Group. By starting in the design department, I'll eventually make my way to the top floor and meet my idol in the president's office." Meng Ning remarked, "I heard from my husband that even if you were accepted, you would likely work at a subsidiary, not in the Xinyu building." Yi Su's expression darkened, akin to a thunderclap on a sunny day, but she quickly regained her composure. "That's all right. As long as we're in the same company, there will be opportunities to meet." With thousands of employees at Xinyu Group, the chance for subsidiary designers to encounter the president was nearly non-existent. Meng Ning chose not to further dishearten Yi Su. Yi Su then asked, "Meng Ning, how does your husband know so much? Is he part of Xinyu Group?" In most industries, office romances were generally frowned upon. Thinking of Fu Tingxiu's career, Meng Ning denied, "No, he isn't." Having only just met Yi Su, she felt it prudent not to divulge too much. Meng Ning was also concerned that Yi Su was attempting to extract information, for the workplace is akin to a battlefield, and it is always prudent to remain vigilant. "I need to step out for a moment." Meng Ning excused herself. "Go ahead," Yi Su replied. "I'll save your seat." As Meng Ning entered the restroom, her mind raced with anxiety about the impending interview, causing her to linger a bit longer in the cubicle. Just as she prepared to exit, she suddenly heard the sound of high heels entering, followed by a woman's voice. "What am I nervous about? I've already secured everything with the interviewer. I am bound to be accepted. In this day and age, who would turn away from money? Once you're in Xinyu Group, who needs to fear securing the position of president of Xinyu?" Meng Ning, hidden in her cubicle, was taken aback. Even in such a prestigious company as Xinyu Group, there were individuals resorting to backdoor dealings? With only 3 spots available, it seemed one was already predetermined, leaving merely 2 remaining. Meng Ning couldn't help but marvel at the allure of the Xinyu Group's president. These women were not vying for the designer position, but rather for the role of the president's wife. Chapter 42. Meng Ning's humiliation during the interview. After the woman left, Meng Ning finally stepped out of the cubicle. She washed her hands, feeling her confidence wane significantly. What if others had resorted to paying for backdoor favors? Would that render her chances utterly futile? Just then, Qin Huan called to inquire about the outcome of the interview. Meng Ning recounted the earlier events. Huan, do you think I might be overestimating my abilities? Everyone who came today is exceptionally talented, and some may have even paid for favors. What chance do I have?" Qin Huan dismissed her worries, reassuringly saying, "Ning Bao, you needn't fret. You will undoubtedly succeed. Who could possibly have a stronger backing than you? Behind you stands the president of Xinyu Group." Qin Huan had felt a thrill upon learning that Meng Ning was interviewing at Xingyu Group. Although she couldn't decipher Fu Tingxiu's intentions, at least he hadn't treated Meng Ning poorly thus far. Being allowed to interview at Xingyu Group was already a form of validation for Meng Ning. Meng Ning considered this merely a comforting platitude, responding, "By the way, I suspect most of the girls here today have come with their sights set on the president of Xingyu. Their intentions are rather transparent." Qin Huan replied, half-jokingly, "Perhaps the president of Xingyu is already taken, but the public remains unaware." Meng Ning was indifferent to the president's personal affairs, even if she succeeded in the interview. The likelihood of meeting him was slim. Glancing at the time, she said, "I must go now. Regardless of whether I succeed, I need to at least give it a shot. I'll call you later." After hanging up, Meng Ning walked toward the waiting area, having not clearly seen the woman who had bribed the interviewer. The candidate ahead of her, Yi Su, emerged from her interview within minutes. Meng Ning asked, "That was quick. How'd it go?" Yi Su shrugged, "It's a bit precarious." Panic surged within Meng Ning. If someone with such an outstanding academic background found it precarious, what hope did she have? Just then, a voice called out, "Next." It was her turn. Yi Su encouraged her, "Meng Ning, go on in." Clutching her resume, Meng Ning hurried inside. Initially apprehensive, she composed herself upon entering, exuding confidence. Whether she succeeded or not was secondary. What mattered was to project a strong presence. With humility, Meng Ning greeted the four interviewers, saying, "Good day, I am Meng Ning, and this is my resume." As she handed over her resume, the interviewers, who had already assessed dozens of candidates, perked up upon seeing her credentials. The recruitment announcement had specified that a high school diploma sufficed. Yet every applicant was a graduate from prestigious universities. To come in with merely a high school diploma seemed almost self-deprecating. Meng Ning was the only one among the candidates with such qualifications. One female interviewer, uncertain, inquired, "Meng Ning, 25 years old, with a high school diploma? Is there a printing error?" This was already a rather delicate way of expressing doubt. Meng Ning nodded earnestly. "That is correct. I hold a high school diploma." The interviewers exchanged glances, perplexed by the presence of a candidate with merely a high school diploma. Wasn't this a mere waste of their time? One male interviewer, without even sparing a glance at Meng Ning, crumpled her resume and tossed it into the trash bin, reproaching, "What is the personnel department thinking? Bringing in candidates with just a high school diploma?" Next, his actions undoubtedly trampled on Meng Ning's self-esteem, delivering an unspoken slap to her face. Meng Ning's countenance darkened, yet she raised her head, maintaining her dignity as she replied, "The recruitment criteria set by your esteemed company specify a high school diploma as sufficient. I acknowledge that a diploma is a stepping stone, but it is not the sole criterion. You have not yet reviewed my design portfolio. How can you presume to judge my capabilities?" Such was Meng Ning's nature. While she could often be timid, when others questioned her abilities, her innate competitive spirit ignited, compelling her to prove to the world that she, Meng Ning, was indeed capable. The male interviewer scoffed, "A high school graduate. Do you even understand what jewelry design entails? You probably can't even distinguish between a gem and a piece of glass." Fury welled within Meng Ning as she prepared to respond, but at that moment, the door behind her was abruptly pushed open, causing all four interviewers to rise in unison, their expressions shifting to one of respect. Chapter 43. The mother-in-law moves next door. Meng Ning turned to look as well. The newcomer was Luo Cheng, the chief secretary of Fu Tingxiu. Although Meng Ning did not recognize him, Luo Cheng was familiar with her. However, this was his first encounter with Meng Ning, who happened to be his employer's wife. The male interviewer, who had just insulted Meng Ning, forced a flattering smile and said, "Secretary Luo, what brings you here? Has President Fu given any instructions?" In Xingyu Group, Luo Cheng was akin to a grand vizier, commanding respect from everyone. "Just came to take a look," he replied, deliberately approaching the interview table and casting a glance at Meng Ning's design drafts. As a man, Luo Cheng typically had little interest in such jewelry. Yet upon seeing Meng Ning's designs, he felt an irresistible urge to behold the finished products. Noticing Luo Cheng examining the drafts, the male interviewer chuckled, "Secretary Luo, this is a mistake from the HR department. I was just about to dismiss this candidate. How could Xingyu Group possibly hire someone with only a high school diploma?" Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng felt fortunate for his timely arrival. Otherwise, the wife of Xinyu Group's owner would have been dismissed by these fools. Unfazed by the humiliation, Meng Ning replied, "If your company does not hire individuals with high school diplomas, then please refrain from posting such information and kindly return my design drafts." Luo Cheng caught sight of a crumpled resume in the trash and instantly understood the injustice Meng Ning had faced. "Miss Meng, I sincerely apologize for the unreasonable treatment you received. Since Xinyu Group has issued such a recruitment notice, no one dares to disregard it. I reviewed your design drafts, and they are quite impressive. While our company values academic credentials, we place even greater importance on ability." Luo Cheng offered the draft back to her and asked symbolically, "What inspired you to design jewelry, Miss Meng?" The notion that the chief secretary of the president would apologize to a mere interviewee astonished everyone present, leading them to speculate about Meng Ning's potential connections. With humility evident in Luo Cheng's demeanor, Meng Ning felt a favorable impression of him. "I want everyone to wear the jewelry I design. The emotions that are hard to express in words can be reflected in the designs, conveying mutual affection and preserving the most cherished moments, ensuring that lovers ultimately unite." "Very well," Luo Cheng nodded. "Miss Meng, please await a phone call for further notifications." Meng Ning was somewhat perplexed. Had she been rejected? During her previous interviews, she had also been told to wait for notifications, which usually signaled a polite dismissal. Awaiting notification was merely a euphemistic way of declining. Not wishing to argue further, she carefully tucked away her design drafts and resume and exited. Once she had left, Luo Cheng turned to the male interviewer who had previously insulted Meng Ning and said, "Go to the HR department and settle your wages. You need not come to work tomorrow." The male interviewer's expression changed drastically. "Secretary Luo, what is the reason for this? Just because of that high school graduate, Meng Ning? Could it be that she truly possesses some remarkable background? You're responsible for recruiting talent for the company. How can you do so with such prejudice?" Luo Cheng replied, "If you're unsuitable for this position, then it is time to step aside and allow others to take your place." Luo Cheng lacks the authority to dismiss employees from the company, yet he is acutely aware of Fu Tingxiu's temperament. How could he possibly humiliate the wife of Xinyu Group and still remain in the company? The male interviewer, until his termination, never grasped the extent of Meng Ning's connections or the caliber of the individual he had offended. After the interview, Meng Ning departed, unaware of the events that would transpire thereafter. She held little hope for securing the position. Upon returning home, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and Meng Ning went to the market to procure some groceries. As she exited the elevator, she spotted Fang Xiong directing a team of movers as they transported furniture into the adjacent residence. "Auntie," Meng Ning inquired with curiosity, "what are you doing?" "Xiao Ning, you're back," Fang Xiong exclaimed with a smile. "I purchased the place next door, and, starting today, I will be living here, making us neighbors. Are you happy about that?" Meng Ning was taken aback, pondering how a single apartment in this area would cost no less than 10 million. "You really bought the place next door?" "Indeed," Fang Xiong replied with a grin. "Now, whenever I feel bored, I can come over and chat with you. By the way, I can cook as well. If there's anything you wish to eat, just let me know, and I'll prepare it for you. You wouldn't have to burden yourself so much." Fang Xiong's primary motivation for moving was to personally facilitate a match between Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu, eager to embrace a grandchild. And it was up to her, as the future mother-in-law, to take the initiative. Chapter 44. Frequent flaws upon learning that Fang Xiong had merely sought companionship out of boredom, prompting her to purchase the adjacent property and relocate. Meng Ning was utterly astonished. During their conversation, the moving company had already delivered the furniture, and Fang Xiong extended an invitation for Meng Ning to step inside and sit for a while. Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, Meng Ning replied, "Aunt, let me first put the groceries away." She had procured quite a bit, including a large watermelon. After placing the items in her home, she cut half of the watermelon to bring to Fang Xiong. At that moment, Fang Xiong was on the phone in her new house, arranging for the housekeeper to come over for cleaning. Meng Ning stood quietly behind her, eavesdropping on the conversation. Once Fang Xiong concluded her call, Meng Ning, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Aunt, does your family know about your home purchase?" To Meng Ning, Acquiring property was a significant affair that surely warranted familial discussion. Fang Xiong chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. No need. It's just a house. It's not that complicated. If I want to buy it, I shall. Meng Ning was taken aback, recalling the exquisite jade bracelet Fang Xiong had gifted her, which was quite valuable. She realized Fang Xiong was affluent. But this revelation exceeded her expectations. Aunt, I just bought a watermelon and brought you half. Thank you, Meng Ning said with a gentle smile. Fang Xiong accepted it with pleasure, handing Meng Ning a key in return. This is a key to the house. Take one. If I ever forget mine, I can easily reach you. The pretense of forgetting was merely a fade. Fang Xiong's true intention was to strengthen their bond. Meng Ning found it difficult to refuse such a gesture and accepted the key. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, "All right, let us keep a spare key here. Aunt, I bought some groceries. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight?" "That sounds great," Fang Xiong replied, unreservedly. "I'll prepare something special for dinner." Feeling a bit guilty about allowing Fang Xiong to cook alone, Meng Ning joined her in the kitchen. While washing cilantro, Fang Xiong remarked, "Xiao can't eat cilantro." "Really?" Meng Ning was genuinely surprised. Fang Xiong explained he is allergic to it. Unaware of this fact, Meng Ning had not previously used cilantro in her cooking. She had intended to prepare a steamed dish featuring it as a garnish. Upon learning of Fu Tingxiu's allergy, she promptly set the cilantro aside. Meng Ning observed, "Aunt, how do you know so much about him?" Generally, distant relatives wouldn't be privy to such preferences. Fang Xiong, fearing exposure, replied, "Many years ago, Xiao had an allergic reaction to cilantro during a meal at our home and had to be hospitalized. I remember it well. That boy is always working. He is quite pitiful, really, at 30 years old and still single. Thankfully, he has met you. Otherwise, he would remain a lifelong bachelor." Meng Ning's mother, not overly suspicious, laughed and remarked, "Aunt, Fu Tingxiu is exceedingly accomplished. How could he possibly remain single? Even without me, he would surely attract other young women." Fang Xiong retorted, "I've introduced him to over a dozen girls, yet not a single one has worked out. It would indeed be a miracle if he found a wife." Meng Ning was amused by Fang Xiong's exasperated expression, as if she were a teacher lamenting a student's lack of progress. It was only then that Meng Ning learned that before venturing onto the matchmaking website, Fang Xiong had introduced him to more than a dozen candidates. Curiously, Meng Ning inquired, "Annie, why did he disregard those potential matches? Was none of them satisfactory?" Indeed, Xiao Xiu has always been quite particular. He would comment on one being too plump, another too slender, or criticize someone's appearance as unappealing or even unlucky in marriage. Fang Xiong recounted, her expressions exaggerated and animated, which only served to amuse Meng Ning further. Reflecting on her own experience with Fu Tingxiu during their blind date, she found him surprisingly unfastidious. She considered herself neither a paragon of beauty nor from an affluent background. "Auntie, could you share more about Fu Tingxiu's past?" Meng Ning was eager to learn more. Fang Xiong, invigorated by the conversation, replied, "Of course." Xiao Xiu's stories could fill days and nights. As she delved deeper, she even recounted the time Fu Tingxiu had wet the bed as a child. The narrative grew more animated, encompassing tales from his preschool days all the way to university. Initially, Meng Ning listened with rapt attention, but as the stories unfolded, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. How could a distant relative possess such intricate knowledge of Fu Tingxiu's childhood? Chapter 45, Peeking at Him While He Sleeps. Aunt, how do you know so much about Fu Tingxiu's childhood? Meng Ning inquired, puzzled. Fang Xiong's heart skipped a beat as she realized she had spoken too freely. With an awkward smile, she replied, "It's all from what Xiao Xiu's mother told me. When women gather, they naturally talk the most about their children. So I picked up a few things." "Oh," Meng Ning mused, finding some logic in her words. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xiong urged Xiao Ning, "You and Xiao Xiu should consider having a child. Once you have a baby, everything will change. Men become more family-oriented and responsible." Meng Ning reflected on the fact that she and Fu Tingxiu were still sleeping in separate beds, realizing that the matter of having children could not be rushed. "Aunt, I appreciate your concern for us, but having a child also depends on fate." Fang Xiong probed further. "Are you two still sleeping in separate rooms?" Meng Ning fell silent, feeling embarrassed. Fang Xiong took her hand, speaking earnestly. Xiao Ning, please don't think poorly of Aunt for prying. Xiao Xiao is a good man. You must hold on to him tightly. The men from the Fu family are absolutely loyal in marriage. If you treat Xiao Xiao well, your future days will be filled with happiness. Aunt recognizes no one else. You're the only one I acknowledge as Xiao Xiao's wife. Touched by Fang Xiong's approval, Meng Ning felt a swell of emotion. Aunt, just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. She hurried to wash her hands and dry them before answering. The call was from the Human Resources Department of Xinyu Group. May I speak with Ms. Meng Ning? This is the HR department of Xinyu Group. We are pleased to inform you that you have passed the interview. Please bring your medical examination report and come to the company as soon as possible to complete your onboarding process. Meng Ning was momentarily stunned by the news, confirming that she was indeed speaking to someone from Xinyu Group, and she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. After hanging up, she found herself still in disbelief. Xiao Ning, what is the matter? Fang Xiong asked curiously. Aunt, I passed the interview. Xinyu Group called me to complete the onboarding process. Meng Ning exclaimed, patting her face in disbelief. I really did pass. I thought I had no chance. After being humiliated by the interviewer, she genuinely had little hope. This phone call was truly a pleasant surprise. Really? Fang Xiong was overjoyed to hear that Meng Ning would be joining her son as company. It seemed that Meng Ning held a special place in Fu Tingxiu's heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been arranged to work at the family business. Meng Ning quickly shared the good news with Fu Tingxiu and sent a message to Qin Huan. Aside from Meng Ning herself, everyone else was unsurprised, knowing this was a foregone conclusion. Upon learning that Meng Ning was to undergo a medical examination the next day, Qin Huan felt a wave of anxiety and offered to accompany her to the hospital. That evening, Fu Tingxiu had social engagements and sent Meng Ning a message, advising her to have dinner first and not to wait for him. Meng Ning prepared a feast with Fang Xiong, but upon hearing that Fu Tingxiu would not be home for dinner, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Though she did not show it, she understood Fu Tingxiu's busy schedule. After dining, she and Fang Xiong watched dramas and chatted until 10 o'clock, when Fang Xiong finally returned to her own room. Fu Tingxiu arrived home at 11, but by then, Meng Ning had already fallen asleep. On the coffee table lay a watermelon, and Meng Ning had written a note. Remember to eat the watermelon. It won't taste good after a night. Fu Tingxiu tore off the note, a faint smile gracing his thin lips. Although he had been drinking and was not particularly hungry, he sat down to enjoy the watermelon upon seeing the cheerful words and smiley face on the note. After consuming the fruit, Fu Tingxiu felt a bit bloated. It wasn't long before he began to experience discomfort, leading to an upset stomach. Throughout the night, he lost count of how many times he rushed to the bathroom, feeling somewhat drained. Just before dawn, he arose to search for some medicine and fell asleep on the living room sofa. The following morning, Meng Ning emerged from her room and was somewhat surprised to find Fu Tingxiu asleep on the sofa. Noticing that he remained undisturbed, she tiptoed closer. Witnessing him in slumber for the first time, his strikingly handsome features were chiseled, emanating an aura of coolness. His thick brows, prominent nose, and slightly pursed lips combined to create an image of undeniable charm. Unable to resist the urge, Meng Ning contemplated reaching out to touch his nose. Suddenly, Fu Tingxiu's eyes flew open, and their gazes locked. Chapter 46. Fu Tingxiu detects something. Meng Ning felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, startled by Fu Tingxiu's sudden awakening. I didn't mean to spy, she stammered, retracting her outstretched hand and concealing it behind her, much like a child caught in wrongdoing. Fu Tingxiu remained reclined on the sofa, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. We are legally married. It is entirely permissible for you to watch me as I sleep. If you wish, you may do so every day. Every day? Does that mean we should share a bed? Meng Ning pondered, realizing he subtly implied they should not sleep apart. She chuckled awkwardly, sidestepping the topic. What brings you here to sleep? I was simply exhausted and fell asleep without noticing, Fu Tingxiu casually replied as he sat up. Upon hearing that he had dozed off in the living room due to fatigue, Meng Ning felt a pang of sympathy, though she was unaware of it at the moment. My apologies for waking you, she said. Did you enjoy the watermelon I left for you? Was it sweet? Fu Tingxiu recalled the watermelon that had caused him distress throughout the night, and he winced slightly. It was delicious, quite sweet, he replied, though his stomach soon began to protest again. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Once again, Fu Tingxiu spent 20 minutes in the restroom, and by the time he emerged, Meng Ning had prepared breakfast. I made some noodles. Come eat once you finish washing up. I'll check with Annie next door to see if she wants breakfast. Unaware that Fang Xiong had moved next door, Fu Tingxiu inquired, Annie is next door? He had intended to say my mother, but quickly corrected himself. Yes, you didn't know? Annie bought the house next door and moved in yesterday. Fu Tingxiu understood his mother's nature all too well. Fang Xiong's relocation was undoubtedly to keep an eye on him and Meng Ning. No need to call her. Annie never eats breakfast and is probably still in bed, he replied, knowing her usual habit of sleeping in until after 10. All right, Meng Ning said, deciding not to disturb her. You should eat quickly. I'll go tidy up. Are you not eating? Fu Tingxiu asked. I have a physical examination at the hospital today, so I need to fast, Meng Ning explained. You go ahead. By the way, why did Xingyu Group choose me? There are so many outstanding candidates, yet I was selected. They have an eye for talent, Fu Tingxiu remarked, fully aware of the challenges Meng Ning faced during her interview. He refrained from bringing up the unpleasant incident, and the interviewer had since been dismissed. Meng Ning chuckled lightly. It's quite surreal, really. Fu Tingxiu shifted the topic. What time is your examination? I have an appointment at 9:30, she replied. I'll be fine. Qin Huang was going to accompany me. Seeing Fu Tingxiu's intention to join her, she said nothing further, turning to text Qin Huang, informing her that she need not accompany her to the hospital. Meng Ning found it peculiar that Qin Huang, usually a late riser, insisted on accompanying her, knowing she had an appointment at 9:30. She was merely undergoing a physical examination, not suffering from an ailment. Yet Qin Huang's anxiety left her utterly perplexed. Qin Huang had set her alarm, and upon awakening, she immediately noticed a message from Meng Ning, which jolted her fully awake. Fu Tingxiu accompanied Meng Ning to the hospital for her checkup. If Meng Ning's secret were to be uncovered, it would spell disaster. With little time to spare for personal grooming, Qin Huang hastily drove to the entrance of the Shui Mu Tiancheng community to intercept Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu. Fortunately, she arrived just in time, encountering Meng Ning as she was heading to the hospital. Nyang Bao, Qin Huang called out as she parked, prompting Fu Tingxiu to halt his vehicle as well. Surprised by Qin Huang's presence, Meng Ning exclaimed, Didn't I say you didn't need to accompany me to the hospital? The fact that Qin Huang had shown up without even applying makeup was quite unusual. Having known Qin Huang for many years, Meng Ning was rarely privy to her bare face, as Qin Huang herself would assert. Leaving the house without makeup felt akin to stepping out without clothes. She always insisted on beautifying herself before venturing out. I have a pressing matter to attend to. I'll explain later, Qin Huang replied, glancing at Fu Tingxiu. Hand Meng Ning over to me for a moment, will you? I'll accompany her for the checkup. Struggling to conjure a plausible excuse, she simply stated her urgency, hoping to whisk Meng Ning away first. Fu Tingxiu casually inquired, what is the urgent matter? Can I assist in any way? Your assistance is unnecessary, Qin Huang promptly refuted, adopting a rather frantic demeanor. This is a matter between women, Fu Tingxiu. Just let me borrow Meng Ning for a bit, and I promise to return her shortly. Seeing Qin Huang's urgency, Meng Ning suggested to Fu Tingxiu, why don't you head to work? I could go with Qin Huang. Fu Tingxiu scrutinized Qin Huang for several moments, and in that brief interval, she nearly faltered under the intensity of his gaze. His scrutiny was piercing, and should he harbor any suspicions, complications would surely ensue. Fu Tingxiu, are you worried? I might abscond with your wife. Qin Huang jested, I truly have an urgent matter. Very well, Fu Tingxiu relented, addressing Meng Ning. If anything arises, do give me a call. Understood, Meng Ning replied, exiting the vehicle. Once Fu Tingxiu drove away, she climbed into Qin Huang's car and inquired, Qin Huang, what is this urgent matter that has you in such a frenzy? Chapter 47. The mistress is expecting again once Qin Huang succeeded in ensnaring her target. She began to spin fanciful tales. Ning Bao, I had the most terrifying nightmare that left me utterly shaken, so I came to seek your comfort. Meng Ning regarded her with a skeptical gaze, an expression that clearly conveyed disbelief in her fabrications. Qin Huan persisted in her storytelling, embracing Meng Ning with tears and snot streaming down her face. Ning Bao, truly, I dreamt my boyfriend was unfaithful and absconded with my money. Isn't that frightful? Qin Huan had taken up with a younger man, 3 years her junior, dismissing any man over the age of 25. Her criteria for a partner were stringent. He must be under 25, over 18, handsome, charming, and obedient. That does sound quite alarming. How is your young boyfriend faring? Is there any indication he might be planning to run off with your funds? Meng Ning, while unconvinced, found herself amused by Qin Huan's antics. She was not a child. She relished the absurdity of Qin Huan's tales, knowing her friend would never mean her harm. How adorable, Qin Huan remarked. By the way, where are you having your checkup? At the People's Hospital, Meng Ning replied. An hour later, they arrived, and Meng Ning's appointment was perfectly timed. The doctor provided her with a requisition for blood tests and examined her liver, gallbladder, spleen, and kidneys. Qin Huan remained steadfastly by her side, prompting Meng Ning to chuckle. With how anxious you look, one might think we were a couple. If I were a man, I would certainly marry you, thus preventing Fu Tingxiu from having any chance. Qin Huan quipped. Meng Ning jested back. Then in your next life, be a man, and I shall marry you. I'll take the test results to the doctor now. I shall accompany you, Qin Huan replied, her heart heavy with concern. Ever since that incident with Meng Ning years ago, whenever Meng Ning fell ill, both Qin Huan and Meng's mother would be gripped with anxiety, fearing the outcome of any medical examination. The doctor glanced at the test results and routinely inquired, Are you married? Meng Ning hesitated. Yes. The doctor then asked, Do you have children? At this question, Qin Huan felt a surge of anxiety. Hastily responding on Meng Ning's behalf, No, my friend does not have any children. The doctor turned back to Meng Ning, repeating the question, Have you given birth? Meng Ning shook her head no. Fearing the doctor might utter something inappropriate, Qin Huan deliberately diverted the conversation. Doctor, is there anything amiss with my friend's checkup? Nothing concerning, the doctor reassured her, although he noted that one aspect of the examination, concerning the uterine appendages, suggested she might have given birth. However, given Meng Ning's adamant denial and the fact that this was merely a routine checkup, the doctor chose not to press further. Meng Ning did not dwell on the matter. It was customary for some doctors to inquire about childbirth when examining married women. She had never given birth, and her honest answer sufficed. The doctor signed off on her examination form, stating, All done. Thank you, Doctor, Meng Ning said, accepting her report, while Qin Huan breathed a sigh of relief. As they strolled down the corridor, Qin Huan remarked, It's nearly noon, Ning Bao. You owe me a meal for accompanying you so early, and I haven't even at breakfast yet. Very well, what would you like to eat? It's on me, Meng Ning replied. Meng Ning was remarkably generous, declaring it a celebration for her induction into Xingyu Group. Then I shall feast upon you thoroughly, she began, when Qin Huan interrupted, her gaze drawn to a man approaching in the distance. The man was assisting a woman, who, with an air of triumph, proclaimed, You saw it for yourself. This time I am carrying a boy. When will you divorce and marry me? If you refuse to give me a proper title, I shall not bear any children, ensuring your lineage ceases. That old hag Yang Lu has been married to you for 8 years without a single child, while I have given you a daughter and now bear a son. It is time I was acknowledged. To placate the woman, the man soothed, I will divorce her. Yes, you. There are no feelings left for her. Do not be upset. We must take care not to disturb the baby. After all, this is the Zhu family line, and it must be protected. Before he could finish, he looked up to see Meng Ning standing in the corridor, and he was instantly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Meng Ning, he stammered, recognizing her. Meng Ning, equally astonished, realized that her casual remark had inadvertently come true. Yang Lu's husband, Zhu Jun, had indeed sought another woman to bear children, and now this woman was expecting a second child. The art of concealment had been executed remarkably well. Chapter 48. The battle of the original partner. Meng Ning stood in silence, while Zhu Jun was rendered utterly helpless by fear. After hiding for so many years, he was now exposed by Meng Ning, and if this news reached Yang Lu, it would spell disaster for him. Zhu Jun hastily instructed the woman to wait for him in the car, but the mistress was reluctant. Who is that woman? Look at your pale face. What are you afraid of? Zhu Jun lowered his voice and explained, "That's Yang Lu's cousin." Upon hearing this, the mistress found amusement in the situation. "Your wife's cousin? So what if she caught us? It's just as well. I can't hide my growing belly any longer." Meng Ning, upon hearing this, took a closer look at the mistress and found her somewhat familiar. It dawned on her that this mistress was indeed a nurse from the same hospital as Zhu Jun. When Meng's mother fell ill, Meng Ning had accompanied her to Zhu Jun's hospital for treatment twice, leaving her with a faint impression. Zhu Jun wasn't affiliated with this public hospital. He had deliberately brought his mistress here for a checkup to avoid being recognized. "Please go back to the car. I need to have a few words with my cousin," Zhu Jun insisted, urging the mistress to leave. The mistress pouted but reluctantly complied. Zhu Jun turned to Meng Ning with a forced smile. "Meng Ning, are you here for a checkup? Is something wrong with your health?" "I'm here for a physical examination," Meng Ning replied, deliberately avoiding the topic of the mistress. Zhu Jun, unable to contain his anxiety, stammered, "Meng Ning, about what just happened, please don't tell Yang Lu. You know her temper. It would create a huge uproar, and Wang Xia's pregnancy isn't stable yet." Wang Xia was indeed the mistress, who had previously worked under Zhu Jun at the hospital, and their relationship had developed over time. Qin Huan, overhearing this exchange, scoffed at Zhu Jun's naivety. With a mistress pregnant with a second child, he still wants to maintain a stable home? Meng Ning, feeling a deep aversion towards disloyalty in relationships, advised, "Cousin-in-law, I suggest you confront your cousin-in-law sooner rather than later. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Lies only grow larger, akin to a rolling snowball, ultimately leading to an inescapable conclusion." Zhu Jun quickly interjected, Yes. I've been seeking the right opportunity to clarify this matter. Now that Wang Xia is pregnant, Meng Ning, you can rest assured that I will handle this properly. I was confused at the time, and alcohol led me astray. Wang Xia has been persistent, and I found myself with no choice." Meng Ning could hardly believe his insincere excuses, yet she reminded herself that she was merely an outsider in this affair. The intricacies of Zhu Jun's infidelity were not her concern. Qin Huan chimed in sarcastically, "Of the 10 men who cheat, 9 make similar claims." Feeling cornered, Zhu Jun awkwardly chuckled. Meng Ning, about Yang Lu, has sought some form of assurance from her, hoping to buy himself time. However, before he could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted from the direction of the elevator, accompanied by Wang Xia's piercing screams. Zhu Jun dashed toward the elevator, and Meng Ning exchanged a glance with Qin Huan before hastily following him to see what was amiss. At the elevator entrance, Wang Xia was being yanked by her hair, and the assailant was none other than Yang Lu. Yang Lu delivered several resounding slaps to Wang Xia, furiously exclaiming, "Have you no shame? Everyone, look at this woman. She has seduced my husband and shattered my family. She is nothing but a shameless mistress." Wang Xia, dazed from the blows, had her face swollen and red. Upon seeing Zhu Jun arrive, she pleaded tearfully, "Jungu, save me, please. Yang Lu, release her." Zhu Jun rushed over, pulling Yang Lu away, and with genuine concern, inquired of Wang Xia, "Is the baby all right?" His apprehension was solely for the child, for this was the offspring of the Zhu family. Approaching 40, he had finally been blessed with a son, and naturally, his anxiety was palpable. Wang Xia clutched her belly, crying out in pain, "Jungu, my stomach hurts. You must teach that wretched woman a lesson. She intends to harm your child." Upon hearing their conversation, Yang Lu felt as if struck by lightning. Although she suspected her husband's infidelity, she was wholly unaware that the mistress was pregnant. It was only then that she noticed Wang Xia's slightly protruding belly, indicating that she was at least 4 months along. In that moment, Yang Lu crumbled, grasping Zhu Jun desperately, demanding, "Zhu Jun, tell me, is the child in her womb yours? How long have you been involved with her?" Chapter 49. A misfortune for the innocent Zhu Jun's thoughts were entirely consumed by the child growing within Wang Xia, leaving him little time to engage with Yang Lu. "Yang Lu, return at once. Do not embarrass yourself here." These words only served to infuriate Yang Lu further. It is not shameful to betray, nor disgraceful to be unfaithful. Yet I am the one who feels humiliated. After 8 years of marriage, Zhu Jun, have you any regard for me? Is this how you treat me? The rightful wife and the mistress clashed publicly, quickly drawing a crowd of onlookers. They pointed fingers at Wang Xia, while some criticized Yang Lu for her assertiveness, noting that the mistress was with child. Hearing voices among the crowd that defended her, Wang Xia arrogantly retorted, "Yang Lu, you have been with Jun for 8 years, yet have not given him a child. Of all unfilial acts, failing to bear heirs is the gravest. You cannot conceive, yet you deny Jun the chance for a future. He has long since lost feelings for you. Do yourself a favor and divorce him. Stop squatting on the toilet without using it." Such brazen insolence from a mistress left Meng Ning astounded. Is this the audacity of today's mistresses? Yang Lu's inability to bear children was her sore point, and witnessing the mistress's pregnancy shattered her composure once more. In that moment, Zhu Jun remained silent, and Yang Lu, filled with rage, raised her Louis Vuitton bag to strike Wang Xia. "I'll kill you, shameless mistress." Zhu Jun stepped in front of Wang Xia, seizing Yang Lu and scolding, "What madness is this? Are you trying to make a fool of yourself? I am mad, driven to this by you two wretched souls." Yang Lu retaliated, angrily attempting to strike Wang Xia. But Zhu Jun, caught up in his own fury, slapped Yang Lu hard, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. "Look at yourself now. You are nothing but a shrew." Yang Lu fell silent, staring incredulously at the husband she had shared her life with for 8 years. "You struck me for this mistress? Zhu Jun, you will regret this." As Yang Lu was struck, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Wang Xia's eyes, though she feigned distress, clutching Zhu Jun and exclaiming, "Jun, my stomach hurts." Zhu Jun, alarmed, abandoned any thought of Yang Lu and hurriedly carried Wang Xia toward the emergency room. "Zhu Jun, you scoundrel!" Yang Lu shouted at his retreating figure, yet could do nothing to halt his departure. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down her face. Meng Ning stood by, unsure whether to offer support or to act as if she hadn't seen anything. She knew Yang Lu's temperament well. Any attempt to intervene would surely lead to collateral damage. Indeed, when Yang Lu caught sight of Meng Ning in the crowd, her ire shifted toward her. "You are here to gloat over my misfortune, aren't you? Did you know about Zhu Jun's affair all along? Meng Ning, you envy me for marrying well, don't you? You are shielding those two wretches, aren't you?" Meng Ning was left speechless. "Do not lash out indiscriminately. Your marital issues are none of my concern." Even if she had known of Zhu Jun's mistress and her pregnancy, would Yang Lu have appreciated a warning? Qin Huan chimed in. "If you have the courage to confront the mistress, take it up with your husband instead of venting your frustrations here. It is not us who cause your husband to stray or the mistress to become pregnant." Yang Lu's face turned pale with anger as Qin Huan tugged at Meng Ning, saying, "Ning Bao, let us depart." Aware of Yang Lu's volatile temper, Meng Ning deemed it unnecessary to linger and offer consolation, especially since the two had never been on amicable terms. As she and Qin Huan exited, Yang Lu bellowed from behind, "Meng Ning, if you think I will suffer alone, you shall not find respite either." Meng Ning dismissed the incident, pondering that the day's misfortune concerning Zhu Jun's infidelity had no bearing on her life. It was unjust for Yang Lu to unleash her fury upon her. She resolved to maintain distance from Yang Lu, believing it prudent to avoid confrontation. After leaving the hospital, Meng Ning and Qin Huan indulged in a leisurely lunch. However, Qin Huan had matters to attend to at her beauty salon, prompting Meng Ning to return home alone by bus. Upon her arrival, Meng Ning's mother called, "Xiao Ning, your cousin is in trouble. Your aunt just informed me that your cousin's husband has indeed been unfaithful, and Yang Lu is now insisting on a divorce. I am on my way to your aunt's house to offer counsel." "Yes, Mom, I understand," Meng Ning replied, sinking into the sofa. "I encountered her at the hospital earlier. Please, refrain from involving yourself. It will only lead to unnecessary complications." Chapter 50. Perspectives on marriage. How could one remain indifferent? Your aunt, overwhelmed by the situation, has seen her blood pressure rise. Meng's mother spoke over the phone, expressing her discontent. That Zhu Jun is no decent man. If the couple cannot coexist harmoniously, they should part ways amicably, rather than resorting to deceit. I have heard that Zhu Jun has a 5-year-old daughter with his mistress, which indicates they must have been entangled for quite some time. Now, the mistress is expecting a second child, allegedly a son. and Zhu's family insists on keeping this child while refusing to divorce. Meng Ning felt her worldview shift once more. She recalled Zhu Jun's insincere claims in the hospital about being ensnared by his mistress, and she could not help but feel he was quite the actor. With a 5-year-old daughter, it suggested they had been together for at least 6 years. This meant that Zhu Jun had strayed shortly after marrying Yang Lu. The secrecy surrounding the affair had been astonishingly well executed. Over the years, Zhu Jun's career had flourished, and at home, he had been caring and gentle with Yang Lu, embodying the ideal husband. Aside from their lack of children, they appeared to be a model couple. The incident of Zhu Jun's infidelity had instilled a sense of insecurity in Meng Ning regarding marriage. If a seemingly flawless man like Zhu Jun could betray, what was there to prevent others from doing the same? She cautioned her mother over the phone not to meddle too much, even if she were to visit. It would only be to console her aunt, and she should refrain from interfering in how Yang Lu chose to handle her marriage. After the call, Meng Ning sat in the living room, lost in thought. She pondered the longevity of her own marriage to Fu Tingxiu. If he were to betray her one day, how would she cope? What actions would she take? Thus, Meng Ning spent the entire afternoon in a daze, nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a variety show. Around 5 o'clock, she heard a sound at the door and turned to see Fu Tingxiu returning home. Alarmed by the time, she realized with dismay that she had not prepared dinner. She had not anticipated him coming home so early. "You're back. I'll go make dinner," she exclaimed. "Let us eat out tonight," Fu Tingxiu replied, changing in his slippers. "You start a job tomorrow. We should celebrate. I'll take a shower and change first." Surprised, Meng Ning wondered if he had returned early solely to celebrate her new job. "All right," she said, "I'll change too." Fu Tingxiu went to the bedroom to shower and change, and it was nearly 6 o'clock by the time they left. Fu Tingxiu drove, while Meng Ning occupied the passenger seat. He noticed her pensive demeanor and inquired, "How did the health check go today?" "It went well. Everything is normal," she replied. "Is there something on your mind?" He probed. Unable to contain herself after a day of contemplation, Meng Ning confessed, "My cousin's husband has been unfaithful. They have been married for 8 years, and since my cousin cannot have children, he sought solace elsewhere and fathered child. The truth has come to light, and my cousin is now pursuing a divorce." Upon hearing this, Fu Tingxiu understood her concern. "You are worried that our marriage might encounter similar issues." Meng Ning responded, "That's rather blunt." She smiled softly, "That's not quite it." Suddenly, Fu Tingxiu called her name with utmost seriousness, asserting, "During our marriage, I will not betray your trust." His implication was clear. As long as they were husband and wife, he would remain utterly faithful to their union. Meng Ning smiled and declared, "I absolutely believe in you." Whether she truly believed or not was one matter. She certainly had to say so. Fu Tingxiu chuckled, choosing not to expose her pretense. Reflecting on Yang Lu's situation, Meng Ning sighed, "Although I am at odds with my cousin, seeing her deceived for so many years does sadden me. Her husband is involved with a mistress who is now pregnant with a second child. Deception is what I detest most in this life." Upon hearing those final words, Fu Tingxiu felt a pang of unease. "Your cousin is unlikely to divorce," he said, "at least not in the immediate future." "Why is that?" Meng Ning inquired, looking at him. "My cousin has a fierce temperament. She has already caught her husband cheating, so surely they must part ways. You mentioned they have been married for 8 years. There must be some feelings involved. Right now, your cousin is simply furious. But once she calms down, she will certainly reconsider divorce," Fu Tingxiu analyzed. "Moreover, your cousin's husband likely does not wish to end a marriage." Meng Ning remained perplexed. Why wouldn't he want a divorce? His mistress is pregnant with a second child, and her family has expressed their intention to keep the baby. Fu Tingxiu smiled gently and replied, "Meng Ning, you are viewing this matter too simplistically. If your cousin's husband truly desired a divorce, he would have done so long ago and not kept a secret until now. He is likely seeking novelty in a child, but in the eyes of a man, the original partner remains preferable." Chapter 51. The intricacies of fate. Meng Ning gazed intently at Fu Tingxiu, who, as a man himself, could naturally comprehend the thoughts of another man. Did Fu Tingxiu share the same sentiments? Under Meng Ning's unwavering stare, Fu Tingxiu discerned the musings swirling in her mind. At a traffic light, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Do not let your imagination run wild. Not all men are like that." Feeling exposed, Meng Ning blushed slightly, yet with the conversation having ventured this far, she boldly declared, "I cannot tolerate deceit, Fu Tingxiu. If you ever wish to part ways, please be forthright with me. I shall accept your decision. Just do not hide the truth from me, leaving me in foolish ignorance." She could accept if Fu Tingxiu fell in love with another, but she could not abide betrayal. In her view, a marriage should consist solely of two individuals, with no third party intruding. Should that day arrive, she hoped Fu Tingxiu would be candid, allowing them to part cleanly before embarking on new relationships or marriages. Fu Tingxiu's deep-set gaze lingered on her for a moment before he replied, "All right." His simple affirmation stirred an indescribable feeling within Meng Ning. Shouldn't a typical person assure her that such a day would never come? Fu Tingxiu's unvarnished honesty was disarming. Indeed, people often yearn for sweet reassurances. Silenced, Meng Ning turned her gaze towards the window, her actions tinged with emotion. Fu Tingxiu observed her response keenly, reaching out to grasp her hand, enveloping it within his own. This intimate gesture sent her heart racing, prompting her to turn swiftly towards him. He stared ahead, a smile playing on his lips, saying nothing but tightening his grip on her hand. Meng Ning realized that Fu Tingxiu possessed a certain charm. The slight discomfort she previously felt dissipated, and her mood lightened. Moments later, the car halted before a restaurant, with Fu Tingxiu stepping out to park. As Meng Ning awaited him at the entrance, her mother called again. True to Fu Tingxiu's analysis, Yang Lu and Zhu Jun were not likely to separate anytime soon. The mistress wielded her unborn child as leverage, and with the mistress's eldest daughter holding a claim to inheritance, any potential divorce would complicate asset division. Meng Ning listened to her mother's ramblings without interjecting. The irony of the situation, where a love child could claim inheritance, was striking, indirectly encouraging the mistress's audacity. While on the phone, Fu Tingxiu returned from parking, and Meng Ning said to her mother, "Mom, I'm dining out with Fu Tingxiu. We can discuss this later." Upon hearing her daughter was with her son-in-law, Meng's mother refrained from further interruption. "All right, enjoy your meal. Xiaoning, do take good care of your husband." Concerned by Yang Lu's situation, Meng's mother harbored worries regarding Meng Ning's marriage. Given that Meng Ning had rushed into marriage and they were still sleeping in separate rooms, wasn't that a recipe for trouble? "All right, Mom, I understand," Meng Ning replied, ending the call just as Fu Tingxiu approached her side. "Shall we?" The restaurant Fu Tingxiu selected was not particularly upscale, as he was mindful of Meng Ning's frugality. Upon entering the dining hall, a well-dressed middle-aged man unexpectedly approached Fu Tingxiu. "Mr. Fu." The man exhibited an air of utmost courtesy. "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here." Upon hearing the title Mr. Fu, Meng Ning cast a glance at Fu Tingxiu, pondering how he, merely a minor employee in the company, was addressed so respectfully. Fu Tingxiu, however, maintained a calm demeanor and instructed Meng Ning, "Please proceed to the Maple Leaf Pavilion and wait for me." "Alright," Meng Ning acquiesced, following the waiter to the private room in the Maple Leaf Pavilion. As she ascended to the second floor, she stole a glance back at Fu Tingxiu. Though she could not overhear the conversation between him and the middle-aged gentleman, she discerned the latter's demeanor was one of profound respect towards Fu Tingxiu. The middle-aged man appeared to be a successful individual. She had noticed earlier that the watch adorning his wrist was worth millions. How could someone of such stature afford to treat Fu Tingxiu with such deference? Upon her arrival at the Maple Leaf Pavilion, Meng Ning waited for a while until Fu Tingxiu returned. "That gentleman was a client of the company. I previously assisted them with the program," he explained. Meng Ning then inquired, "Why did he refer to you as Mr. Fu?" Fu Tingxiu chuckled softly, replying, "In the professional realm, regardless of one's actual title, when one steps outside, people tend to address each other with a respectful title, simply as a matter of courtesy." Chapter 52. Watching movies requires responsibility. Meng Ning did not dwell on it. Having previously worked in the corporate realm, she had witnessed colleagues occasionally feigning higher status when negotiating with clients due to their insufficient rank. Most clients, upon meeting, would politely address them as boss, a gesture intended to convey humility and foster rapport. Having lived alongside Fu Tingxiu for quite some time, in her perception, he was merely an ordinary worker, lacking even a home, with savings barely exceeding 100,000. She could hardly fathom that her husband was the president of Xingyu Group, worth billions. With that thought, Meng Ning refrained from inquiring further and said, "Why don't you choose some dishes? I've already ordered a couple." Fu Tingxiu took the menu, glanced through it, and added 2 more dishes, including a sweet bird's nest dessert. Girls benefit from bird's nest for their skin. Let us order a serving. Such a luxurious item was something Meng Ning had never tried. She contemplated declining, but worried about dampening Fu Tingxiu's enthusiasm, so she kept her silence. Fu Tingxiu addressed the waiter, saying, "That will be all. Please serve the dishes." "Certainly. Please hold on." The waiter departed. Fu Tingxiu poured a cup of tea for Meng Ning and stated, "I've purchased 2 movie tickets. After our meal, we shall go see a film." That sounds fine." Meng Ning felt slightly taken aback by Fu Tingxiu's sudden kindness. The sequence of dining followed by a movie felt reminiscent of a romantic date. Was Fu Tingxiu courting her? With an air of calm, Fu Tingxiu remarked, "As this is my first marriage and my first experience in love, there are aspects I might not fully grasp or that may discomfort you. Please feel free to express your thoughts, and we can discuss them." Meng Ning chuckled, discussing love? This isn't akin to coding a program. She found Fu Tingxiu amusing at times. Fu Tingxiu gazed at her leisurely, and Meng Ning's smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle sunlight of March, enveloping one in comfort. Feeling his gaze upon her, Meng Ning shyly averted her eyes and said, "You're doing quite well. By the way, what kind of movie tickets did you buy?" "Perhaps a romantic film," Fu Tingxiu replied, admitting he had little knowledge of movies. The tickets were procured with the assistance of Fu Buishuan, who also instructed him on the nuances of watching films. Fu Buishuan had suggested several kitsch ideas, such as sending flowers, watching movies, candlelit dinners, and giving gifts, all accompanied by sweet nothings. Employing these tactics, one could effortlessly win over the other person. There was hardly a girl who did not appreciate romance. The phrase "I love you" was the ultimate charm, ensnaring any girl who fell prey to it without exception. Meng Ning took a sip of her tea and remarked, "I haven't watched a movie in many years. The last time was several years ago when Qin Huan dragged me along." Fu Tingxiu candidly replied, "Neither have I." Meng Ning laughed. "If you claim to have seen one, that would indeed be shocking. A man without even a former girlfriend claiming to have watched a movie would be quite the startling revelation. The absence of an ex-girlfriend may not be daunting, yet the presence of an ex-boyfriend could be unsettling. What if Fu Tingxiu had attended the cinema with another man?" Fu Tingxiu gazed intently at her, his voice deep and utterly serious as he proclaimed, "Meng Ning, this is my first time watching a film, and the very first person I share this experience with will bear a certain responsibility. Therefore, you must contemplate this carefully." Unable to contain herself, Meng Ning burst into laughter, her tea spraying forth. The audacity of such a statement from Fu Tingxiu astonished her. Moreover, was one truly accountable for merely watching a movie together? Apologetically, Meng Ning inquired, "What if someone were to take away your first innocence? Wouldn't that mean you would be bound to her for a lifetime?" Fu Tingxiu, with utmost sincerity, replied, "Indeed, I will be bound to her for several lifetimes." Such romantic declarations were undeniably enchanting. Meng Ning pondered Fu Tingxiu's 30 years without a girlfriend, realizing that his expectations in matters of the heart were likely unique. To him, attending a film was an event meant exclusively for those with whom one intends to share a lifetime. In that moment, Meng Ning felt an exhilarating sense of having stumbled upon a rare treasure. Such innocent souls were indeed a rarity in this day and age. Chapter 53. Fu Tingxiu's outburst. Meng Ning felt a sudden impulse to pinch Fu Tingxiu's cheeks, for he was undeniably adorable. To her surprise, she acted on this whim. As her fingers grazed his face, both were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to stand still. She gazed at his handsome visage and alluring lips, a wave of desire washing over her. Oh, how she longed to kiss him. Just then, the arrival of their meal interrupted the moment, allowing Meng Ning to suppress her overwhelming urge. Otherwise, it could have led to a regrettable misstep. She withdrew her hand, adopting an expression as if nothing had transpired, sitting demurely like a well-behaved child. As the dishes were presented one by one, silence enveloped them until the server departed. Fu Tingxiu touched his cheek where she had pinched him, steadying his thoughts. It was time to eat. They couldn't afford to be late for the movie. Meng Ning immersed herself in her meal, embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Fu Tingxiu, ever attentive, occasionally served her food. By the end of the meal, she found herself burping, having finished an entire bowl of bird's nest soup, feeling quite stuffed. As they descended the stairs, Fu Tingxiu offered his arm to support her. Noticing her rubbing her belly, he smiled gently, advising, "Next time, don't eat so much. It's all right if you can't finish, just don't overindulge." Earlier, they had been served an abundance of delectable dishes, and Meng Ning, reluctant to waste any, had succumbed to her appetite. She chuckled, "This is nothing. Once, I went to a buffet with Qin Huan, and we ate for 3 hours, barely able to walk out while leaning against the wall. My digestion is quite robust. I'll be fine in no time." With 20 minutes left before the movie commenced, she proposed, "How about a stroll in the plaza to aid digestion? The cinema is right next to the restaurant, so we needn't drive." "Sounds good," Fu Tingxiu replied, as Meng Ning continued to rub her belly, feeling a slight discomfort. She draped her bag over his neck, content to walk freely. The illustrious CEO, worth billions, had become a mere bag carrier for his wife. Fu Tingxiu's smile deepened as he approached the cashier to settle the bill. Meng Ning stepped outside first, craving fresh air. Just as she descended the steps, she encountered someone she wished to avoid. A few meters away, Gu Changming stood in lively conversation with several middle-aged men. He, too, had dined at the restaurant and was now escorting his clients. The law firm he had recently established was struggling to secure substantial contracts, leaving him overwhelmed with numerous issues. As Meng Ning paused on the steps, Gu Changming turned his head and their eyes met, both momentarily frozen before he resumed speaking to his clients. One by one, the clients departed, and after bidding farewell to the last, Gu Changming approached Meng Ning. "What a coincidence! In such a vast city, we meet here," he remarked, a hint of arrogance creeping into his tone. "You previously mentioned not wanting to be disturbed, yet it appears you are playing hard to get." He assumed Meng Ning had followed him, bolstering his confidence. Since learning that Meng Ning's withdrawal from school was due to other reasons, the ethereal image she held in Gu Changming's heart has collapsed. To Gu Changming, Meng Ning now appears as a fickle person, unfaithful in matters of affection. He foolishly cherished thoughts of her for so many years, and the anger of being deceived compelled him to hurl sarcastic remarks whenever he saw her. With a cold expression, Meng Ning retorted, "This road does not belong to you. Do not flatter yourself." Gu Changming's attitude took a complete turn, and Meng Ning naturally returned his disdain. Even now, Meng Ning remained obstinate. Gu Changming scoffed, "If you think you can play hard to get, it might just backfire. I still harbor feelings for you." "Every word you utter is repugnant," Meng Ning replied, unwilling to engage in further banter with Gu Changming, as she turned to walk away in another direction. Gu Changming stepped forward to grab her, but before his hand could touch her, he was forcefully pulled back. Fu Tingxiu, with a stern demeanor, embraced Meng Ning and warned Gu Changming, "Please keep your distance from my wife." Upon seeing Fu Tingxiu, Gu Changming finally realized that Meng Ning was with him. Angered and humiliated by being threatened by a mere worker, Gu Changming mocked, "How much do you really know about your so-called wife? Are you aware of her dropping out of college and her double dealings during that time? Who knows how many hands she's been through? It's truly laughable that you protect her like this, playing the role of a fool." Suddenly, Fu Tingxiu swung a punch, knocking Gu Changming to the ground, causing him to bleed from his mouth and lose a tooth. Chapter 54. A display of masculine strength in Meng Ning's memory. Fu Tingxiu had always been a gentleman, courteous and composed, never once exhibiting such fury, let alone resorting to violence. The moment he struck, Meng Ning's heart raced. The sensation of being defended was truly exhilarating. At that moment, Fu Tingxiu exuded an overwhelming aura of masculine strength. Gu Changming staggered to his feet, taking a couple of unsteady steps. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, along with a tooth resting in his palm. Being publicly humiliated in front of Meng Ning ignited a fierce anger within Gu Changming, fueled by his wounded pride. Clenching his teeth, he scoffed at Fu Tingxiu, threatening, "You've left evidence of your assault. Just wait for the court summons. I'll ensure you can't remain in the capital." As a lawyer, Gu Changming knew the implications of Fu Tingxiu's actions could lead to significant complications. Meng Ning felt a pang of concern for Fu Tingxiu. Individuals like them were particularly wary of legal troubles, especially since Gu Changming was a lawyer, leaving them at a disadvantage. Meng Ning, now incensed, retorted, "Gu Changming, how shameless can you be?" Fu Tingxiu let out a disdainful laugh, his commanding presence radiating a chilling intensity. He advanced menacingly toward Gu Changming, who instinctively took a step back, only to be seized by his collar. "You are a disgrace to men," Fu Tingxiu growled, yanking Gu Changming's collar and pinning him against the side of a nearby Maybach. With a cold glance at the luxury vehicle worth over $1 million, Fu Tingxiu pressed Gu Changming firmly against it, rendering him utterly immobile. "Is this what you call masculine confidence? A rented car? A rented mansion? I had no desire to lay a hand on you, but your insolence is intolerable. Trash like you deserves to be in the dumpster." In that moment, Fu Tingxiu stripped Gu Changming of his pretenses, leaving him feeling utterly exposed and humiliated. Embarrassment, rage, and hatred surged within Gu Changming. The once proud man could hardly endure such degradation. How did Fu Tingxiu know about his rented car and mansion? With bloodshot eyes, Gu Changming frantically tried to pry Fu Tingxiu's grip from his arm. "Your bravery is foolish. You're nothing but a lowly worker who will never rise above your station. Offend me, and you'll find yourself imprisoned. But if you plead for mercy now, it might still be possible." Fu Tingxiu responded with another punch, even more forceful than the last. Meng Ning felt her heart leap to her throat, not out of sympathy for Gu Changming, but from concern that Fu Tingxiu might suffer retaliation. Fu Tingxiu glanced at Meng Ning, then tossed Gu Changming into a nearby garbage bin. "This is where you truly belong. Whatever revenge you might conjure, bring it forth. Regardless of Meng Ning's past, she is now my wife. Anyone who dares to slander her in any way will face my wrath." With that, Fu Tingxiu strode toward Meng Ning, taking her hand possessively as he boldly led her past Gu Changming toward the cinema in the adjacent square. Left in the refuse, Gu Changming seethed with anger and humiliation. Clambering out of the bin, he noticed a surveillance camera at the entrance of the restaurant, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He was determined to have Fu Tingxiu detained, to demand compensation, to ensure that he could no longer remain in the capital, and to make Fu Tingxiu regret his actions today. Gu Changming was not a member of the upper echelons, and there were many with the surname Fu. The last time he saw Fu Tingxiu, he was driving a dilapidated car worth just over 100,000. Little did he know that Fu Tingxiu was a person he could not afford to provoke. Fu Tingxiu disregarded him entirely, bringing Meng Ning to the cinema, where he purchased popcorn and coffee. Fortunately, they arrived in time and were not delayed. Fu Tingxiu handed the popcorn to Meng Ning, asking, "Do you like it?" Seeing Fu Tingxiu appear nonchalant, Meng Ning was filled with anxiety. "You just hit Gu Changming. He is a lawyer. What if he sues you? Will you end up in prison? This is all my fault." Noticing her distress, Fu Tingxiu smiled and ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. There are laws in our country. Gu Changming harassed you first, and, as your husband, I am merely defending you. This is legitimate self-defense." Meng's mother expressed her concerns. "It's not that simple. We are not well-versed in the law. Gu Changming makes a living from this. If he goes for a medical examination and pursues legal action, we will undoubtedly suffer losses. If you get entangled in a lawsuit, it could tarnish your future." Chapter 55. In trouble. Meng Ning's anxious and worried demeanor for Fu Tingxiu brought him immense joy. He took her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. If it comes to a lawsuit, I have friends who are lawyers. Today is our first time watching a movie. Let's not allow unrelated matters to dampen our spirits. What has happened, and worrying further will not change it." This was Fu Tingxiu's first invitation for her to the cinema, and he certainly did not want to spoil the occasion. Meng Ning nodded and entered with Fu Tingxiu, contemplating that after the film, if Gu Changming truly pursued legal action against Fu Tingxiu, she would have a word with him. The situation had arisen due to her involvement, and she could not allow Fu Tingxiu to bear the consequences. In a substantial corporation like Xingyu Group, if an employee became embroiled in a lawsuit, it could significantly impact Fu Tingxiu's future. Fu Tingxiu led Meng Ning to their seats, and she realized that, without even noticing, her closeness to him had grown, and holding hands had become second nature. He had chosen a romantic film, and most of the audience comprised couples. The dim lighting of the cinema made it difficult for couples to conceal their small gestures of affection, such as holding hands or stealing kisses, which were commonplace. In such an atmosphere, Meng Ning savored the exhilaration of dating, her heart swelling with sweetness and anticipation for what was to come. Fu Tingxiu, mimicking other boyfriends, held the popcorn for Meng Ning while freeing one hand to clasp hers. He cherished holding her hand, soft, smooth, and tender. As the film commenced, the scenes were rather suggestive and direct, featuring a couple passionately kissing in a rented apartment for an extended moment, causing Meng Ning's cheeks to flush. Stealing a glance at Fu Tingxiu, she found him earnestly focused on the screen, his expression unreadable, though he tightened his grip on her hand instinctively. Meng Ning quickly averted her gaze, but soon realized her palms were clammy, perhaps due to the cinema's warmth or her nervousness. Yet she felt too shy to let Fu Tingxiu release her hand, so she maintained the hold. As a romantic film, it was filled with suggestive scenes. And by the end of the movie, Meng Ning felt overheated, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could only alleviate her discomfort by munching on popcorn and sipping coffee. This film was somewhat torturous. For Fu Tingxiu, it was equally taxing. He had not anticipated the sheer volume of suggestive content, and mused that perhaps he should have watched it at home rather than bringing Meng Ning to the cinema. Meanwhile, Gu Changming had gone to the hospital for an injury examination and had reported the incident to the police. He could not swallow his pride. Just as Fu Tingxiu and Meng Ning exited the cinema, two police officers approached Fu Tingxiu. "You're being accused of intentional assault. Please come with us." Upon seeing the officers, Meng Ning was taken aback. She had not expected Gu Changming to stoop so low, provoking trouble yet shamelessly reporting it. "Officer, this is a misunderstanding," she implored. "That person instigated the conflict. My husband was merely protecting me." The officer replied, "Regardless, violence is unacceptable. The victim has been examined and classified with serious injuries, and there is surveillance footage as evidence. As adults, one must take responsibility for their actions." "Comrade police." Meng Ning wished to plead further, but Fu Tingxiu interjected. "Meng Ning, you should return home for now. There is no need for concern. I will accompany them and return shortly." Despite her profound anxiety, Meng Ning felt powerless. Watching as Fu Tingxiu followed the police officers into the vehicle. Once the police car departed, she hurriedly called Qin Huan, the only person she could think of for assistance. Upon hearing that Fu Tingxiu had been taken by the police, Qin Huan assumed it was a jest. "Ning Bao, how could Fu Tingxiu possibly be taken by the police? This is inconceivable." "It is indeed true," Meng Ning replied. "That despicable scoundrel Gu Changming has filed a complaint against him." Fu Tingxiu merely knocked out one of his teeth. Yet the hospital's injury assessment has classified it as a serious injury. Will Fu Tingxiu face imprisonment? "Huan Huan, do you know any lawyers?" She needed to secure a competent attorney to represent Fu Tingxiu in court. After hearing the entirety of the situation, Qin Huan was equally incensed by Gu Changming's actions. "Ning Bao, for now, return home and do not concern yourself with anything. Fu Tingxiu will be back shortly. Gu Changming is inconsequential. He cannot shake the foundations of the Fu family. The focus should not be on worrying about Fu Tingxiu, but rather on Gu Changming. He has chosen to provoke the wrong person by targeting Fu Tingxiu." Chapter 56. Meng Ning's anxieties unable to remain calm at home. Meng Ning urgently spoke over the phone. "Huan Huan, have you sent out anyone you know?" "Not really, Ning Bao. You needn't worry too much." Qin Huan realized that Meng Ning was unaware of Fu Tingxiu's true identity, and, with him having been taken by the police, she could only imagine Meng Ning's distress. "How about this, Ning Bao? You head home for now, and I'll make a call to see if anyone has connections with the police station." Qin Huan's intention was merely to delay Meng Ning's anxiety. "All right, please make that call quickly. I will await your news." After hanging up, Meng Ning's concern for Fu Tingxiu compelled her to drive to the police station. Even if she could do nothing, she felt the need to be there. Upon arriving at the police station, As she stepped out of her car, she spotted Gu Changming emerging from another vehicle. "You despicable scoundrel," Meng Ning shouted at Gu Changming. "Withdraw your lawsuit immediately." "Meng Ning, I have already warned your husband." He refused to plead for mercy. "We live in a society governed by law, and I am merely exercising my legal rights," Gu Changming retorted with a cold smirk. "Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. How can you be so shameless?" Meng Ning's emotions began to spiral out of control. "Withdraw your lawsuit, and I will compensate you. Tell me how much you want." "Ning Bao, you know that I seek more than mere compensation," Gu Changming replied, hands tucked into his pockets, a sinister grin gracing his lips. "You are aware of my true intentions." Fury coursed through Meng Ning as she stared at the man she once knew, now appearing so vile and contemptible. "You must be dreaming," she spat. Gu Changming chuckled derisively and stepped closer to her. "If you wish for me to withdraw the lawsuit, there is but one way. Your husband must kneel and apologize, admitting he picked up a broken shoe." "You bastard!" In a fit of rage, Meng Ning raised her hand and struck Gu Changming across the face. Infuriated, Gu Changming touched his cheek where she had hit him, a cold smile creeping across his face. "It seems I must have my injuries reevaluated. This slap will be counted against your husband. I could easily see him sentenced for 1.5 years. Hearing that Fu Tingxiu might face imprisonment sent Meng Ning into a panic. No matter how much she despised Gu Changming, she had to suppress her fury. "How much do you want to withdraw the lawsuit?" she inquired, her voice strained with restrained anger. "Gu Changming, don't think that just because you've read a few legal texts, you are above others. If you refuse to withdraw the case, I will find a better lawyer and fight you to the end." Succumbing to Gu Changming's demands was out of the question. "Gu Tengming Skofit Meng Ning, do you possess the wealth and the time to engage in a protracted battle with me? As long as I prolong this lawsuit, your husband will remain incarcerated for years. As long as the case is unresolved, he will stay locked up. I am in no rush. I have all the time in the world to make you pay for the deception you inflicted upon me years ago." Gu Changming's shamelessness redefined Meng Ning's perception of him. In order to ensure Fu Tingxiu's safety, Meng Ning exerted immense restraint and explained, "I have never deceived you. I truly did not waver between two affections back then. It was you who left first." "Gu Changming, what right do you have to unleash your fury upon an innocent? What business do you have dragging Fu Tingxiu into our matters? If you harbor grievances, direct them at me and spare him." Gu Changming regarded Meng Ning with a cold detachment. The more she defended Fu Tingxiu and expressed concern for him, the more his ire intensified. "Meng Ning, you are truly shameless. Even now, you have the audacity to deny it. Do you wish for me to expose the misdeeds you committed during university?" Gu Changming scoffed. "Do not feign innocence before me. It is filthy." Meng Ning was genuinely bewildered. What had she done during her university years that could incite such wrath from Gu Changming? Had she truly forgotten something significant? Chapter 57. Gradual Destruction. Meng Ning found herself at a loss, unable to recall her actions. Gu Changming strode confidently into the police station. As the complainant and a victim of the case, his entry was unimpeded. In contrast, Meng Ning was halted at the entrance, informed that Fu Tingxiu could not be granted bail. Staring at the imposing doors of the station, a wave of helplessness washed over her. For someone of her humble stature, encountering such predicaments left her utterly powerless. Lacking both wealth and influence, as Gu Changming had pointed out, she could hardly afford the costs of a legal battle. In that moment, Meng Ning thought of Fang Qiong. Fang Qiong, who could afford a residence in Shui Mu Tiancheng and was a distant relative of Fu Tingxiu, might possess the means to assist him. With this thought in mind, Meng Ning hastened back to Shui Mu Tiancheng to seek Fang Qiong's help. Just after she departed, several luxury vehicles approached from the opposite direction, forming an orderly line as they parked at the police station entrance. It was Fu Buoxuan who, upon learning that Fu Tingxiu had been taken by the police, rushed over with his entourage. The president of Shengyu Group, embroiled in a scandal of assault, was indeed a source of amusement for many. Fu Buoxuan, flanked by a dozen bodyguards and his attorney, made his way directly into the station. The sheer force of his presence left even the officers inside momentarily daunted. After completing his statement, Gu Changming exited the interrogation room and was struck by an ominous premonition upon witnessing the scene in the lobby. Fu Buishuan's gaze fell upon Gu Changming, causing his heart to race with trepidation. At that moment, a police officer nudged Gu Changming, indicating that he was free to leave. Adjusting his glasses, Gu Changming took one last glance at Fu Buishuan and his imposing entourage before turning to exit. The atmosphere was so intimidating that he did not dare inquire about their purpose at the station. As Gu Changming stepped outside, he carried himself with an air of confidence, convinced that he would ensure Fu Tingxiu faced imprisonment, leaving Meng Ning to rue her decisions, eagerly awaiting her next plea for his assistance. Meanwhile, Fu Buishuan rushed to extricate Fu Tingxiu, while Meng Ning frantically sought connections to assist her cause. Ironically, the very man in question, Fu Tingxiu, was at that moment in the police station's office, enjoying tea with the director. Having concluded his day, the director hurried to the station upon learning that a powerful member of the Fu family had been brought under his jurisdiction. Who could possibly wish to ensnare him by sending the living Yama into his realm? Upon grasping the situation, the director promptly assured Fu Tingxiu, "Mr. Fu, this is a misunderstanding. My subordinates are blind to the facts. I shall have them write an apology immediately. They were merely following protocol." Fu Tingxiu replied in a deep voice, "Director Wang, I apologize for the trouble at such a late hour." "Not at all. Not at all," Director Wang responded, taken aback by the courtesy. Just then, a police officer entered, reporting, "Director Wang, Mr. Fu, I have already sent Gu Changming on his way." Director Wang looked to Fu Tingxiu, awaiting further instructions. "It's too late now. Thank you for the tea, Director Wang," Fu Tingxiu said as he rose, determined not to exploit his authority to detain Gu Changming. Instead, he believed that the best lesson would be to destroy what Gu Changming held most dear. Director Wang also stood, responding, "Mr. Fu, you are too kind." Director Wang personally escorted Fu Tingxiu outside. Upon seeing him emerge, Fu Buishuan approached, addressing him as elder brother. "A dozen bodyguards echoed in unison, President Fu." Noticing the large entourage Fu Buishuan had brought, Fu Tingxiu's brows furrowed with displeasure as he commanded, "Return." With that, he strode forward, followed closely by the substantial contingent of bodyguards. Director Wang continued to accompany Fu Tingxiu to the entrance, at which point Fu Tingxiu remarked, "Director Wang, you may stop here." Only then did Director Wang halt, standing respectfully to the side, watching as Fu Tingxiu entered his vehicle, at which point he discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The director of the department nearby also felt a pang of anxiety, relieved that the Fu family had not directed their ire towards him. The director reprimanded, "Next time, use your brains when handling matters. Do not always expect me to clean up after you." The department head repeatedly agreed. Yes, Director Wang. What about this case?" "What case?" Wang snapped. "That person, Gu Changming, has the audacity to file a counterclaim, and he dares to report it himself. Losing a single tooth is classified as a serious injury? If he is so capable, why doesn't he ascend to the heavens?" Wang declared the case is dismissed. "Understood." Seated in the limited edition Rolls-Royce, Fu Tingxiu's demeanor was cool and composed. "Elder brother, which fool dared to send you in?" Fu Buishuan suddenly recalled seeing Gu Changming in the lobby and asked, "Was it the one who just left the police station?" Fu Tingxiu ignored him and took out his phone to make a call. Before dawn, ensure that Changming law firm disappears from the capital. Chapter 58. True feelings revealed in adversity often. The most unassuming form of vengeance is a strike at the heart. This was the first time Fu Buishuan witnessed Fu Tingxiu employing such tactics. In the past, Fu Tingxiu would have never deigned to resort to underhanded methods. "Brother, who exactly is this person?" he inquired. "A law firm?" Fu Tingxiu succinctly replied, "Your sister-in-law's ex-boyfriend." Instantly, Fu Buishuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Recognizing the palpable tension in the air, one could only lament for the unfortunate ex-boyfriend who found himself pitted against his brother, a rival in love. A moment of silence was warranted. Fu Tingxiu accessed Gu Changming's information on the computer, and Fu Buishuan peered over. "Brother, he is merely a small-time lawyer. Must you personally intervene?" Fu Tingxiu's fingers danced across the keyboard as he remarked, "The depths of his shamelessness are unfathomable." He had no intention of targeting Gu Changming, but if he sought his own destruction, Fu Tingxiu would oblige. Brother, if you're taken to the police station, what about sister-in-law? Fu Tingxiu, recalling Meng Ning esse inevitable distress, replied, I shall return to Shui Mu Tian Chung first. The rest is in your hands. Gu Changming had established a law firm, while the Gu family operated a factory that, unfortunately, yielded no profits and had been in a state of loss for years. Gu Changming's father, in pursuit of profit, had tampered with materials, causing toxic substances to exceed permissible limits. Should this come to light, the Gu family would be utterly ruined. Fu Tingxiu aimed to obliterate Gu Changming and dismantle the Gu family entirely. The sins of the father are visited upon the son. Dealing with the Gu family was straightforward. Fu Tingxiu need not engage directly. Gu Changming had a tarnished reputation abroad, having accepted payments from both parties in a lawsuit while secretly bribing law enforcement. His dubious standing overseas was the very reason for his return home, as he found it untenable to continue abroad. A man who was selfish, hypocritical, and unscrupulous in his pursuits, Fu Tingxiu mused that Meng Ning had indeed been somewhat blind in her choice. Eager to return home and comfort Meng Ning, he arrived at Shui Mu Tian Chung an hour later in his Rolls-Royce. Fu Buishuan asked, Brother, how long do you intend to keep this from sister-in-law? Fu Tingxiu was at a loss for words. Having told one lie, countless more would be required to uphold it. I have my own measures, he declared, exiting the vehicle and striding into the community. Meng Ning had just returned home, and, upon discovering that Fang Qiong was not present and her calls went unanswered, felt a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Fang Qiong was oblivious to the turmoil, enjoying a game of mahjong with friends. Frantic, Meng Ning was poised to call Qin Huan for further inquiries when she heard the sound of the door unlocking. Her heart raced. Only she and Fu Tingxiu had keys to the house, and Fu Tingxiu was at the police station. Who could it be? As the door swung open, Meng Ning beheld Fu Tingxiu entering. In that moment, the tension within her dissipated, and she could no longer contain her emotions as she rushed to embrace him. You're back. I thought you'd be imprisoned. I made countless calls. I didn't know what to do or how to help you. Fu Tingxiu, I'm so sorry. It's my fault that you're in this situation. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down her face as she expressed her profound fear. She had lived for over 20 years and had never encountered such a vexing situation. With no one to turn to, she found herself at a loss. Contemplating endlessly during the time, Fu Tingxiu was taken away by the police. Should Fu Tingxiu truly face imprisonment, she would wait for him, regardless of how long it took. As she cradled the girl in her arms, who was weeping inconsolably, Fu Tingxiu felt a mix of tenderness and joy. He ached for her tears, yet delighted that she cried for him. Embracing her, he gently stroked her back, softly reassuring her, Do not cry. It will be all right. Did I not promise you that I would return shortly? Meng Ning struggled to calm her emotions, her tears and runny nose staining Fu Tingxiu's clothing, rendering him both amused and exasperated. There, it's all right, he said in a soothing tone. Meng Ning sniffled, gradually regaining her composure, only to realize that she was still holding onto Fu Tingxiu, her tears and snot marking his attire, which caused her to feel a sudden wave of embarrassment. She hastily pulled away from his embrace, but Fu Tingxiu unexpectedly tightened his hold, their bodies pressed closely together. She gazed up at him, bewildered. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers, his voice low and husky. Meng Ning. Chapter 59. The slap came too quickly as Meng Ning met his deep gaze. Her heart raced unexpectedly, a sensation akin to infatuation. His hand encircled her waist, sending a current coursing through her entire being. His voice, husky and magnetic, was laced with irresistible allure. Fixated on her crimson lips, Fu Tingxiu felt a tightening in his abdomen, leaning down to capture her mouth in a fervent kiss. The kiss was both passionate and suffocating, leaving Meng Ning momentarily breathless, her mind clouded with desire. Fu Tingxiu showed no intent to release her, trailing kisses from her lips to her face and then her neck as they reached the living room sofa. As his advances deepened, he found himself losing control. Meng Ning's scent was reminiscent of a dream where a woman had similarly rendered him powerless, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. Meng Ning's mind ceased to function, her instincts responding to Fu Tingxiu's rhythm, lost in an instinctual dance. just as the flames of passion were about to ignite. Her phone rang, an incoming call from Fong Qiong. Having concluded her mahjong game, she noticed several missed calls from Meng Ning and promptly returned the call. The abrupt ring jolted Meng Ning from a reverie. She instinctively pressed her hand against Fu Tingxiu's chest, gasping, "Wait." It felt as though they were on the verge of a thrilling journey, only to be abruptly halted, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing a fire within. Fu Tingxiu recognized his own frenzy. In Meng Ning's presence, he found himself unable to restrain his desires, an astonishing revelation. He released her, and Meng Ning, evading his gaze, hastily answered the phone. "Auntie, Xiaoning, what is the matter? I saw several missed calls and rushed to return your call." "Auntie, it's nothing." Meng Ning glanced at Fu Tingxiu, who had returned to his senses. Not wanting to cause any worry, she fabricated a lie. "I was thinking of bringing you some fruit, but when I knocked, you weren't home, so I called to check." "I see," Fong Qiong replied, relieved. "I'll be there shortly." "All right, Auntie, drive safely." After a brief exchange, Meng Ning hung up to find Fu Tingxiu preparing to leave. "Fu Tingxiu," she called out, "where are you going?" With a slight smirk, he replied, "I'm going to take a shower." Meng Ning felt a rush of heat. He had ignited a fire without any intention of extinguishing it. Understanding his implication, her face flushed crimson. As Fu Tingxiu headed to the shower, Meng Ning patted her cheeks, reflecting on how reckless he had been. They had been on the brink of something profound. She too decided to freshen up. Minutes later, Fu Tingxiu emerged from the shower, clad in casual home attire. Nestled on the sofa, Meng Ning felt her heart race anew at his appearance. His striking looks rendered even the simplest outfit captivating, exuding an aura of restraint. "Fu Tingxiu, how did you manage to return?" she inquired. "I went to the police station to bail you out, but they said it wasn't possible. How did you get released?" With a blend of truth and jest, Fu Tingxiu replied, "A distant cousin has some connections. He facilitated the resolution of this matter." At this moment, attributing the situation to Fu Buishuan would certainly not raise any suspicions in Meng Ning. She ought to express her gratitude to this cousin. Meng Ning recalled Gu Changming's harsh words released at the police station, and unease crept in. Has this matter truly been resolved? Has Gu Changming withdrawn the lawsuit? Fu Tingxiu nodded, affirming he has withdrawn the lawsuit. How could he suddenly withdraw it? Has he been making things difficult for you? Has he demanded compensation? Meng Ning feared for Fu Tingxiu's well-being. "No," Fu Tingxiu smiled, gently ruffling her hair. "This matter was resolved by my cousin. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. It is quite late now. Will you retire for the night, or shall we continue from earlier?" To prevent Meng Ning from probing further, Fu Tingxiu intentionally sought to frighten her. "I will go rest," Meng Ning mumbled, her gaze lowered. "I have to report to the company tomorrow. As long as this matter is settled, once we are both free, we can treat my cousin to a meal and express our heartfelt thanks." "Very well." Fu Tingxiu refrained from teasing her further, knowing well that Meng Ning was rather shy. With Fu Tingxiu's affairs settled, Meng Ning felt a sense of relief. She returned to her bedroom and informed Qin Huan of the developments with a quick phone call. Qin Huan had never harbored any worries. She was confident that Fu Tingxiu would be fine. However, Gu Changming had certainly landed himself in trouble. Unbeknownst to him, as he plotted against Fu Tingxiu, he was oblivious to the impending calamity. Gu Changming was contemplating how to cause Fu Tingxiu to languish in detention for an extended period. He vowed that he would not relent until Fu Tingxiu knelt and apologized. Just as Gu Changming returned home, invigorated, his father, seeing his battered face, inquired, "Changming, what on earth happened to your face?" Hearing the commotion, Gu Changming's mother emerged from her room, her heart aching at the sight of her son's injuries. "Who did this to you, my son? How'd you end up like this? Tell me, who dares to lay a hand on you?" Before Gu Changming could respond, he received a call from Zheng Jing. "Gu Changming, news of your accepting bribes abroad has been exposed. The entire legal community is abuzz with chatter. You have been blacklisted, and your lawyer's license is at serious risk of being revoked. Furthermore, our law firm is in trouble as well. The source of our registered capital is under investigation." Zheng Jing anxiously conveyed the current situation to Gu Changming over the phone. Gu Changming was still reeling from Zheng Jing's words when his father received a call from the factory. "Boss Gu, the discipline inspection department has arrived. Our factory has been sealed. Reports of toxic substances exceeding permissible levels have somehow leaked. Now clients are calling to cancel orders, demanding triple compensation for losses. And the Tax Bureau is also here to audit our accounts. Upon hearing the news, Gu Changming's father turned pale, his heart seizing with pain. He pressed a hand to his chest, struggling to contain his anguish as he questioned, "How could the Discipline Inspection Department find out? Why am I only being informed of this now, given the gravity of the situation?" Everything unfolded too abruptly. Gu Changming's father realized they were doomed. The factory's performance had already been poor, and in a desperate bid to cut costs, he had taken a gamble that had now backfired catastrophically. "Boss Gu, what should we do now?" His subordinate on the other end of the line was a loss for guidance. "I will come over immediately." Gu Changming's father hung up the phone, but after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt the world spinning, darkness enveloping him, and he fainted. "Father!" Gu Changming hurriedly supported his father, Gu Fu. Gu Mu was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events, her face paling. "Changming, don't frighten me." Gu Changming pinched his father's acupoint, and soon, Gu Fu regained consciousness. With urgency, Gu Changming inquired, "Father, what has happened?" "Changming, the factory has been inspected. The clients are demanding order cancellations and triple compensation. Our Gu family is finished." "Changming, do you know anyone who can help? You are a lawyer, you understand the law. What should we do now?" Gu Fu regarded Gu Changming as his last hope. However, Gu Changming himself felt like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to save himself. "Father, the firm has also been investigated." Gu Changming despondently sank onto the sofa. Gu Fu was frantic. "We can't afford any compensation. Who is trying to ruin our Gu family?" This statement jolted Gu Changming into realization. The simultaneous troubles of both the factory and the firm could not be mere coincidence. Who was covertly plotting against them? Gu Changming immediately thought of Fu Tingxiu, but quickly dismissed the idea. Fu Tingxiu was still at the police station, merely a laborer, incapable of orchestrating such a grand scheme. Chapter 60. A roof leak meets a night of rain. Gu Changming found himself at a loss. Having returned to his homeland not long ago, his conduct typically smooth and unobtrusive, making it unlikely that he had offended anyone. At that moment, Zheng Jing called again, her urgency palpable. "Gu Changming, have you offended someone? Is someone targeting you? Do you comprehend the seriousness of this matter? Your future is at stake." Zheng Jing's incessant chatter only fueled Gu Changming's fury. He shouted into the phone, "I do not need your reminders." After hanging up, Gu's father, visibly anxious, inquired, "Changming, what have you been up to? The capital is rife with hidden talents. We must remain discreet." Clearly, someone is conspiring against the Gu family. Gu's mother chimed in, "Son, please speak to us." Gu Changming racked his brain, realizing that apart from Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu, he had not recently crossed anyone else's path. Just then, a sudden knock at the door startled the family. Gu Changming steadied himself and opened the door, only to find law enforcement officials standing outside. His expression shifted subtly as he endeavored to appear composed. "May I inquire what this is about?" The officials presented their identification and stated, "Is Gu Dellen home? He is suspected of illegal activities and must accompany us." Upon hearing that they were there for him, Gu's father's face drained of color. Gu Changming glanced at his father, but felt powerless, forced only to watch as his father was escorted away. As Gu Dellen was taken, he shouted back, "Changming, you must save your father." Gu Changming's heart sank, and his mother followed suit, filled with anxiety. The Gu family was suddenly thrust into chaos, leaving Gu Changming bewildered. Throughout that night, he felt like an ant on a hot stove, making countless calls for assistance. Yet, those who had once been his allies suddenly found excuses to avoid him. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone against the wall, while his mother wept in the living room, urging him to devise a plan to rescue his father. The factory's issues were indeed pressing. The Gu family was in the food industry, and should harmful substances be detected in their products, it would spell catastrophic ruin for them. Losing their credibility would render any hopes of resurgence futile. Shortly after Gu Dellen's departure, news of the incident spread, prompting business partners to arrive at their doorstep, demanding compensation. Relentlessly pounding on the door, Gu Changming could do nothing but hide inside, peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. A crowd had gathered, all there to collect debts. His mother, terrified, shed silent tears, and throughout the night, the mother and son remained in a state of heightened anxiety, every sound sending them into a panic. The phone rang incessantly with debt collectors, forcing Gu Changming to disconnect the line. As dawn approached, the creditors finally dispersed, and Gu's mother, unable to endure any longer, succumbed to sleep. Gu Changming sat on the living room sofa, his mind in a daze. After an uncertain passage of time, another knock at the door jolted him awake from his drowsiness. His heart raced as he approached the door and peered through the peephole, revealing none other than Zeng Jing standing outside. Gu Changming finally opened the door, and upon seeing him, Zeng Jing was swiftly pulled inside. The door shut with a decisive click. This cautious demeanor momentarily stunned Zeng Jing. Gu Changming inquired, "What is the current situation of the firm?" Regaining her composure, Zeng Jing replied, "This morning, the landlord approached me to terminate our lease, demanding that we vacate immediately. The families involved in the lewd conduct case and the divorce case you previously took on are protesting outside the office with banners." In the lewd conduct case, Gu Changming, motivated by financial gain, aided the perpetrator in evading justice, leading the victim, unable to bear the humiliation, to tragically take her own life by jumping from a height not long ago. In the divorce case, the husband had abused his wife upon her filing for divorce. Gu Changming fabricated evidence suggesting the wife suffered from mental illness, coupled with the fact that she was a stay-at-home mother without an income. The court ultimately awarded custody of the child to the husband. The husband's desire to seize the child was not rooted in genuine affection, but rather a means of revenge against his wife. After gaining custody, he entrusted the child to the grandparents, who, due to their advanced age, were unable to supervise adequately, culminating in a fatal accident. Overwhelmed by grief, the mother succumbed to despair and took sleeping pills to end her life. In both tragedies, Gu Changming played the role of an accomplice. With the victims' families now protesting and tarnishing his reputation, he faced the looming threat of legal repercussions. Zeng Jing's words rendered Gu Changming ashen, and he slumped despondently onto the sofa. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Who orchestrated this disturbance with the families? Who leaked my affairs abroad?" Zeng Jing, aside from you, no one in the country knows. Did you betray me? Chapter 61. Fu Tingxiu's will to survive. Gu Changming now perceives everyone as a potential threat. Gu Changming, have you lost your mind? Zeng Jing expressed her disappointment. After all these years by your side, you know my intentions better than anyone. Why would I harm you? The firm is a joint investment of ours. I have invested all my savings and even sold my parents' house. What advantage would I gain from betraying you? Then who? Who wishes to harm me? Gu Changming murmured, his mind in disarray. My father's factory has also encountered trouble. There must be a schemer behind this. Undoubtedly, that scoundrel Meng Ning. Gu Changming could not fathom who else it could be. Fu Tingxiu was aware that his luxury car and mansion were rented, and it was entirely plausible that jealousy had driven him to ruin Gu's reputation. Zeng Jing inquired, "Are you referring to that man with the surname Fu? I had a confrontation with him yesterday, and I reported him. Shortly after, both the firm and the factory faced calamity. Who else could it be?" Zeng Jing skeptically replied, "He is merely an employee. How could he possess such influence? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. It must be that man with the surname Fu who investigated me and exposed my affairs." Upon this realization, Gu Changming hurriedly called the police station to inquire whether Fu Tingxiu was still there. However, the response he received was disheartening. There was no record of such a person, nor of the incident from the previous night. At that moment, Gu Changming comprehended that he had underestimated Fu Tingxiu. Apart from his name and workplace, he knew nothing of Fu Tingxiu. He had been complacent. Zeng Jing, do me a favor and investigate the background of this man with the surname Fu at the Xingyu Group's R&D department. Gu Changming, while you are preoccupied with jealousy over Meng Ning, you should be pondering how to navigate the firm through this crisis. Your lawyer's license may be revoked, and the firm cannot operate. Our previous investment of several million would be in vain. This was the true purpose of Zeng Jing's visit, to appease Gu Changming and salvage the firm, having invested millions that could not be wasted so easily. Gu Changming's eyes blazed with fury as he asserted, "None of that matters now. If I cannot uncover who is truly behind this, all efforts will be futile. Hurry and investigate the background of that man with the surname Fu." Zheng Jing, taken aback by his outburst, ultimately chose to heed his request. No sooner had she departed than more debt collectors stormed into the Gu residence, demanding repayment and wreaking havoc. In the ensuing struggle, Gu Changming was assaulted by the collectors, causing his mother to panic and call the police. Meng Ning had a restful night and awoke early, ready to report to her new job. It was her first day, and she found herself perplexed about what to wear. She selected several outfits to seek Fu Tingxiu's opinion. 3 dresses and a pair of jeans with a shirt were presented. Fu Tingxiu glanced at them and chose the jeans and shirt, saying, "This one will do." Meng Ning held the outfit against herself, questioning, "Isn't it a bit too plain?" Fu Tingxiu replied earnestly, "Not at all. It complements your complexion perfectly." Meng Ning took it, wrapped up so tightly, only my face is visible. How can you even see my complexion? Fu Tingxiu was evidently speaking nonsense, yet she comprehended his intentions. He intended to conceal even the slightest hint of their relationship from outsiders. Fu Tingxiu cleared his throat and remarked, "For today, let us wear this ensemble. In a few days, I shall procure several outfits for you." Meng Ning inquired with a smile, "Fu Tingxiu, is it true that men are all like this, relishing the sight of other men's wives adorned in elegance, while their own wives are afforded only a fraction of that luxury? The disparity lies in the emphasis on scarcity for others and abundance for oneself." Fu Tingxiu curved his lips into a smile, responding, "As for others, I cannot say. My concern lies solely with my own wife. What do other men's wives have to do with me?" His flirtatious words made Meng Ning feel as though every cell in her body was basking in sweetness. Chapter 62. He begins to feature in her plans. Meng Ning smiled subtly. Since the two had watched a film together, their feelings had significantly deepened. She decided on this outfit. Meng Ning entered the room to change into jeans and a shirt, while Fu Tingxiu awaited her in the living room, simultaneously sending her measurements to an international designer to custom-make several new outfits for her. Fu Tingxiu's attire was bespoke, devoid of ostentatious brand logos, rendering it nearly indistinguishable in value to the untrained eye. After sending the message, Fu Tingxiu added some stipulations, insisting that the garments be both fashionable and modest. Once he completed his demands, he also requested a set of couples' sleepwear, asking for the finished pieces by the end of the week. The international designer, upon receiving Fu Tingxiu's request, felt a flicker of curiosity. Having served him for many years, she had always crafted his clothing. This was her first foray into women's wear. Could it be that her stoic boss had finally blossomed and found a girlfriend? Not daring to be negligent, she promptly replied, "Received." Unbeknownst to Meng Ning, when she emerged after changing, Fu Tingxiu had already put down his phone. "How do I look?" she inquired. Upon seeing her, Fu Tingxiu felt a twinge of regret regarding his choice of outfit for her. The snug jeans accentuated Meng Ning's slender legs, which were long and delicately proportioned, possessing an alluring curve that was far from emaciated. The jeans did not obscure her beauty. Rather, they enhanced her charm. The white shirt, though buttoned, exuded an air of endless temptation. Her exquisitely fair face, adorned with light makeup, was truly breathtaking. Stunning, Fu Tingxiu thought, wishing to keep Meng Ning hidden away at home. For her beauty was a treasure he longed to possess solely for himself. "Let us hurry. It's the first day of reporting. Being late is impolite," Meng Ning urged. She changed her shoes in the foyer, opting for a pair of high heels that further elevated her elegance. The two proceeded to the underground parking garage to drive to the office of the jewelry company under Xinyu Group to report in. Along the way, Fu Tingxiu tentatively suggested, "Once I save up a bit more, you won't have to work so hard anymore. I'll support you as a stay-at-home wife, allowing you to indulge in beauty treatments and shopping with friends while I provide for our family." Meng Ning shook her head. "That won't do. A woman must be financially independent. Even with a man to rely on, one cannot lose their ability to survive or their self-worth. That is non-negotiable." Having been independent from a young age, how could she abandon her identity to become a mere housewife at Fu Tingxiu's behest? Moreover, a man's promises often have an expiration date, limited to the passionate phase of a relationship. Meng Ning remained clear-headed. Regardless of how far her marriage with Fu Tingxiu might go, she would never forsake her individuality. Realizing his previous words had unintentionally wounded her, Fu Tingxiu took her hand gently. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. If his woman did not wish to be merely behind a man, he would create a world for her to soar freely, always being her steadfast support. Meng Ning smiled. Did you not say that we still need to buy a house? It's too arduous for you to earn alone. Qin Huan also mentioned that if we have children in the future, expenses will only increase. Suddenly, Meng Ning fell silent. Had she been too hasty in discussing having children when Fu Tingxiu had yet to fully express his stance? Little did she know, her intentions regarding their future filled Fu Tingxiu with delight. The transformation from polite distance to being included in future plans signified that she had begun to hold him dear in her heart. A smile graced his lips as he continued her train of thought. Meng Ning, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Meng Ning recognized that her answer would inevitably alter the dynamics of their relationship. The prospect of having children might very well move to the forefront of their discussions. She had just secured a new job. Would the notion of pregnancy lead to discrimination from her employer? After all, who would willingly hire a pregnant woman in these times? Contemplating this, she finally replied, I prefer a girl. I can braid her hair and dress her in pink princess gowns. I will design unique accessories for her, ensuring she is always beautifully adorned. Fu Tingxiu nodded. I, too, prefer a daughter. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the company, which was not the Xinyu building. Thus, Fu Tingxiu could only escort her to the door. Meng Ning, I will pick you up after work. All right, Meng Ning replied with a smile. Drive safely. After watching Fu Tingxiu depart, she turned and entered the company. No sooner had she stepped inside than she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Meng Ning, you have destroyed everything for me, and now I shall ruin you, came the cold, menacing voice of Gu Changming from the other end. Chapter 63. A qualified matriarch before Meng Ning could utter a word. Gu Changming abruptly hung up the phone. Was he issuing threats so early in the morning? Frowning, Meng Ning was perplexed by the intensity of Gu Changming's fury. It was he who had acted shamelessly, having Fu Tingxiu taken away by the police. How could he be even more enraged? Just as Meng Ning was lost in thought, a call from Qin Huan interrupted her. On the line, Qin Huan exclaimed, Ning Bao. Gu Changming's law firm has been investigated, and their factory has collapsed under a mountain of debt. This news is spreading like wildfire in our class group. How could this happen? Meng Ning was taken aback. It felt as though the world had turned upside down overnight. He has woven his own webs, Qin Huan said indignantly. Gu Changming is nothing but a sanctimonious hypocrite. I almost fell for his deceit myself. Thank goodness you got married. Otherwise, I would have committed a grave sin by trying to bring you two together. For the sake of money, Gu Changming would do anything, even driving his clients to suicide through despair. Their families are causing a scene at the law firm. Hearing these revelations stirred an indescribable feeling within Meng Ning, a sense of dread. Gu Changming, in his pursuit of fame and fortune, had disregarded the truth, leading victims to take their own lives. Such a person, now harboring animosity towards her, would surely not rest until he sought revenge. The earlier threatening call from Gu Changming filled her with trepidation. Who leaked this information? Meng Ning inquired, aware that she had just made an enemy of Gu Changming. The timing of his disgraceful exposure felt too coincidental. He would undoubtedly be watching her closely. If he decided to trouble Fu Tingxiu again, what would become of her? Those who act unjustly will ultimately meet their demise. Perhaps someone couldn't bear to witness it and chose to expose him. Gu Changming returned to the country because he could no longer stay abroad, Qin Huan replied, understanding the implications but withholding the identity of the informant. There were matters she needed to keep from Meng Ning for Fu Tingxiu's sake. As it stood, Fu Tingxiu was very protective of Meng Ning, so she need not worry, provided that Meng Ning's secret remained undisclosed. This was crucial to preserving the bond between Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu. Until Meng Ning firmly established her position as the young mistress of the Fu family, she must do her utmost to safeguard that secret and facilitate their relationship. As Gu Changming faced his reckoning, Meng Ning found herself increasingly unsettled. After a brief conversation with Qin Huan, she arrived at the company to report for duty, only to encounter Yi Su, a fellow interviewee. Yi Su was equally surprised to see Meng Ning. Meng Ning, you got accepted too? That's wonderful. We will be colleagues from now on. The familiarity of encountering someone known in a new environment eased Meng Ning's tension considerably. Have you already reported in? She asked. Yes. Yisu replied, her usual cheerfulness shining through. It's a pity, though. You were right last time. None of us can work at the headquarters. We'll be stuck at this subsidiary, which is quite a distance from my dream man. Meng Ning chuckled. Take your time. There's a saying that a woman pursuing a man is merely separated by a thin veil. With your beauty, you are bound to succeed. Yisu beamed at this encouragement, linking her arm with Meng Ning's. Once I win over President Fu and become the mistress of Xingyu Group, I will promote you to chief designer. Meng Ning laughed. I will certainly hold you to that promise. As the two individuals engaged in delightful conversation, they quickly forged a friendship. Yisu recalled her interview and remarked, by the way, the interviewer with the surname Li from my last interview has been dismissed. The reason remains unknown, but I heard he was let go right after your interview. Do you have any idea what transpired? I have no idea, Meng Ning replied, unaware of the interviewer's dismissal. Oh, Yisu said, opting not to probe further. You should hurry and report in. Today, Chief Designer Selena will be arriving. If all goes according to plan, we will be assigned as her assistants. Being the aide to a chief designer is a coveted position, just a stone's throw away from becoming a true designer oneself. Meng Ning proceeded to the Human Resources Department to check in. Upon reviewing her credentials, the HR personnel's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, swiftly facilitating her onboarding process. Miss Meng, welcome aboard. We shall be colleagues from now on. Thank you, Meng Ning responded, puzzled by the HR department's courteous treatment. Indeed, the professionalism of a large corporation was commendable, and there was no discrimination against her high school diploma. The salary offered exceeded her expectations, a monthly remuneration of $15,000, with a 3-month probation period. It was evident that large companies were not short on finances, even providing such substantial wages during the probation phase. Yisu waited just outside, and, upon Meng Ning's emergence, they proceeded together to the design department. Meanwhile, in the prestigious Xingyu Group building within the president's office, Fu Tingxiu was diligently managing documents when Fu Buxuan entered. Brother, why not arrange a position for sister-in-law as an assistant, instead of transferring her to a branch office? Isn't that a bit unfair to her? Calmly, Fu Tingxiu replied, every towering structure begins from the ground up. Let her take it step by step. This will allow her to familiarize herself with the company's jewelry sector, paving the way for her future responsibilities. Fu Buxuan sugenli understood, brother. You are laying the groundwork for sister-in-law. Fu Tingxiu set down the documents in his hands and stated, she will be a worthy matriarch of the Fu family. Chapter 64. A prophetic statement. Fu Buxuan believed he had flattered his way into success. By winning over his sister-in-law, he would secure an additional ally for himself. With a grin, he leaned on his desk and inquired, brother, how was the movie with sister-in-law last night? Did your feelings deepen? Did you hold hands or share a kiss? At the mention of the film, Fu Tingxiu cast a contemplative gaze at Fu Buxuan and replied, your allowance for the first half of next year is gone. Oh, why? Fu Buxuan exclaimed, tugging at Fu Tingxiu's arm. Brother, I'm nearly destitute. If you cut off my allowance this year and next, I'll have to beg on the streets. We are of the same blood. Why must you be so ruthless? Fu Buxuan's performance was exaggerated, nearly bringing forth tears. As the vice president of Xingyu Group, he depended on Fu Tingxiu for his salary. However, even that modest income was insufficient to shake the foundations of Fu Buxuan's existence. This fellow was merely a skilled actor. Fu Tingxiu, with a look of disdain, glared at Fu Buxuan's grasp on his arm and said, remove your hand. Fu Buxuan quickly released his grip, casting a pitiful glance at Fu Tingxiu, resembling a scorned spouse. Brother, was it the choice of film that was amiss? It cannot be. I have seen that film, and it is quite suggestive. In such dim surroundings, sparks are bound to fly. It was too overt, Fu Tingxiu remarked. The environment was unsuitable. Fu Buxuan instantly understood, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Brother, it seems I did not consider it thoroughly. Next time, why not watch at home or in a private cinema? Just the two of you? The atmosphere would be far more exhilarating. Fu Buxuan's words grew increasingly audacious. Pretending to strike Fu Buxuan, Fu Tingxiu was met with a dodge and a chuckle. Brother, I understand. I shall visit sister-in-law at the branch office. It's her first day, and I worry she may not adapt well. She is so beautiful. What if she faces undue attention from others? I have already spoken with Liang Chao at the branch office. Do not meddle, Fu Tingxiu said, tossing a stack of documents to Fu Buishuan. Do not think of excuses to escape. Review these projects and handle them. Fu Buishuan sighed with exasperation. Brother, you exploited me as a child, and now you continue to do so while withholding my wages. Alas, why did I not run faster back then? If only I were the elder brother. In the world of the affluent, siblings often vie for the position of heir, yet the Fu brothers sought to evade labor, each engaging in their own cunning schemes. As Fu Tingxiu donned his coat, he patted Fu Buishuan's shoulder. Ponder this matter and complete your tasks. In the future, I will have more time for dates with your sister-in-law. Attend to the company's affairs diligently. Fu Buishuan smacked his lips, grumbling. Why didn't our mother have just one more child? Then I could be indolent and live a life of leisure, enjoying the privileges of a young lord. Or perhaps if our father had a bastard child to contest the inheritance, we might add some excitement to our lives. Our family is truly a serene stream in the world of the wealthy, devoid of any challenge. Given the esteemed status and wealth of the Fu family, one could comfortably live a life of leisure for generations without a care. Fu Buishuan, however, harbored no desire for ambition. To him, striving held no significance. The Fu family was certainly not lacking in financial resources. Fu Tingxiu cast a warning glance at Fu Buishuan, silently conveying, do not let mother hear you. It could lead to father sleeping on a couch, and then you would have no one to blame if your card privileges are revoked. Fu Buishuan chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting, just jesting. Brother, do attend to your matters, and enjoy a delightful date with sister-in-law. Let us strive to ensure the Fu family flourishes and expands. Little did Fu Buishuan know, his seemingly trivial remark would soon echo ominously in the near future. Chapter 65. Soul Strike. Fu Tingxiu indeed had matters to attend to, entrusting the company's affairs to Fu Buishuan before exiting the office. Secretary Luo Cheng hurriedly followed behind, and Fu Tingxiu inquired, how is the situation regarding Gu Changming? Luo Cheng responded, President Fu, everything has been handled. The Gu family's factory is beyond redemption, and the Changming law firm will soon shut its doors. Gu Changming's reputation in the circle has been tarnished, and his attorney's license has been revoked. He can no longer stir up trouble. We must keep an eye on him, as someone like Gu Changming may act out of desperation. Fu Tingxiu was primarily concerned about whether Meng Ning would be harmed. He had little regard for Gu Changming's fate. Understood, Luo Cheng acknowledged. Upon leaving the Qingyu building, a Rolls-Royce awaited him at the entrance. Fu Tingxiu entered the vehicle, followed by Luo Cheng. As the driver started the engine, Fu Tingxiu had social engagements that day, having scheduled a meeting with a bank president. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Gu Changming lay battered and bruised, suffering from multiple soft tissue injuries and broken ribs, forced to rest in bed. His mother's eyes were swollen from crying. With her husband arrested and her son hospitalized, the family's factory and law firm were lost. The Gu family was drowning in debt, with creditors crowding around their home. What would the future hold? Filled with resentment, Gu Changming lay in his hospital bed. At that moment, Zheng Jing arrived, shocked to see Gu Changming in such a state after just one night. How could they do this? It's just a matter of debt. This is life-threatening, she exclaimed, her concern evident. Upon seeing Zheng Jing, Gu Changming's spirits momentarily lifted, and he strained to sit up. Zheng Jing, have you found out about the matter I asked you to investigate? Yes, Zheng Jing replied, taking a seat beside him, her expression grave. Gu Changming, once you recover, we should consider escaping abroad. You cannot contend with that person. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Changming as he sharply inquired, who is it? What is their background? Zheng Jing stated solemnly, the president of Qingyu Group, Fu Tingxiu. Those few words struck Gu Changming like a bolt from the blue. Even if he had suspected Fu Tingxiu held some influential connections, he had never imagined that Fu Tingxiu was the power behind the Qingyu Group, a figure no one in the capital could challenge. How is that possible? Gu Changming refused to accept this reality. He drove a car worth only a few $100,000, and he doesn't appear to be affluent at all. He doesn't wear designer brands. He is just a poor worker. How can he be the head of the billion-dollar Fu family? Meng Ning had even mentioned he was merely an employee. Zhang Jing replied, I too was initially skeptical, but I encountered an acquaintance who is now an executive at Qingyu Group. There is no doubt. Meng Ning's husband is indeed Fu Tingxiu, the president of Qingyu Group. No, it must be a case of someone sharing the same name, Gu Changming insisted. I've been to their neighborhood, Shui Mu Tiancheng. It's just an ordinary community. How could the head of the Fu family reside there? Gu Changming was unwilling to believe it. If the truth were indeed as such, then his previous sense of superiority was nothing more than a farce. At the class reunion, he shamelessly boasted about having met the president of Qingyu Group, making him appear as nothing more than a buffoon in Fu Tingxiu's eyes. Gu Changming found this blow to his pride unbearable. It was akin to a soul-crushing assault. Just an hour prior, he had threatened Meng Ning over the phone, pondering ways to redeem himself. If Fu Tingxiu truly was the president of Qingyu Group, then his aspirations for redemption would remain forever out of reach. Gu Changming, you should return abroad with me. You cannot contend with the Fu family. The sudden closure of the law firm and the factory serves as ample proof, Zhang Jing advised. If you continue to be obstinate, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself. Gu Changming shook his head, his expression somewhat dazed, muttering to himself, how could the president of Qingyu Group ever be interested in that disgrace? Meng Ning? Zhang Jing was equally astonished by Gu Changming's disparaging remarks about Meng Ning. Previously, he had been resolute in his affection for her, his feelings plainly evident. How could he now speak so contemptuously? At that moment, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he was filled with excitement. It was the private investigator he had engaged to look into Meng Ning. Gu Changming answered eagerly, have you found anything? Chapter 66. The newcomer's bullied the investigation was halfway through when the private detective spoke ambiguously over the phone. Gu Changming felt somewhat perplexed and insisted. You must come to the hospital and bring everything you have uncovered. It's impossible to convey it all over the phone. Approximately half an hour later, a man wearing a flat-brimmed cap arrived with a briefcase. Gu's mother and Zhang Jing were asked to leave the room, leaving only Gu Changming and the private detective. Gu Changming inquired, what information have you gathered? The detective retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and replied, everything I found is here. I had to employ certain methods to obtain this. Look here, this individual named Meng Ning had a child and suffered from depression for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Gu Changming eagerly perused the documents, noting even the hospital where Meng Ning gave birth and the details of her psychiatrist. What a scandalous revelation. Enraged, Gu Changming realized that Meng Ning had begun an affair with another man shortly after he had gone abroad, and she had even become pregnant. During their year-long relationship, which consisted of little more than holding hands, he had repeatedly suggested they spend the night at a hotel, only to be met with her refusals, as she wished to reserve her most cherished moments for their wedding night. Unable to contain his fury, Gu Changming cursed, pretending to be pure in front of me, only to turn around and entangle herself with another man. What a wretched woman! At that moment, his true nature was unmasked, having fallen from grace. He no longer felt the need to maintain the facade of his once genteel demeanor. After reviewing the documents, he discovered that Meng Ning had given birth at the age of 20 and subsequently battled depression for about a year. She had also dropped out of school following her pregnancy. But what of the illegitimate child? What about the identity of that rogue man? Why was there no information on him? The private detective replied, this is all I could find. Gu Changming clenched the documents tightly, his gaze darkening. This is more than sufficient. This information would be enough to ensure Meng Ning's disgrace. A sinister smile crept across his face as he mused. I am curious to see how Fu Tingxiu will react upon discovering he has married a woman with such a sordid past, one who has borne a child and leads a life rife with indiscretions. A woman like this could very well be a lifelong blemish on Fu Tingxiu's reputation. How could someone of Meng Ning's ilk ever gain entry into the prestigious Fu family? If Meng Ning lacked virtue, she should not blame him for lacking justice. Gu Changming was certain that Fu Tingxiu was unaware of Meng Ning's history. This was his leverage to reclaim his standing. With this in mind, he felt undeterred by Fu Tingxiu's status. The more affluent the family, the more they valued their reputation. Once Meng Ning's scandal was exposed, Fu Tingxiu would surely find himself in a precarious position. Contemplating Meng Ning's heartlessness, Gu Changming was eager to sever ties with her, only to realize now that her intentions lay in climbing the social ladder to become the matriarch of the powerful Fu family. Meanwhile, Meng Ning remained oblivious to Gu Changming's plans for retribution. She and Yisu had gone to report to the chief designer, Selena, and upon meeting her idol, Meng Ning experienced a thrill of excitement. Selena, however, expressed her dissatisfaction with the company's decision to assign her a high school graduate as an assistant. However, the astute Serena did not reveal her thoughts. Instead, she delegated various menial tasks to Meng Ning, confident that Meng Ning would not surpass her 3-month probation period. She deemed it unnecessary to expend energy on her. On her first day at the new company, Meng Ning found no fault in performing trivial duties and running errands. She understood that newcomers, regardless of the size of the company, must endure some hardships. Every seasoned employee in the design department had traversed the same path of perseverance. Meng Ning kept her Mother South teachings close to heart, believing that suffering could lead to fortune. With her modest academic background, being a newcomer without any connections, she recognized the importance of humility and learning. Yisu, adept at socializing, prepared gifts for Serena and treated her colleagues in the design department to Starbucks coffee, instantly garnering their favor. Her ability to navigate social dynamics far surpassed Meng Ning's, allowing her to avoid menial tasks and engage in discussions about contemporary luxury brand from her own office space. Yisu was not only competent in her work, but had also achieved commendable results abroad. She had no intention of competing with her more experienced colleagues. Her ambition was to secure the position of the boss's wife at Xingyu Group, making it essential to cultivate alliances. In contrast, Meng Ning's striking beauty and alluring figure sparked envy among her female peers. Whenever someone needed assistance with minor tasks, they would readily turn to Meng Ning. For instance, requests like, "Meng Ning, please fetch me a glass of water," or "Hey, the new hire, sweep the floor," were common. "The ink cartridge is empty. New girl, could you go downstairs to buy one?" Or "Meng Ning, print out these documents and bring them to my desk," kept her perpetually occupied and overwhelmed. Chapter 67. Meng Ning's memories clarified. Meng Ning, ever accommodating, took the documents to print. Observing this, Yisu approached with a cup of coffee in hand. Standing beside the printer, "Meng Ning, why don't you learn to refuse? They are clearly taking advantage of you. It's foolish." Yisu, having entered alongside Meng Ning, felt a kinship with her and found it increasingly difficult to watch her being bullied. Meng Ning smiled lightly. "What does it matter if I know? If I do not endure hardships in learning, I shall suffer in society." Her outlook was remarkably broad-minded. As a high school graduate and a newcomer brimming with inexperience, she understood the necessity of humility and learning. Each individual in the design department hailed from prestigious universities and had made a name for themselves in the realm of jewelry design. Yisu was rendered speechless, realizing the truth in Meng Ning's words. As an assistant designer, "It is not your place to handle menial tasks like cleaning or fetching water," she remarked. "Why not buy some refreshments for everyone? Perhaps some coffee now and afternoon tea later?" While printing the documents, Meng Ning chuckled softly. "Some favors must be reserved for the right moments. They won't cease assigning me work just because I treat them to afternoon tea." Yisu had already taken such actions, and following suit would yield diminishing returns. Moreover, Meng Ning was reluctant to squander her money. Treating her colleagues could leave her financially strained. Certainly, Meng Ning was not oblivious to social dynamics. She understood the reasons behind their targeting her educational background and capabilities. She was not yet part of their circle, and they perceived themselves as superior in her presence. The only way for her to rise above was to demonstrate her competence and deflate their sense of superiority. Though she had just arrived, she knew that when the opportunity arose, she would seize it. Yisu questioned, "So, do you plan to continue doing these menial tasks indefinitely?" Meng Ning replied with a smile, "When I lack the ability to refuse, I must remain low-key. Don't worry about me. These small tasks won't wear me out. I handle much more at home." The consequence of her refusal would be complete isolation from her department, making her situation even more precarious. Yisu conceded, "I believe they're simply envious of your beauty. You are stunning, and your husband allows you to work without concern for others' intentions. Meng Ning recalled what Fu Tingxiu had said that morning and suddenly understood, murmuring, "No wonder." Yisu inquired, "What do you mean, no wonder?" "It's nothing." Meng Ning replied with a smile, "I'll just deliver these documents." Yisu chose not to disturb Meng Ning further, returned to her seat to sip her coffee and peruse a fashion magazine. Upon returning from delivering the documents, Meng Ning headed towards the restroom. As she approached, she was startled by the sound of a woman sobbing urgently from one of the cubicles. Drawing closer, she was taken aback by the scene before her. A heavily pregnant woman sat on the floor, her waters having broken. She was about to give birth. The suddenness of the situation seemed to have panicked the woman, her voice laced with urgency. "Help me. Quickly. Call an ambulance. I'm going into labor." Gathering her composure, Meng Ning quickly retrieved her phone to call for assistance while soothing the expectant mother. "Do not be afraid. Take deep breaths. Everything will be all right." The phone call connected, and Meng Ning anxiously exclaimed, "A pregnant woman is in labor. Her amniotic fluid has broken at the Global Electronics building." After hanging up, Meng Ning observed the continuous flow of amniotic fluid from the expectant mother. Feeling a touch flustered herself. The pregnant woman clutched at Meng Ning's clothing, fear evident in her voice as she implored, "Is my baby going to be all right? What if something happens? My due date is still a month away." "Everything will be fine. Trust me," Meng Ning reassured, though uncertainty lingered in her own mind. However, she recognized her role as the emotional anchor for the mother-to-be, refusing to let her panic, and instead offering calm comfort. A glance at the name tag on the pregnant woman's chest revealed that she was also from the same company, serving as the manager of the adjacent sales department, Liao Wenxian. Liao Wenxian was inhaling deeply, her heart racing with anxiety as she grasped Meng Ning's hand tightly, her limbs feeling weak. With a quivering voice laced with tears, she uttered, "After 10 years of longing for this child, if something goes wrong, it would cost me my life. It will be all right. It will be all right." Meng Ning assured her, "Breathe deeply with me. Relax. Lie down on my lap and don't move. This will help minimize the loss of amniotic fluid." The commotion in the restroom soon attracted the attention of colleagues outside, several of whom rushed in to assist upon realizing that a birth was imminent. In no time, the ambulance arrived, and with teamwork, they carefully transported the pregnant woman onto the stretcher. Liao Wenxian clung tightly to Meng Ning, pleading, "You must come with me. I am scared." At that moment, Meng Ning became Liao Wenxian's steadfast support. "All right, I will accompany you," she affirmed, following her to the hospital, bustling about to help. Liao Wenxian's husband soon arrived as well, providing his presence alongside her. Grasping her husband's hand, Liao Wenxian implored, "If anything happens, you must ensure the baby is safe." Observing the scene, Meng Ning felt a jolt of recognition, a powerful sense of familiarity washing over her. In her memories, she too had once felt as helpless and lost as Liao Wenxian, clutching her mother's hand and seemingly uttering similar words. Chapter 68. Seeds of doubt. Meng Ning's complexion paled, and her legs weakened, causing her to sink into the adjacent chair. Child," she murmured, bewildered by the memories flooding her mind. What was this inexplicable familiarity? Was it her own recollection, or merely an echo of something she had witnessed before? Confused and anxious, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. "What troubles you? Have you been frightened?" Liao Wenxian's husband approached, hands clasped in gratitude. "Thank you so much for today. I hope you weren't too alarmed." Meng Ning, lost in thought, replied, "No, it's nothing." She dabbed at her tear-stained visage only to realize that Liao Wenxian had already entered the delivery room. "Truly, I cannot thank you enough," Liao Wenxian's husband expressed with utmost politeness. "You are the savior of my wife and child. And no, you are too kind. I merely made a phone call." "It was nothing much," she replied, attempting to downplay her role. At that moment, a doctor approached, calling for Liao Wenxian's family to settle the bill. "I'll be right back. Please keep an eye on things here," Liao Wenxian's husband said to Meng Ning, who nodded in agreement. Thus, she remained at the hospital, assisting as needed. Yisu called her. "Meng Ning, where have you gone? Why haven't you returned? Selena is furious and looking for you." Meng Ning quickly explained. "A colleague from the sales department just had a baby, so I accompanied her to the hospital." I'll be back shortly. Could you cover for me? Make haste. Yisu exaggeratedly replied. Selena is like an iceberg. I'm freezing. Meng Ning chuckled softly. All right, I'll return soon. After nearly an hour of bustling about the hospital, Liao Wenqian had successfully given birth to a healthy son, weighing 5 pounds and 6 ounces, albeit prematurely. Liao Wenqian appeared to be in good spirits as she returned to the ward with her newborn. Meng Ning followed into the room, and upon seeing the tiny infant peacefully sleeping in the crib, her heart softened. It was her first encounter with such a minuscule, freshly born child, evoking a bittersweet sensation within her that compelled her to fight back tears. Noti King Meng Ning Snametak Liao Wenqian Smilet Meng Ning. From a design department? Meng Ning drew her gaze away from the child. Yes, from the design department. I just started today. Thank you for your help today. Once the baby reaches a month old, I shall have him recognize you as his godmother. You are indeed his savior, Liao Wenqian declared. Meng Ning was taken aback by the compliment. Manager Liao, you are far too gracious. Is it that you do not wish to be the child's godmother? Liao Wenqian inquired. Not at all, Meng Ning replied, her fondness for children evident. The baby is adorable. It would be an honor to be his godmother. Liao Wenqian beamed. Then it is settled. For the baby's month celebration, your presence is not mandatory. Understood, Manager Liao. Let us drop the formalities from now on. We shall refer to each other as sisters. I am older than you, so if you don't mind, call me Sister Qian. Meng Ning smiled. All right, Sister Qian. With Liao Wenqian's open-hearted warmth, Meng Ning felt no need to decline. Liao Wenqian glanced at the sleeping infant beside her and remarked, this child is rather impatient, seemingly unaware of the virtue of patience, arriving far too early. Once again, the position of sales department head eludes me. Although her words seemed to express frustration, her tone and gaze were infused with profound affection for the child. After a decade of dedicated service at the company, Liao Wenqian had finally anticipated a promotion opportunity, only to have it jeopardized by the premature arrival of her little one, allowing competitors to seize the chance. Just then, her husband entered the room and said, as long as you and the baby are safe, that is all that matters. If you feel exhausted, you can resign and stay home. I will support both of you. Meng Ning found these words familiar, recalling that Fu Tingxiu had expressed something similar that morning. In the eyes of men, providing for their wives and children is an inherent duty, one that they take immense pride in. Liao Wenqian's husband came from a wealthy background and was not in need of the income from her job. However, Liao Wenqian, a workaholic and an independent woman, had consistently chosen to work, even during her pregnancy, intending to begin her maternity leave only after the first trimester. Little did she know that her child would arrive ahead of schedule. Chapter 69. Have I ever given birth? Meng Ning did not disturb the couple, Liao Wenqian and her husband. She still needed to return to the company, so after exchanging pleasantries, she gifted the baby a red envelope containing 1,200 yuan before taking her leave. It was rare for Meng Ning to be so generous. However, when it came to this matter, she would willingly part with even 12,000 if she had it. After all, she was the baby's godmother, and while she had not prepared a gift for their first meeting, a red envelope was essential. Meng Ning hailed a taxi back to the company. On the way, she could not resist calling her mother. The inexplicable images that had surfaced in her mind needed clarification. Meng's mother was comforting Zhou Wenxiu when she received a call from Meng Ning and immediately answered. Concerned, Meng's mother asked, Xiao Ning, how was your first day back at work? Mom, I'm doing well, Meng Ning replied evasively. I just dropped off a colleague at the hospital for childbirth, and now I'm on my way back to the office. Out of gratitude, my colleague asked me to be the baby's godmother. That's wonderful. It's good to build relationships with colleagues. It will be beneficial, her mother responded. Meng Ning held her phone, gazing out the taxi window. Mom, when I saw my colleague enter the delivery room, some thoughts crossed my mind. This statement startled Meng's mother. Her expression shifted, and she cautiously inquired, what did you remember? The question only deepened Meng Ning's unease. Mom, did I ever suffer from a serious illness? I recall being wheeled into the operating room, holding your hand. Her mother replied casually, yes, you did have an illness a few years ago. It was your appendectomy. You were afraid of the pain, clinging to my hand, and even crying, just like when you were a child. Meng Ning felt a flicker of doubt. Was it the The appendectomy? Indeed, her mother affirmed. Qin Huan was there too. Have you forgotten? Xiao Ning, are you feeling overwhelmed at work lately? You seem to be thinking irrationally. Meng Ning was uncertain whether to trust her mother. So many memories eluded her. During her battle with depression, the doctors had mentioned that her brain had suffered trauma, resulting in selective amnesia. At times, she felt as if she remembered everything, yet at other moments, she sensed that something was amiss. As Meng Ning recalled the image of Liao Wenxian entering the delivery room and a newborn baby, a sharp pain struck her heart, overwhelming her with discomfort and an uncontrollable wave of emotion. Mom, I need to ask you something. Meng Ning pressed her hand against her chest, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Have I ever given birth to a child? This brief inquiry took considerable courage to voice, for she herself found it hard to believe. She had no recollection of such an event, nor had she crossed any boundaries with Gu Changming. How could she have given birth? Yet, the question slipped from her lips almost as if compelled by an unseen force. Both she and her mother were taken aback by the utterance. Xiao Ning, don't think such things. You just got married. Where would you have had a child? Her mother attempted to maintain her composure. Have you been watching too many dramas or been influenced by something? Don't frighten your mother. Is it that your husband's aunt has been pressuring you to have children? Meng Ning also found it incredible. Could it be that she had recently been pressured into motherhood, thus developing psychological shadows? This morning, Fu Tingxiu inquired whether she preferred boys or girls, and she had witnessed Liao Wenxian's water breaking during childbirth. Perhaps she truly was under immense mental strain, conflating past films she had seen with her present reality. If she had indeed given birth, such a significant event would be impossible to forget. Moreover, where the child have gone? Meng Ning rubbed her temples and said, Mom, I was just joking. I've arrived at the office, so I'll talk to you later. She had come to terms with the situation, but Meng's mother was horrified. She feared that Meng Ning might genuinely recall the incident, so she hastily called Qin Huan. If Meng Ning were to inquire, she would say that Meng Ning had previously undergone an appendectomy, hoping to avoid any unraveling of the truth. Meng's mother realized that this matter could not be concealed from Meng Ning for too long, but for now, she would maintain the facade for as long as possible. Chapter 70. Meng Ning unleashed a call from Meng's mother sent a shiver down Qin Huan's spine. It mattered little when Meng Ning recalled that incident, but it was imperative that she did not do so at this moment. She needed to devise a strategy to ensure that Meng Ning advanced a relationship with Fu Tingxiu, ideally conceiving and giving birth to the Fu family's first grandson. This would secure Meng Ning's position for life, alleviating any future worries. Shortly after receiving the call from Meng's mother, Qin Huan received a message from Meng Ning, inquiring about the appendectomy. Having previously coordinated with Meng's mother, Qin Huan's response was meticulously crafted to leave no room for doubt. Meanwhile, Meng's mother was in a state of disquiet, her mind preoccupied, leaving her little inclination to counsel Zhou Wenxiu. Due to the turmoil surrounding Yang Lu's marriage, Zhou Wenxiu was in poor spirits, often confined to bed. Upon returning to the office, Meng Ning was summoned to Selina's office. Selina sat in her chair, exuding an air of formidable authority. Meng Ning, what is your purpose in coming to the company? On your very first day, you are absent from your post. If you are disinterested in this position, it would be prudent to depart without wasting resources. I sincerely apologize, Selina. It was not my intention to abandon my duties. Manager Liao from the sales department is giving birth. And how does her childbirth concern you? You are my assistant, and your sole responsibility is to me. Selina retorted coldly. I do not care how you secured your position. Should you fail to meet expectations, once your probation ends, you will be dismissed. We do not accommodate incompetence or ulterior motives here. Selina had inadvertently learned from others that one of the 3 candidates who had recently interviewed had gained their position through dubious means, having offered gifts. Given that Meng Ning only held a high school diploma, Selina hastily concluded that Meng Ning was the one who had taken a shortcut, thus treating her with disdain and speaking harshly. Faced with Selina's aggressive tone, Meng Ning's expression shifted slightly, meeting Selina's gaze with quiet defiance. If I am unfit for this role, rest assured I would not linger. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Ning provocatively asked, however, which position do you require me to excel in? competing with the cleaning staff for sustenance, or merely managing the printing of documents. Selina scoffed at Meng Ning's audacity. Do you understand what jewelry design entails? Meng Ning replied, each person's definition varies. My answer may not meet your approval. Yet if I were in your position, I would encourage a retreat in jewelry design rather than assigning trivial tasks. Of course, with such a generous salary, I am willing to handle menial work, but the one wasting company resources here is you, not I. Despite Meng Ning's fervent words, she consistently addressed Selina with respect, using the term you. Regardless of the circumstances, she maintained a semblance of reverence for her senior. Selina was deeply incensed by this confrontation, realizing that no one in the design department had dared to challenge her in such a manner. The intensity of their dispute drew the attention of their colleagues, who turned to observe the unfolding drama. Yi Su, eavesdropping at the door, had always perceived Meng Ning as a pushover. However, witnessing Meng Ning stand her ground against Selina revealed her true nature. Far from being a soft target, she was a fierce little wildcat. Provoked by Meng Ning, Selina unwittingly fell into her trap. She casually pulled a client file from her desk and declared, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you can secure this client, you shall be spared from menial tasks. However, should you fail, do not linger here, bringing disgrace upon yourself and tarnishing the dignity of our profession." Selina's acerbic remarks failed to incite Meng Ning. Instead, with her palms firmly pressed against the table, she proposed a counteroffer. If I am unable to succeed, I shall leave of my own accord. Yet, should I win over this client, you must apologize for your earlier words. Selina found this notion utterly ludicrous and scoffed. Very well, should you manage to win this client, I shall indeed apologize for my previous remarks. Selina was certain of Meng Ning's impending failure. She had pursued this client for 6 months and had yet to produce a single satisfactory design. Moreover, this client was one not to be trifled with. Selina had endured considerable vexation over the past 6 months, and now it was convenient to use Meng Ning as a scapegoat. The terms were set. With that, Meng Ning made her exit, taking the client file with her. The moment she stepped out of the office, her aura transformed completely, as if she had become a different person. The gazes of her colleagues in the design department shifted, recognizing her newfound resolve. Meng Ning was undoubtedly the first to confront Selina so boldly. Those who had intended to assign her menial tasks silently gathered their documents and departed. Chapter 71. Fu Tingxiu. He is quite warm. Meng Ning cast a glance at her colleagues in the design department before returning to her desk with the client information in hand. Earlier, she had managed to assert herself, effectively putting a stop to any potential trouble for the time being. Meng Ning, have a sip of water, Yi Su said with a smile, offering her a cup of tea and giving her a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to handle Selina so effortlessly. In that moment, Meng Ning had been somewhat emotional, and Selina's incessant taunts had provoked her, leading to a lapse in her self-control. Now, however, as she regained her composure, a wave of regret washed over her. Had she offended her superior? Would there be repercussions? With a wry smile, she lamented, life's circumstances compel one to act. She wished to maintain a low profile, but the reality was unforgiving. While she could tackle menial tasks, being verbally insulted was beyond her limits. One must have some principles. Yi Su chuckled. I believe in your abilities. At the very least, you didn't falter in spirit just now. If you were to be dismissed, once I become the matriarch of Xingyu Group, I would gladly rehire you. Meng Ning, both amused and exasperated, replied, I shall truly count on you then. Leave it to me. I will be loyal, Yi Su assured her with a pat on her chest. Meng Ning smiled, but as she perused the client information, her expression shifted to one of dismay. Yi Su, noticing her reaction, exclaimed in surprise, the illustrious princess of Huiguang Entertainment, Wan Meili. Selina truly intends to drive you away. Wan Meili is notoriously capricious and unreasonable within the industry. In the industry? Meng Ning glanced at Yi Su, realizing her acquaintance seemed to have considerable connections. Yi Su replied with a smile, I've merely heard rumors, nothing more. Sensing that Yi Su was withholding something, Meng Ning wisely refrained from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and their friendship, still in its infancy, had not yet reached the point of complete openness. Continuing to examine the client information, Meng Ning recognized little about Wan Meili, yet the details were explicit. She was indeed the heiress of Hui Guang Entertainment. Such a status indicated a challenging client. If Selena struggled to manage her, Meng Ning felt a headache coming on just contemplating it. Yi Su offered a piece of advice. Meng Ning, Wan Meili has a particular affinity for Hermes handbags. She is a super VIP of Hermes. Whenever they release a new collection, she has the privilege of priority purchasing and even bespoke options. Hermes has even opened a branch near her residence, and several designers have been dismissed because of her. Meng Ning forced a smile, replying, "Perhaps I shall be the next one to be let go. If even Hermes designers could be dismissed, what chance did a mere employee like her stand?" As Meng Ning pondered her predicament, she heard someone calling from outside. "Meng Ning, who is Meng Ning? Your delivery." She looked up to see a colleague from the front desk peering in with a takeout box in hand. Meng Ning raised her hand. "Here." Yi Su inquired, "Did you order takeout?" Meng Ning shook her head. "No, I haven't tea. I've been so busy that I forgot about lunch." She truly hadn't ordered any takeout. Approaching the front desk, she asked, "Is this my takeout?" "Yes, someone delivered it earlier, specifically for you," the front desk staff replied, handing the box to Meng Ning. "I must return to work now." "Thank you," Meng Ning said appreciatively. Meng Ning absent-mindedly continued to receive her takeout. Yi Su leaned over, exclaiming, "It smells delightful. It hardly resembles takeout." At that moment, Meng Ning's phone rang. It was a call from Fu Tingxiu. Setting aside her meal, she answered, and his rich voice flowed through the line. "Have you eaten? I had Auntie prepare some dishes and sent them over. Did you receive them?" "So it was Auntie's cooking." Meng Ning smiled and replied, "I just got it." I was indeed quite hungry. "Have you eaten?" "I have," Fu Tingxiu responded, already settled back at the company. "Just taking a seat in the president's office." "How was your first day at work?" "It was quite good," Meng Ning offered, sharing only her joys. "My colleagues have all been very kind." Beside her, Yi Su rolled her eyes. "Wasn't that a blatant exaggeration?" Fu Tingxiu continued, "That's great to hear. You finish work at 5:30. I will come to pick you up then." "All right. Well, go eat now. Don't let yourself go hungry." His succinct words brimmed with concern, lifting Meng Ning's spirits. After hanging up, she took her meal to the break room to dine. Yi Su, ever the gossip, inquired, "Was that your husband on the phone? So thoughtful." "Itisimbiabit. He is a complex person, cold on the outside but warm on the inside," Meng Ning replied, not hesitating to offer her praises for Fu Tingxiu. Yi Su, intrigued, asked, "How did you two meet?" "Through a matchmaking website," Meng Ning candidly disclosed. Yi Su gasped. "A stunning beauty like you still needed to resort to matchmaking?" TSK. TSK. The men around you must bear some responsibility." Meng Ning chuckled, finding solace in Yi Su's company. After finishing her meal, she resumed her work, determined to design something that would satisfy Wan Meili. As the workday came to a close, her colleagues departed one by one, and Meng Ning began to pack up. Yi Su suggested, "Let us go together. I'll give you a ride. My husband is picking me up at the company entrance." Meng Ning had already received a message from Fu Tingxiu, indicating he was downstairs. The two women descended together. Yi Su headed to the parking lot to retrieve her car, while Meng Ning walked towards the Chevrolet parked by the roadside. Seeing Meng Ning approach, Fu Tingxiu got out to open the car door for her, just as Yi Su emerged from the parking area, calling out, "Meng Ning." Chapter 72. Meng Ning is pregnant upon hearing a sound. Meng Ning turned around and greeted Yi Su in the car with a smile. "Drive slowly. I shall head back first." Yi Su leaned out of the window to wave at Meng Ning, but due to the angle, she could only see Fu Tingxiu's profile. "See you tomorrow," Yi Su called as she drove away. "Let's go," Meng Ning said to Fu Tingxiu. He opened the car door, shielding her head with his hand. And only after she was seated did he return to the driver's seat. Fu Tingxiu inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "I need to make a trip to the hospital first," Meng Ning replied. "A colleague from the sales department is having a baby and has asked me to be the godmother. I need to buy a gift for my godson." Meng Ning briefly explained her plans to take Liao Wenxian to the hospital for childbirth and added, "Newborns are so tiny. Their little hands and feet are simply adorable." Noticing Meng Ning's longing for children, Fu Tingxiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "When we have children in the future, they will undoubtedly be the most adorable babies in the world." Meng Ning felt slightly embarrassed. That is not quite what I meant. However, his words ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Fu Tingxiu's genes were certainly commendable. Their child would surely be exceptionally charming. Women are often complex beings, yearning for the most definitive affirmations. Otherwise, all ambiguity remains merely ambiguous. The couple strolled through a maternity and baby store, where Meng Ning contemplated purchasing 2 outfits for a newborn. As it was her first time buying such garments, she was uncertain about the sizes. She asked the shop owner for recommendations, who, upon seeing the 2 together, mistakenly assumed Meng Ning was pregnant. The shop owner glanced at Meng Ning's belly and cheerfully asked, "How many months along are you? When is your due date? I can suggest suitable clothing based on the season. Newborns have delicate skin and require high-quality attire." Feeling a bit awkward, Meng Ning glanced at Fu Tingxiu and clarified, "I'm buying these for a friend." The shop owner then realized her mistake and chuckled. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "A boy," Meng Ning replied. "Could you help me with some recommendations?" While Meng Ning chatted with the shop owner, Fu Tingxiu approached the section for newborn clothing and touched a set of adorable pink outfits. Noticing this, the shop owner enthusiastically promoted, "Children today don't adhere to color norms. Pink is delightful too. This outfit comes in several sizes. Why not choose a set? It's made of pure cotton and quite affordable at 199 yuan per set. The more you buy, the bigger the discount." Meng Ning examined the clothing and found it quite endearing. "Should we go with this one?" she asked Fu Tingxiu. "I'm just browsing," he replied. "Since Manager Liao is having a boy, perhaps blue or yellow would be more appropriate." The shop owner quickly chimed in, "We do have this in blue as well." She promptly presented several color options for them to choose from, and Fu Tingxiu selected with utmost seriousness, as if choosing clothes for his own child. Watching him, Meng Ning couldn't help but smile, recognizing his fondness for children. Lacking expertise in purchasing baby items, she ultimately let Fu Tingxiu make the selections, which included 2 outfits, a rattle, and a cheerful yellow duck toy that quacked. As Meng Ning took out her phone to make the payment, Fu Tingxiu stood nearby, refraining from any attempt to intervene. The proprietress chuckled softly, as only those who are married truly comprehend. Married men often find their wallets devoid of funds, their financial authority resting solely with their wives. After procuring their items, the couple exited the maternity shop. As they approached their vehicle, Fu Tingxiu sensed something amiss. He paused by the car door, surveying the surroundings. Inside the car, Meng Ning inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," Fu Tingxiu replied, having detected no anomalies. And he settled into the car, starting the engine. Just as they departed, a man emerged from behind a nearby vehicle, camera in hand. This individual was none other than the private investigator hired by Gu Chongming. The investigator promptly sent the photographs he had just taken to Gu Chongming. Upon observing the couple at the maternity store, Gu Chongming instinctively concluded that Meng Ning must be expecting. Chapter 73. The battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Gu Chongming clutched his phone tightly, his eyes ablaze with resentment. He had once possessed a promising future, now utterly ruined by Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu. If he was to suffer, he would ensure they did not escape unscathed either. As Zheng Jing delivered the meal, she caught sight of the grim expression on Gu Changming's face, sending a chill down her spine. Ever since the Gu family had encountered misfortune, Gu Changming's psyche had become somewhat twisted. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and said, "Gu Changming, do have something to eat." Gu Changming put away his phone and inquired, "How is my father?" "We still cannot visit him." "I will find a way," Zheng Jing replied. "I am now your uncle's defense attorney. I will do my utmost to secure his bail." In truth, with the Fu family exerting pressure and considering the gravity of Gu's father's offenses, bail was nearly impossible. Zheng Jing's words served merely as a comfort to Gu Changming. Holding his phone, Gu Changming confidently declared, "I will have Fu Tingxiu personally escort my father out." Zheng Jing found this notion utterly absurd, yet seeing Gu Changming's determination, she refrained from arguing. Meanwhile, Meng Ning and Fu Tingxiu arrived at the hospital. Fu Tingxiu did not accompany Meng Ning inside. Instead, he concocted an excuse to wait in the car. Liao and Xian had worked at Xingyu Group for a decade, initially at the headquarters before being transferred to a branch. Fu Tingxiu worried that Liao Wenxian might recognize him, which could lead to complications. Meng Ning entered the hospital, carrying gifts for the child. Inside the ward, Liao Wenxian and the baby were present, with the paternal grandmother, Cheng Mu, reluctant to release the child from her embrace. Standing at the door, Meng Ning gently knocked. Upon seeing her, Liao Wenxian's face immediately brightened. "Meng Ning, you're here." "Qianjia." Meng Ning responded with a smile as she stepped inside. "I just got off work and brought clothes and toys for the baby. How's the recovery going? Feeling any better?" Liao Wenxian gestured for her husband, Cheng Dali, to accept the gifts Meng Ning had brought, smiling as she said, "It hurts. I can't turn over." Despite a natural birth, Liao Wenxian was fearful of pain, and even a slight discomfort deterred her from moving or getting out of bed. "A few days of rest should suffice," Meng Ning remarked, glancing at the child, who suddenly began to cry. As a new mother, Liao Wenxian was immediately flustered. "What's wrong with the baby?" Cheng Mu commented, "He is surely hungry. You have no milk, and that little formula is insufficient. Formula lacks nutrition. You must quickly start breastfeeding. Breastfed children are smarter and healthier." Liao Wenxian replied with irritation, "Mom, we agreed earlier that the baby would be fine on formula. I have to return to work once my maternity leave is over." "What work? Is your job more important than the child? Formula has too many additives. Nothing compares to breast milk. It's also more convenient. You can nurse while lying down, especially in winter when you don't even need to leave the warmth of your bed." "How convenient?" Cheng Mu countered, "Then quit your job. You and T earn much anyway. Our family does not lack that little bit of money." This statement infuriated Liao Wenxian, who argued, "Mom, we had an agreement. You promised me that the baby would be on formula. How can you change your mind now?" Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law embroiled in contention, Cheng Dali hastily intervened. "Qianxian, don't be upset. It's not good for your health." As she subtly gestured to her mother, she implored, "Mom, please take the baby outside to feed him some formula. He is hungry, and Qianxian is unable to produce even a drop of milk." Only then did Cheng's mother wear a stern expression and carry the child out to prepare the formula. Liao Wenxian, frustrated, directed her anger towards Cheng Dali, striking his chest lightly as she lamented, "You always seek to smooth things over. In this matter, you must align with me. I have already borne a son for the Cheng family. I cannot afford to lose my job." Cheng Dali gently reassured her, "Yes, yes, I will heed your wishes. Please do not be upset. I will speak to my mother. She is merely concerned that you are overworked." Liao Wenxian shot him a glare, causing Cheng Dali to fall silent. Meanwhile, Meng Ning observed the unfolding confrontation between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, feeling somewhat awkward. Although she found it somewhat unkind, she felt relieved not to be embroiled in such a timeless dilemma. It was only then that Liao Wenxian noticed Meng Ning's presence, awkwardly apologizing. "I'm sorry you had to witness this." "It's all right, Qianjia. Please take care of yourself. I will visit you another day." Meng Ning wisely chose not to linger and complicate matters. After leaving the hospital, Fu Tingxiu awaited her in the parking lot. As Meng Ning approached, she noticed him on the phone, saying, "Mom, we'll be back home shortly." Chapter 74. The philosopher Fu Tingxiu emerges mother? Isn't Fu Tingxiu an orphan? Meng Ning pondered when Fu Tingxiu, who was on a phone call inside the car, spotted her. He addressed the person on the line, saying, "Aunt, I will call you back. Meng Ning and I are on our way home." After hanging up, Fu Tingxiu inquired, "Why are you out so soon?" "The mother and child need rest. I did not wish to intrude," Meng Ning replied as she entered the vehicle. "Was that a call from your aunt?" she asked. "Yes. She prepared a meal at home and wanted to know when we would return for dinner," Fu Tingxiu responded, starting the car and heading toward Shui Mutiancheng. "Could it be that she misheard?" Meng Ning remarked, "Fu Tingxiu, I realize your aunt treats us exceptionally well. Even a biological mother might not be so devoted." Fu Tingxiu readily replied, "Your aunt enjoys a lively atmosphere. She finds herself bored at home and seeks something to occupy her time." "Is your aunt only left with your cousin's son?" Meng Ning inquired. "Why does she not live with him? Is it not rather extravagant for her to buy a house next to ours?" "Her family is not lacking in wealth," Fu Tingxiu replied solemnly. "As one ages, loneliness becomes a fear. Your aunt cherishes you. This is fate. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. When we have children in the future, she can assist in their upbringing." The topic of children was unavoidable today. Fu Tingxiu had broached the subject of having children more than once. Previously, when faced with Qin Huan and Fang Xiong's urging for childbirth, he had taken a more laissez-faire stance. Now, his demeanor had entirely shifted. Meng Ning recalled the attitude of Liao Wenqian's mother-in-law and said, "Just now, Manager Liao quarreled with her mother-in-law over whether the child should be breastfed or formula-fed. I believe that modern women face significant challenges. They must manage both family and financial independence. Fu Tingxiu, if we were to have children, would we face similar dilemmas?" The state advocates breastfeeding while simultaneously promoting women's financial autonomy. Fu Tingxiu immediately discerned Meng Ning's concerns, stating, "No, procreation is a natural law. Even in the animal kingdom, male animals understand the importance of assuming familial responsibilities during their mate's pregnancy and childbirth. It is no different for men, whether in career or family matters. They are a shared endeavor. I married you, and it is my duty to provide for you." Meng Ning gazed at him, feeling at that moment that Fu Tingxiu possessed a compelling masculine charm. He turned to her, smiling warmly, and said, "Let everything unfold naturally. Do not place excessive pressure on yourself. The most harmonious marriage is one where I appreciate your sacrifices and you understand my hardships. Mutual empathy and tolerance are essential for a lasting journey together." Meng Ning teased, "Fu Tingxiu, it is a pity you do not pursue a career as a philosopher." Fu Tingxiu chuckled. "In life, everyone can be a philosopher." "Meng Ning, after all this time together, what do you think of me?" "Very good," she replied, genuinely unable to find fault with him. Perhaps just a touch dull. Fu Tingxiu nodded, reflecting, "Should I interpret that as a lack of romantic flair?" Meng Ning blushed, smiling shyly. "That is one way to put it." Fu Tingxiu contemplated for a moment and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I shall improve." As the two individuals arrived at the parking lot beneath their residence, Fu Tingxiu took Meng Ning's hand and led her upstairs. The sensation of returning home together after a day as work brought Meng Ning a profound sense of security. She craved not a life of opulence, but rather a simple existence where someone cherished her, infusing warmth into her daily life. Stealing a glance at Fu Tingxiu's profile, she recalled the image of him fiercely confronting Gu Changming, along with the resolute words he had spoken against him. His wife was not to be defamed by anyone. As Fu Tingxiu unlocked the door, both were taken aback by the scene that greeted them. Chapter 75. Meng Ning's inebriated indiscretion. Having just discussed romance and intimacy in the car, they returned home to a meticulously arranged romantic setting. The floor was adorned with a cascade of rose petals, the table elegantly set with steak, red wine, and fresh flowers, while melodious music filled the air, enveloping them in a fragrant ambience. Everything exuded an enchanting charm, a delightful atmosphere. Meng Ning turned to Fu Tingxiu and inquired, "Did you orchestrate this?" No woman could ever resist the allure of romance. Fu Tingxiu quickly discerned the source of the surprise. No wonder Fang Xiong had incessantly called, urging their return home. It was all part of her elaborate plan. Fu Tingxiu replied candidly, "It was arranged by my aunt." A faint sense of disappointment washed over Meng Ning. "I thought it was you," she mused, genuinely believing that Fu Tingxiu had finally awakened to the nuances of romance. The steak remained warm, evidently just cooked to perfection. Fu Tingxiu asked, "Are you hungry? Shall we eat first?" Indeed, Meng Ning felt the pangs of hunger. The steak and foie gras looked utterly delectable. With petals strewn across the floor, Meng Ning feared stepping on them, so she changed into slippers and cautiously approached the dining table. Nearby, Fang Xiong watched through the crack of the door, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing them return. It seemed the prospect of grandchildren was becoming a reality. Fang Xiong had even begun to mentally plan their wedding, believing that the heir of the Fu family should not embark on marital bliss quietly. It must be a grand affair. Upon this thought, Fang Xiong buzzed with excitement and called Fu Buishuan to discuss her plans for preparing the wedding for Fu Tingxiu. Fu Buishuan replied, "Mom, aren't you rushing things a bit?" "What is the rush? Weddings are intricate affairs that require foresight. Are we truly going to leave everything to the last minute? At the very least, discuss it with your brother," he suggested. Fu Buishuan continued, "I believe my brother is quite content with his current life. That dozen tea conflict with my plans. I'll prepare in advance. Who knows what might be needed? This is called being prudent, she retorted. Unable to dissuade Fang Xiong, Fu Buishuan acquiesced to her enthusiasm. Meng Ning, unfamiliar with the art of consuming steak, struggled to cut it properly. Observing her attempts, Fu Tingxiu offered, "Let me assist you." He took her plate and began to slice the steak, his every movement exuding grace and nobility, transforming the act of cutting steak into a visual feast. Such elegance could only be encapsulated by the phrase "a sight to behold." Meng Ning casually inquired, "Fu Tingxiu, have you studied etiquette?" After frequent social engagements, one inevitably learns, he replied nonchalantly, presenting her with a neatly cut steak. As Meng Ning savored the delicious morsels, she recalled something and said, "By the way, I have organized this month's expenditure. Excluding the car purchase, our living expenses amounted to 2,000 yuan, and..." She opened her budgeting app to show Fu Tingxiu. He glanced at it symbolically and remarked, "The money is in your hands. Feel free to spend as you see fit. I trust your judgment." Having recently wed, Meng Ning refrained from asking Fu Tingxiu for money. Even if she found herself short of funds, she felt hesitant to utilize the bank card he had provided her. Ultimately, a sense of restraint and politeness lingered, preventing her from fully opening up. Meng Ning nodded and asked, "Shall we drink?" Fu Tingxiu lifted the bottle of red wine from the table. "Care for a sip?" He instantly recognized that this exquisite wine had been retrieved from Fang Xiong's personal collection. Its flavor was delightful, yet possessed a potent after-effect. Meng Ning contemplated mentioning her poor tolerance for alcohol, fearing that it might lead to complications. But given the ambience that had been cultivated, she nodded and replied, "Just half a glass, then. Half a glass should suffice." Fu Tingxiu had no intention of inebriating Meng Ning. Rather, he believed that pairing foie gras with red wine would enhance the overall experience. He poured her a half glass, raised his own in a toast. "To our 1-month wedding anniversary." It dawned on Meng Ning then that, almost unwittingly, they had indeed been married for a month. "Cheers," she echoed, clinking her glass against his. The glasses produced a melodious chime, reflecting the warm orange glow of the candlelight upon their faces, softening the atmosphere into a more enchanting and intimate setting. Meng Ning took a gentle sip and exclaimed in surprise, "This is exquisite. It's entirely different from what I've had before. So smooth, not a hint of bitterness." Previously, she had only tasted the modest wines purchased from supermarkets, whereas the bottle Fang Xiong had provided was a rare vintage worth 6 figures. Unable to resist, she indulged in a few more sips. Fu Tingxiu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I'm glad you like it. I'll have my aunt bring a few more bottles for us." "That one tea be necessary," Meng Ning replied. "Your aunt's establishment deals in fine wines. A few bottles are hardly significant." "Is that so?" she mused, taking another sip, her glass now nearly empty. "May I have another glass?" "Of course," Fu Tingxiu chuckled, refilling her glass. "Now, try a piece of foie gras. The experience will be entirely different." This foie gras had been air-freighted, the freshest available, and paired with the red wine, it would create a remarkable taste sensation. Meng Ning eagerly sampled a piece, her eyes lighting up with delight. "This is absolutely delicious." There's indeed an art to pairing foods with wines. The type of red wine complements certain dishes, just as white wine matches others, each yielding a distinct flavor profile. "You possess quite an impressive knowledge," Meng Ning remarked, grinning. "Is it akin to the pairing of baijiu with peanuts?" "Precisely," Fu Tingxiu responded with a smile. As the candlelight flickered, the red wine glimmered on Meng Ning's lips, making them appear luscious and inviting, inciting an irresistible urge to draw closer. He noticed that Meng Ning struggled with alcohol. Having consumed just half a glass, her cheeks flushed with color. Fu Tingxiu swallowed hard, stating, "Just like you and me." "Huh?" Meng Ning, momentarily caught off guard, gazed at him with a dazed expression, her eyes shimmering with allure. Fu Tingxiu grasped her hand firmly, declaring, "No more drinking. If you continue, something unforeseen may occur." Chapter 76. The charming drunkenness of her Meng Ning savored the sweet taste of intoxication. Cradling her wine glass as if fearing it might be snatched away by Fu Tingxiu. "No, I want to drink more, just a little bit more," she pleaded, her demeanor utterly adorable. Fu Tingxiu, unable to resist the charm, found it amusing. This was the first time Meng Ning had playfully sought his indulgence. He feigned annoyance as he seated himself and remarked, "Then you may have just a little bit more." Upon hearing this, Meng Ning's face lit up with joy, and she flashed a radiant smile at Fu Tingxiu. "Husband, you are truly wonderful." This declaration struck him like a bolt of lightning, invigorating him. With a playful smirk, Fu Tingxiu replied, "Call me that again." Meng Ning grasped his hand, her voice sweet and teasing. "Husband, husband, good husband, please pour me another glass." A woman who knows how to charm is indeed a treasure. In her inebriated state, Meng Ning radiated a captivating blend of allure and innocence. Each tender utterance of husband nearly bewitched Fu Tingxiu. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound sense of devotion, as if risking everything for her was a worthy cause. The adage that a cherished wife is akin to a priceless gem rang true. Typically, Meng Ning was demure and shy, even the simplest gestures causing her to blush. Their interactions were filled with mutual respect, her palms sweating at the slightest touch. Fu Tingxiu poured another glass of red wine for her, which she accepted with the joy of a child receiving a prized possession. If she were to learn that each sip cost several thousand yuan, she might feel a pang of regret. Fu Tingxiu inquired, "Meng Ning, do you not drink often?" She replied, "My mother says I have poor alcohol tolerance and forbids me from drinking. I've only shared drinks with Qin Huan." At a recent class reunion, she had abstained from alcohol, opting instead for juice. Fu Tingxiu nodded in agreement. "Your mother possesses foresight. In my absence, you should refrain from drinking." In her drunken state, Meng Ning became a dangerously enchanting presence to men. Propping her head up with one hand, she gazed at Fu Tingxiu with a smile. "All right." Overwhelmed by her cuteness, Fu Tingxiu could not resist the urge to pinch her cheek, yet he refrained, choosing instead to gently caress her face. Her cheek nestled against his palm like a languid kitten, eyes closed in blissful inebriation. Before long, she finished the wine in her glass. Observing her condition, Fu Tingxiu dared not let her drink any further. He crouched beside her, speaking softly, "Meng Ning, let me escort you to your room to rest." Instinctively, she nodded, draping her arms over his shoulders, her eyes fluttering open to reveal an innocent grin. "Husband, you look so handsome. I want to kiss you." Fu Tingxiu could only hold his tongue. A wife who becomes affectionate when intoxicated is a delicate matter. Without waiting for his response, she leaned in, her soft lips infused with the rich aroma of wine, intoxicating him further. Meng Ning's body slipped from the chair, her weight pressing down upon Fu Tingxiu. Fearing she might fall, he steadied her by grasping her waist, but in doing so, he lost his balance and found himself on the floor, pinned beneath her. Surrounded by a cascade of rose petals, the dim candlelight flickering, they shared a lingering kiss, the atmosphere thick with unspoken desire. Meng Ning's kiss was devoid of finesse, clumsy yet endearing. It was this very awkwardness that filled Fu Tingxiu's heart with joy. With her warm softness in his embrace, any man would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure. Fu Tingxiu supported her, his voice husky. "Meng Ning, do you comprehend the consequences of provoking a man?" Meng Ning, in a state of daze and intoxication, gazed at him with a smile and replied, "What consequences?" Fu Tingxiu chuckled, coaxing her, "Once we return to the room, you shall discover the consequences." All right, all right." Meng Ning clung to him, the effects of the red wine intensifying her disorientation. Fu Tingxiu lifted her into his arms and carried her back to the room, a tempest of pent-up desire raging within him. This enchanting creature had ignited a fire that, if left unchecked, might consume him entirely. He gently laid her upon the bed, leaned in, and sealed her lips with a kiss. Chapter 77. The blunt man. As Fu Tingxiu kissed, he realized something was amiss. The girl had fallen asleep, amused yet helpless. He placed a gentle kiss on Meng Ning's forehead. How easily she was deceived. Fortunate for her that she encountered me. In Fu Tingxiu's eyes, Meng Ning was a naive soul, envisioning everything in an idyllic light. With Meng Ning in slumber, Fu Tingxiu could not continue. His rationality regained its hold. He wished for their first time to occur in a state of mutual consciousness and heartfelt connection. Covering Meng Ning with a blanket, Fu Tingxiu retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower to quell his rising desires. Deep in sleep, Meng Ning was oblivious to the events that had transpired, unaware of her surroundings. After his shower and donning his sleepwear, Fu Tingxiu had intended to leave the room for Meng Ning and take refuge in the living room. However, gazing upon her enchanting visage, he chose not to act the virtuous gentleman. He slipped beneath the covers beside her, embracing her from behind as he drifted into slumber. This was his inaugural experience of holding Meng Ning while sleeping, yet it felt strangely familiar. Meng Ning was restless in her sleep, shifting and turning until her face nestled against his chest, her legs entwined with his. Like an octopus, she clung to Fu Tingxiu, finding solace and comfort in such a position. Watching her peaceful slumber, a smile graced Fu Tingxiu's lips, his gaze softening considerably. That night was somewhat torturous for him. To have beauty in his arms and yet strive for tranquility was no easy feat the following day. Sunlight poured through the window, gently rousing Meng Ning. Stretching languidly, she prepared to rise for work, only to realize the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. This was not her room. It was Fu Tingxiu's chamber, his bed. Startled, she turned to see Fu Tingxiu still lost in slumber. Covering her face in embarrassment, she hastily lifted the blanket to check her attire. Everything was intact, and she felt no discomfort, indicating that nothing untoward had occurred. Meng Ning sighed in relief. Indeed, one should not overindulge in alcohol, for her tolerance was quite poor. She struggled to recall the events of the previous night, and memories of playfully calling Fu Tingxiu hubby and demanding kisses came flooding back. How utterly mortifying! Would Fu Tingxiu think her too aggressive? The thought sent her into a frenzy, her genteel image in jeopardy. Blushing fiercely, she raked her fingers through her hair, seizing the opportunity to escape the scene before Fu Tingxiu awoke. As she cautiously descended from the bed, Fu Tingxiu opened his eyes, already awake, his expression imbued with mirth. To spare Meng Ning any embarrassment, he feigned just having risen, taking his time before stepping out. Meng Ning was already slipping on her shoes, preparing for work. Running late, she had no time for breakfast. Upon noticing Fu Tingxiu was awake, her cheeks flushed. You're awake. I need to go to work. I'm running late. Please sort out breakfast for yourself. Fu Tingxiu glanced at the time. I need to head to the office as well. I can drop you off on the way. That sounds great. Having shared a bed, why would they hesitate to share a ride? Fu Tingxiu returned to his room to freshen up and change clothes, while Meng Ning waited patiently at the entrance. During those fleeting moments, she pondered the myriad reasons why Fu Tingxiu had yet to make a move. Was it a lack of allure on her part? Or perhaps Fu Tingxiu was simply incapable? In a scenario where a solitary man and woman share a bed, could it be that he harbored no ulterior motives? Just then, Fu Tingxiu emerged with the car keys, interrupting Meng Ning's train of thought. All right, she murmured, lowering her gaze and obediently following in his wake. Intentionally lagging behind, her mind elsewhere, Meng Ning collided with him when he abruptly halted. I'm sorry, she quickly apologized. However, Fu Tingxiu seized her hand and urged her forward. What were you thinking just now? You seem rather inattentive while walking. Nothing at all. Meng Ning chuckled awkwardly. He inquired, last night, was there perhaps a hint of regret? Meng Ning replied, could you refrain from being so blunt? Chapter 78. Fragmented. Meng Ning silently turned her head, forcing herself to remain calm as she said, I seem to have lost my memory. What happened last night? She feigned a look of bewilderment. Fu Tingxiu chuckled softly, tightening his grip on her hand, and with a tone of regret, remarked, what a pity. Meng Ning. As they approached the car, Fu Tingxiu opened the door for her, stating, we're going to be late. This made Meng Ning anxious. Then hurry up. My boss is notoriously known as the company's female tyrant. If I'm late, I'll be in for a lecture. Fu Tingxiu started the car and inquired, is Selena treating you poorly? Realizing she had let something slip, Meng Ning replied, not exactly. I'm just a newcomer. There are many things I don't understand. And she has given me some guidance. All my colleagues are quite nice. A classic case of reporting only the good news. Fu Tingxiu was well aware of Meng Ning's situation at the company. The branch manager, Liang Zhao, was his eyes and ears. He knew about the argument she had with Selena in the office yesterday. His decision to remain uninvolved was strategic. Protecting Meng Ning too thoroughly might not be beneficial. Moreover, the girl had not disappointed him. "That is good," Fu Tingxiu said. "If you ever feel aggrieved or need assistance, come back and tell your husband. I will stand up for you." Meng Ning recalled the scene from last night where she had called Fu Tingxiu husband repeatedly, her ears turning crimson. All right. With those words from Fu Tingxiu, she felt a profound sense of security. As the car moved forward, Meng Ning reflected, one car is actually enough at home. The last car we bought was a waste. Parking fees and insurance, these all cost money. Now, since Fu Tingxiu drives me to and from work, the new car is just sitting there unused. I might have to go on a business trip in a few days. Then you could drive yourself to work. I have social engagements tonight and 1T be able to pick you up, so you'll have to take a cab home. Meng Ning instinctively asked, "How many days will you be away? Where are you going? When will you be back?" Her tone bore a hint of a wife inquiring about her husband's whereabouts. Fu Tingxiu smiled. "I said might. If I do go on a trip, I will inform you in advance. I'll keep my wife updated. I was just asking." Meng Ning averted her gaze, falling silent. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Meng Ning noticed the time and hurriedly dashed up the stairs, barely managing to clock in with mere seconds to spare. Fu Tingxiu parked the car downstairs and, taking his time, ordered her a breakfast before departing. At Qingyu Building, Fu Buishuan, driving his newly acquired Ferrari, encountered Fu Tingxiu at the parking lot entrance. Initially, Fu Buishuan did not recognize him until he spotted the license plate. It was his frugal elder brother. The two brothers drove into the underground parking lot. Once parked, Fu Buishuan stepped out of the car and teased Big Brother. "How does it feel to drive the Chevrolet?" Fu Tingxiu casually tossed the car keys to Fu Buishuan, saying, "Why don't you take it for a spin?" Fu Buishuan instinctively caught the keys and laughed. "If I take this car out, the girls will steer clear of me. Not every girl is like sister-in-law, who doesn't team mind wealth disparity." Fu Tingxiu ignored him and proceeded towards the president's exclusive elevator. Fu Buishuan, with a playful grin, followed closely behind. "Brother, I see you drive the Chevrolet every day while that Rolls-Royce at home goes unused. Why not lend it to me for a few days?" Fu Tingxiu bluntly declined. "Cars and wives are not for lending. Brother, you have so many vehicles in your garage, you wouldn't miss just one." Yet, Fu Tingxiu remained unmoved. Changing his tactics, Fu Buishuan leaned in with an air of secrecy. "Mom called me last night with some intel. Would you like to know?" "No need," Fu Tingxiu replied, his expression unyielding. "Mom is preparing for my wedding with Meng Ning." Fu Buishuan stared at Fu Tingxiu in shock. "How did you know?" "Mom said it was a secret." With a glance at Fu Buishuan, Fu Tingxiu thought to himself, what secrets could the Fu family possibly harbor from him? Deflated, Fu Buishuan sighed, "Brother, you are utterly devoid of romance. No wonder you haven't won over sister-in-law after all this time." Fu Tingxiu raised an eyebrow. "How do you know I haven't?" At this, Fu Buishuan looked at him with wide eyes, astonished. "Brother, have you succeeded?" Chapter 79. Workplace rivals. Fu Buishuan's mind was already conjuring images of becoming an uncle. Perhaps by the end of the year, the Fu family would welcome a new addition. As the elevator ascended to the top floor and opened its doors, Fu Tingxiu stepped out with an air of calm assurance, muttering to himself, almost there, realizing the implications. Fu Buishuan's spirits plummeted. Did that mean he had not succeeded after all? He had fancied himself on the verge of becoming an uncle, soon to have a little niece. Upon entering the president's office, Fu Tingxiu was presented with a full schedule by Luo Cheng. His gaze drifted to Fu Buishuan, who was playfully bantering with employees outside. It seemed he needed to nurture Fu Buishuan's potential, thereby allowing himself some leisure time to enjoy more moments with Meng Ning. The monotony of work paled in comparison to the joy of being with his beloved wife. Today, Fu Tingxiu found his mind wandering during meetings, lost in thought. Naturally, the employees beneath him dared not speak up, fearing they had made some error, which only heightened their anxiety. In their nervousness, one employee stumbled over their report, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, President Fu, Everyone knew Fu Tingxiu was ruthless, Making a mistake before him could result in immediate dismissal. Just as the employee was on the verge of tears, Fu Tingxiu waved his hand dismissively, saying it's fine, carry on. The senior executives exchanged incredulous glances. It was a rare occurrence for someone to remain after erring in Fu Tingxiu's presence. Clearly, their boss was in a good mood today. Meanwhile, upon entering the company, Meng Ning had plunged into her tasks. She munched on the breakfast Fu Tingxiu had ordered while simultaneously engaging in her work. Yesterday, she had merely assisted, but today, Selena had escalated matters, assigning her more challenging tasks and demanding that she produce a design draft that would satisfy the illustrious Wan Meili of Bright Entertainment by the end of the month. When news of Selena's difficult assignment reached Liang Chao, the branch manager, he grew concerned and decided to visit Selena's office to offer a word of caution. Selena, as the company's chief designer, why bother quarreling with a newcomer? He advised. Selena looked surprised. Liang Chao, you rarely come see me. Is this visit truly about a newcomer? Who exactly is Meng Ning? Having known Liang Chao for many years, Selena regarded him as a superior with whom she shared a degree of camaraderie. Sipping his coffee, Liang Chao responded in an official tone, "You're exaggerating. This is not a reprimand. I am merely looking out for you." Selena glanced out at the bustling Meng Ning before turning her attention back to Liang Chao. Just tell me, what is her background? A mere high school graduate, bribing an interviewer to gain entry into our company. What could her intentions be? Bribing the interviewer? That's impossible. Our company is meticulous in selecting talent. I am not advocating for Meng Ning, nor do I know her background. But I heard about the altercation in the office yesterday. It reflects poorly on you, Liang Chao thought silently. He was aware that the one shielding Meng Ning held significant power. Why would an interviewer require a bribe? Selena let out a cold snort. I have heard all about her. She merely bribed her way in, possessing not an ounce of talent. I shall not harbor incompetence here. If she were truly capable, I would yield in admiration. Otherwise, she is unfit even to serve as my assistant, let alone to carry my shoes. Selena, tread carefully, Liang Chao interjected hastily. You are not always this acerbic. Must you really be so harsh toward a newcomer? If you disapprove, I can assign her to assist Amy instead. No need for that. I have wagered with her. If she secures the Wan Meili account, she may remain. Otherwise, she is free to resign. Liang Chao attempted further persuasion. Selena, you're really enough. Selena asserted with an air of superiority. If we set this precedent, will we soon find middle schoolers entering the company? What does that make of us? The graduates of esteemed institutions? It is utterly unjust. Liang Chao recognized her discontent and said, I have said all that I can. You must weigh your own thoughts. He was aware of Meng Ning's connections, which he could not disclose, leaving Selena's fate to chance. Once Liang Chao departed, Selena sank deeper into her chair, increasingly dissatisfied. She dialed the internal phone, summoning Meng Ning into her office.